Jung Min is a quiet, lonely girl, weighed down by the cruelty she faces at school, especially from her childhood friend Juan, who turned on her long ago. Isolated and invisible, Jung Min endures each day in silence, but at night, everything changes. In her dreams, she's not just seen, she's admired. She's the class president, confident and adored, surrounded by girls who hang on her every word and beg to join her for dinner. In that world, she's everything she wishes she could be. Ironically, in her dreamscape, it's Juan who is the outcast. Most of the students think she's filthy, and Jung Min can't help but agree with them. When she suddenly locks eyes with Jung Min, the other girls immediately become irritated by her gaze. Jung Min then uses that chance to snatch the girl's phone. She then sees the horrible things that Juhyun has been saying about her online. All the other girls see the horrible posts and tell Jung Min that most of it is about her. Juhyun becomes completely petrified at the moment. Suddenly, Jung Min lands a deafening slap on her, shocking the rest of the students. Sadly, Juhyun is unable to do anything. She stands still as the rest of the class mocks her and laughs at her. Jung Min wonders if the girl feels this is unfair to her. However, she reminds the girl that she did the same thing to her every day. Jung Min's moment of victory is cut short as the bright sun wakes her up from her sleep. She opens her eyes and is brought back to the sad reality that is her life. On her way to school, she realizes that she has no money left, all thanks to those horrible bullies. As she gets to school, the first girl who notices is immediately irritated by the sight of her. A cold chill runs down Jung Min's spine while she wonders what Joyeon and the rest are whispering about. Despite how much they annoy her, she's too scared to utter a word to them. She reminds herself that these people mean nothing to her in her dreams. Sadly, as she gets to her seat, the side comments don't stop. The girls continue to mock the way she smells, leaving Jung Min with nothing but a raging anger inside her. In reality, Junghyun is the actual class president. After classes, Jung Min heads out to use the restroom. When she sees that there are a lot of people inside, she dispatches to use the faculty restroom on the first floor. There, she questions herself about why she's so scared of her colleagues. Regardless, she clenches her fists in anger, knowing that she can only get back at her haters in her lucid dreams. Chuyeon was the one who turned her into an outcast, even though they were best friends in elementary school. Back then, she noticed that Juhyun used to be alone because of her personality and the way she treated people badly. Despite that, Jung Min approached the girl and asked her to come with her and her friends. From that moment, they became friends, and they were inseparable. That was until the day that Juhyun asked Jung Min to stop hanging out with some of her friends. She called them losers and told Jung Min to hang out with only herself. As the days went by, Jung Min started to see Juhyun for who she truly was. She realized that all the rumors were true. Juhyun would even apply makeup to her and change her hairstyle, but Jung Min was too timid to reject her. The other girls saw how mean Juhyun was to Jung Min, which made her cry. Jung Min then told her friends what the girl had been saying about them. They advised her to cut off Juhyun, and she agreed with them because Juhyun's personality was just too bad. When Jung Min returns to the class, Juhyun notices that she has washed off the makeup on her face. She notices the other girls defending Jung Min, so she tries to force her way in, but the girls push her away and tell her not to come close to Jung Min anymore. As they reveal what Jung Min told them, Juhyun accuses her of gossiping about her. After that, Jung Min leaves with her friends, but she looks back and notices Juhyun's sad look. From that moment on, they never spoke again, and Juhyun never harmed Jung Min, despite her worries. By the time Jung Min got to high school, she saw that Juhyun had become a completely different person. The two girls stared at each other for a moment, but Juhyun got up and passed Jung Min as if she were a nobody. However, Jung Min feels a bit relieved that her childhood friend doesn't remember her. Juhyun's sad expression on the last day they spoke still haunts her memories. Although she's still scared of Juhyun, the girl looks like she's still sad about what happened between them. On the sports ground, the students are asked to pair up, and Jung Min is the only one without a partner. While she fears that people will think she's weird, she suddenly hears people scoffing at her. She looks up and sees Juhyun and another girl laughing at her. At that moment, Jung Min is completely shocked, wondering if the girls are really talking about her. As her heart races, her anxiety grows, and a cold sweat starts to cover her body. She realized that her high school career was as good as over because Juhyun actually remembered her. Back in class, she is startled as some girls approach her and call her out for bullying Juhyun in elementary school. Jung Min is completely confused, wondering if Juhyun told these girls about what happened between them. As the fear hunts her, she's left speechless. One of the girls then snatches her phone and mocks the music she's listening to because it's old-fashioned. They also notice that she hadn't used most of her data, but Jung Min was just saving it up because she didn't have much. She trembles in fear, unable to do anything about the bullies tormenting her. They turn on her hotspot and threaten to mess her up if she puts it off. Jung Min then starts regretting her life as the rest of the class continues to gossip about her, and behind it all is her childhood friend. This was only the beginning of what Juhyun would do to her. As the days went by, Jung Min went through hell in school. Her cries for help went unanswered and she fell further into despair. She wondered what she did to Juhyun that was so horrible. The only memories that echoed through her mind were people talking about how she bullied Juhyun in elementary school. In her moment of desperation, she went to her mother for help, but as she entered the room, she only saw a trail of broken bottles. She wanted to tell her mom that she was being bullied, but her mother was silent. Because of that, Jung Min started to think whether whether her mom would even care. The woman seemed to always abuse herself, and she couldn't even take care of herself as well. In the end, Jung Min told her mom not to bother, and then she returned to her room. It was while scrolling through her phone that she came across the concept of lucid dreaming. With this, she saw a chance to get back at the people who were bullying her. You see, there are major ways for one to successfully lucid dream. The first is to recognize that you are dreaming as you fall asleep, and then the lucid dreaming starts. The second is to fall asleep with the intent to have lucid dreams. This second path could have major side effects for first-timers, but Jung Min didn't care about any of that. In order to escape her horrible reality, she closes her eyes, and when she opens them, she suddenly sees herself in her classroom. She quickly realizes that her lucid dreaming has worked. Looking down at her hands, it all looks so real to her. However, she can hardly see what the faces of her classmates look like, but this is because she has hardly seen their faces or heard their names before. Juyeon's face is the only one that she remembers very clearly. She starts telling her childhood friend how relieved she was to see that she had friends in high school, unlike in elementary school. She then asks Juyeon if cutting her off was something so bad, but the girl doesn't respond. Feeling enraged, Jung Min grabs Juyeon and begins letting all the words inside her pour out. Knowing that the girl she's speaking to isn't the real Juyeon, Jung Min falls to her knees, wondering if she wants to hear from the real person. Back in reality, the school teacher assigns someone to collect everyone's notebooks. After the girl collects everyone's books, the last person's own she needs is Jung Min's. Feeling really anxious, she approaches Jung Min, who looks completely dead in the eyes. Jung Min hasn't been getting proper sleep ever since she started lucid dreaming, and the worst part is that all she's been doing is just telling Jonghyun what's been on her mind. Johyun doesn't reply to her because Jung Min is the one who controls her dreams. She admits that she doesn't want to hear anything from Johyun. She thinks it might be because of the fear of hitting another person. Recalling how cheerful Johyun was as a kid, Jung Min decides there's nothing she can do to her. However, if she continues with this pathetic behavior, then nothing will change in her life. When the time to pick a class president came, Hyejin wanted to be the one, but she got rejected because she fools around too much. She then tells the teacher that she wants to recommend Juhyun. Juhyun's grades and leadership make her a suitable candidate for the role, but she would prefer it if someone else took the role instead. However, the other students encourage her and start cheering for her to just do the job. Meanwhile, Jung Min wonders if she'd be able to join in on the fun if she hadn't pushed Juhyun away back when they were kids. While she tries not to think about it too much, Juhyun is then selected to be the class president. Suddenly, Jung Min notices that she's the only person in the classroom. Looking at her phone, she sees that it's time for lunch, so she decides to head over to the snack shop. On her way, she overhears Juhyun's friends telling her to get revenge. Jung Min's heart starts to race when Juhyun doesn't even remember her name. The other girls offer to help Juhyun get revenge, but she decides that she doesn't want to mess with her childhood friend. As they continue to badmouth Jung Min, Juhyun tells them that Jung Min was the one who approached her first. Juhyun already noticed Jung Min quietly standing by the side, and she decided to wait and see what the girl would do. At that moment, Jung Min hides herself and remembers that she cut off Juhyun in the first place because of her horrible personality. Juhyun was always judging people and looking down on them. Now, she enjoys the company of friends while silently tormenting her old friend. Jung Min almost fell for her deceitful character, but she decided it was better not to hang out with delinquents. When she returns to class, she walks past the bullies, ignoring them, but Jung Min calls her attention and says that her skirt is kind of short. Jung Min turns around and starts hearing the class gossiping about her. As everyone stared at her skirt, she could quickly tell that this was another plot that Juhyun had planned out. Jung Min succumbs to the pressure because of all the eyes staring at her. In her moment of anger, she returns to her seat, knowing that any outburst she made would make things worse. In order to keep her sanity, she typed out horrible posts while Juhyun and the rest continued to insult her. The next day, in class, she could barely focus on the lesson, thanks to all the lucid dreams she's been having. Just as she nearly falls asleep, she hears the teacher telling everyone that the lesson will be on the exam. Everyone starts writing things down, but she can't figure out what they're all writing. Since she can't keep herself awake, she decides to close her eyes for a bit, but she falls into a deep sleep. Her colleagues then start getting ready for gym class, and they decide not to wake her up thanks to the rumors of her bullying Juhyun in the past. The girls ignore her and head to the snack shop. While Juhyun's friends make fun of her too, Juhyun looks a little bit concerned, so she tells her friends to head on without her and says she has to head to the nurse's office because she's having cramps. As her friends leave, Juhyun quickly sets her sights on Jung Min. She returns to the class and approaches Jung Min's table, watching her sleep peacefully. Leon recalls that the girl was on her phone earlier, so she searches the table and finds the phone. She unlocks the phone and mocks Jung Min for not putting up better security for her phone. She then tells Jung Min that she should have been nicer to her, but Jung Min is too deep in sleep to hear a single word. Juhyun then goes through the phone and sees the posts that Jung Min has been making about her. With a sinister plot in her mind, she quickly takes a picture of the posts. Later on, Jung Min is startled as the teacher yells her name and asks if she was sleeping during gym class as well. Jung Min is shocked at how time passed so fast. The teacher then tells her to come to the teacher's office when she gets to school the next day. Jung Min clenches her fist in anger, her face full of sadness because no one even bothered to wake her up. As everyone leaves, Juhyun suddenly calls her and gives her a smile, leaving Jung Min very confused. confused. For someone who always laughed at her and hid behind her friends, Jung Min wondered what Juhyun could be thinking. On the way home, Juhyun tells her friends that she finally wants to get revenge on Jung Min and says that what she did to her still hurts. Heejin and the others completely support her and tell her not to feel bad about anything. Chungming wakes up late the next day and tries to quickly freshen up, but the thought of Juhyun's smile the previous day flashes through her mind. When she gets to school, she tries to tell Juhyun and her friends to leave the doorway, but Hyein tells her to use the front door. Surprisingly, Juhyun starts insulting her by calling her filthy and telling her to cut off her bangs because they're ugly. Poor Jungmin can barely contain her racing heart. She wonders if these insults are because she skipped the shower for one day. The whole class talks down on her while praising Juhyun. Jungmin suddenly turns around and stomps out of the class. Tears fill her eyes, and all she can feel is a mix of embarrassment and rage. She swears to kill Juhyun for openly humiliating her like that. Back in class, Juhyun and her friends laugh about what just happened. It also turns out that Juhyun made Jung Min's account public, so everyone can now tell her that it's her who's making those vile posts online. At night, Jung Min lies on her bed, her mind full of sadness as she thinks about the way Juhyun will bully her the next day. With the way she's feeling, she wonders if she should try and get the revenge she wants now. She suddenly hears the doors creak open, and fear fills her body when she realizes it's her father. She sits up to greet him, but the man ignores her and turns away. Seeing that her mom is also at home, she knows that the chaos will soon begin. 5 seconds later, she hears her dad beating up her mom because she was sleeping when he came home. Jung Min curls up in one corner of her room while listening to the chaos, and she wonders why the man even bothers coming home. She blames her father for causing her and her mother to become so weak. Maybe if she were stronger, she would have been able to get back at her bullies by now. Eventually, the chaos dies down and the house becomes quiet. Feeling exhausted, Jung Min falls asleep and suddenly sees herself in an otherworldly place. While trying to grab the floating strings around her, she realizes that she's in a dream and she's been lucid dreaming by accident recently. Recalling the image of her father, she decides to try and get her revenge for just one day. She turns around and manifests the scene of her house. There she hears the loud shattering noises as her dad beats up her mom. Jung Min opens the door and finally confronts her abusive father. He turns to face her and tells her to come closer, but she's too scared to move an inch. The man then approaches his daughter, ready to beat her to death, but Jung Min quickly slams him to the ground and starts squeezing his neck. Her face lights up in joy as she sees how she has completely overpowered her father. Right now, she can only think about killing him, so she squeezes harder on his neck. Eventually, she hears a loud thud as her father's head lands on the ground. Realizing what she has done, tears start to flow down her eyes, but it's already too late. Still, Jung Min is in disbelief as she looks down at her hands, realizing that she used these hands to end her father. Her heart starts beating really fast as fear and anxiety take over her body. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality and realizes that it was all a dream. While she's still stunned, her father walks into the room, and she glances at him before he turns around and slams the door. It's a bit ironic and funny for her to see that he's completely fine. Later, she rushes to school because she's very late, and she would rather not suffer any more humiliation. She suddenly bumps into a stranger, but she apologizes and continues running. Luckily, she makes it in time before the school bell rings. She staggers to her seat and picks up her phone, only to hear people insulting her and assuming she didn't shower, but she only forgot to dry her hair. In order to let out her anger, she quickly starts making posts, calling out all the bullies who are making fun of her. It's quite pathetic that this is the only way she can relieve herself. Suddenly, she turns around and sees Juyeon approaching her. The girl shoves a phone in her face and shows her the account she's been using to make all those hateful posts. Jung Min can't comprehend how Juhyun found out about her account because she set it to be private. Fearing the worst, she tries to deny that the account belongs to her, but Juhyun can already tell who the initials belong to. It's also obvious that it's only she who would talk about the girls in that manner. Her classmates start to get a hint of what's going on as Juhyun reads out the latest post that Jung Min posted. Jung Min becomes very uneasy and speechless as her classmates realize what she's done. As she tries to deny all the accusations, Jo-hyun tells her to prove it by showing her phone, but she's too scared to do it. As Jo-hyun snatches the phone, the same scenario in her earlier lucid dream plays out. Jo-hyun reveals that Jung Min is using the same account that she saw. In the end, Jung Min suffers more and more humiliation. Before she can say anything, Ju-yeon slaps her, shocking the rest of the class. Jung Min can't defend herself anymore. Her heart sinks into her stomach, and she wonders what she could have done to be treated like this. She recalls all the bad things that were said about her, and asks herself what she did that was so wrong. Later on, she heads over to the teacher's office, where she tells her teacher that she's not feeling so well. The man sees that she looks completely wretched, but he still tells her to attend all her classes. As he starts yelling at her for missing gym class, Jung Min yells back, begging the man to just leave her alone. She returns to her lucid dream with the guts to finally confront Juhyun there. She wonders if what she's doing right now is right, since she's the victim in all of this. She grabs Juhyun by the hair, knowing that whatever she does in these dreams, in there, she is the law and she is God, but back in reality, she's the usual weird girl who always falls asleep in class. Her classmates continued to taunt and insult her more until she finally woke up. All she could think of was how she wanted to destroy all of them. With more people picking on her, the lucid dreams were no longer enough to quell her rage. The moment she killed her father in her dreams, she didn't know if she was filled with guilt or the thrill of killing someone. Any way she could find out was to experiment, so she decided not to think about it so much. Back in her dreams, she picked up a pair of scissors to put an end to Juhyun. But is this why she started lucid dreaming in the first place? Eventually, she came to the conclusion that her dreams wouldn't change anything in the real world. In her dreams, Jaehoon could only cry in pain as the blood gushed out from her body. Unknown to Jung Min, there was an unknown guy there who found her interesting. The next day, Jung Min gets ready for school, feeling a lot better thanks to all the stress she released in her dreams. She gets to school, where she hears Hae-jin talking about how Juhyun hasn't been picking up her calls. She's surprised that her #1 bully isn't in school, but maybe she can finally get some peace for the day. When the teacher enters the class, he tells them that Juhyun is in the hospital due to an unexpected accident. Hyun worries that her friend might be sick, but the teacher tells them that Juhyun lost consciousness when she suddenly started bleeding in the middle of the night. While the whole class is confused about this sudden occurrence, Jung Min recalls what she did to Juhyun in her dreams. But this couldn't be the cause of the accident, could it? Regardless, she suspects her lucid dreams may have had an effect in real life. The thought of being able to control Juhyun lights up her face, and she wonders if she has special abilities. However, after seeing the way her classmates are talking about the matter, she realizes that she's just having foolish fantasies. Eventually, Juhyun returned to school and everyone else was really happy to see her. Jung Min can't stand the way everyone is being so nice to Juhyun, and it makes her sick to her stomach. However, she starts paying attention when Juhyun tells her friends that she had a dream about someone chasing and stabbing her with a knife. She couldn't recall the face of the person in her dream, but she remembered that it was a man with white hair. Hyejin notices that Jung Min is looking in their direction, so she calls her out for eavesdropping on their conversation. The girl calls Jung Min a freak and says she wants to kill her, but Juhyun tells her to calm down and not waste her time on someone like her. Juhyun assumes that Jung Min must have been happy when she wasn't at school, and then she tells her that it's because of her attitude that people find her creepy. The girls then walk off while praising Juhyun for being a saint. On the other hand, Jung Min returns to her dreams and confronts Hyejin for saying that she wants to kill her just by looking at her face. She points out that she gets the same feeling from just looking at the horrible bully. After yelling at her, she manifests a knife and decides to make Hyejin suffer like Juhyun. Suddenly, she hears a strange voice asking if she wants those dreams to come true. When she turns around, she sees a strange man with white hair creepily staring at her. Jung Min wonders why this guy is there because she never called him into the dream in the first place. As he slowly approaches her, she starts freaking out because she can't control what's happening anymore. In the blink of an eye, he shows up in her face and points out that she's frustrated because she can't control her dream, but he lets her know that he's not one of her creations. Straight up, he tells her that he's fond of her and he can also make all her bullies disappear if she so wishes. Jung Min is confused by the man's words and she goes silent while thinking if she should really accept his offer. She then asks who he is in the first place because she never called him into her dream. The guy's quite amazed by how calm she's acting instead of lashing out like she does to her creations. Feeling a bit flustered, she grabs him and anxiously asks when he started watching her. He wonders if she's scared that he'll tell someone about what's been happening, but it's all a dream and no one would be silly enough to believe him even if he tried. He grabs her hand and lets her know that he just wants to help her. On the other hand, Jung Min wants to know who he is and how he got into her dream. He softly mumbles about her not being able to recognize his face, but she doesn't understand what he's talking about. Seeing that she should read about the urban legends and articles on lucid dreaming, he asks her if she remembers who this man is. This man is someone who enters people's dreams and he is the only entity that they can't control. It was proven that this urban legend was false, but Jung Min noticed that he looked completely different from the pictures she saw on the internet. After that, this man asks her once again if she wants to serve justice with him. Suddenly, Jung Min remembered that Juhyun described a man with white hair who chased and stabbed her in her dream. Looking at the man in front of her, she starts to tremble in fear. This man feels she's been mesmerized by his good looks, but she suddenly starts running away from him. Jung Min can tell there's something evil about the man, and although she wants his help to get back at her bullies, she doesn't feel he can be trusted. He doesn't even know who this person is, so how could she possibly trust him? As she runs off, this strange man just laughs at her for being a scaredy cat. Back in school, Jung Min continues to receive her daily dose of bullying from Hyejin and the others. She remains speechless as they tell her that it's karma for what she's done. Despite all their taunts, she refuses to react to them. After the girls run off, Juhyun notices that Jung Min has stopped reacting to all the insults. A girl known as Enju then approaches her and tells her that their homeroom teacher wants her to come to the teacher's office. As Juhyun heads off, Enju praises her for being so nice to remember people's names. On the other hand, the girl with her doesn't see anything special about that, but she decides to keep quiet in order not to cause problems. When school ended, Jung Min was glad to finally leave, but she didn't want to go home either. She admits that she was too much of a coward to react to the taunts she received in school. She only knows how to stand up for herself in her dreams, but in reality, she's just a piece of trash. Suddenly, she noticed that the person in front of her dropped something on the ground. She finds out that it's a cartoon sticker, but she wonders how the guy would react if she returned it. Suddenly, the guy starts freaking out because he can't find the sticker, and he says he spent all of his allowance just to get it. While he decides to go look for it, Jung Min approaches him and shows him the sticker. He humbly thanks her and asks for her name, which leaves her speechless. She She introduces herself, and the boy reveals that they are the same age. She agrees for the guy to speak casually to her, but she wonders why he wants to talk to a creep like herself. He recalls meeting her one day when she was rushing to school and she suddenly bumped into him. Jung Min is stunned to see that he even remembers that. The guy introduces himself as Jahyuk Jo and asks if he can say hi the next time he runs into her. The entire conversation is awkward for her, but she doesn't hate it. It's been so long since she had a proper conversation with someone, so this little encounter brings a warm smile to her face. Leon Min heads to school the next day, feeling much more rested since she hasn't been lucid dreaming these past few days. She feels anxious going back because she still wonders who the strange man with white hair actually is. While she's lost in her thoughts, a shadow approaches and she turns around to see Jaehook, who was trying to surprise her. She's surprised to see him and he cheerfully greets her. Feeling flustered, she moved away to get some distance because of how close he was standing to her. Jung Min remembers that he wanted to say hi the next time they met, but she's surprised that he's actually trying to have a conversation with her. The guy thanks her for making his journey to school not so boring. While Jung Min still feels very nervous, she can still tell that they both live in completely different worlds. As they walk to their different schools together, she occasionally glances at him but is too nervous to say anything. As he strikes up a conversation, she responds like a scared puppy. Jahyuk tells her about how his friend was blaming him for a loss in a game because they didn't play together. However, Jung Min is confused about what to say that would sound right. She ends up giving a mundane response and immediately regrets it because it makes her look like she wasn't paying attention. She wasn't this bad in conversations when she was much younger. When the guy stops talking, she assumes that he's already tired of her. How could someone like her ever expect to talk to a normal boy? Regardless, she doesn't want to end things so suddenly with him. She then asks him about the sticker she picked up previously and lies about being interested in cartoons. Jaehook gets really excited to hear that she's interested because his friends don't really care. He says he started watching the cartoon because he found it cute, but not only that, it also teaches some moral lessons. Although the name of the cartoon seems to be a knockoff, Jaehook says it has nothing to do with the one that is said to be the original. He tells her to read it and let him know if she does. After that, he asks for her number and calls her so that she can save his own contact as well. They eventually get to school, so he has to leave, but he doesn't want to. Jung Min is surprised that the guy actually enjoyed talking to her, and he says that there's more he even wants to talk about. Her face lights up with joy as he offers to call her after school so that they can walk home together. Eventually, walking home together became normal between the two of them, and she got more comfortable talking to Jiha. Back home, she can't help but remember how much she talked about the cartoon, so she decides to give the show a try. While watching it, Jung Min lights up with laughter, and for the first time in a long while, she's actually having fun. She lets the guy know that she really enjoyed the cartoon. Despite the fact that her bullies still taunted her in school, she felt much better because she could always talk to Jaehyuk. Jaehoon and her friends wonder why Jung Min is always smiling at her phone, and they suspect that she's still making hateful posts about them. Enju tells Haejun to crush our girl like she did to other kids in the past. Haejun sees Haejun giving her a weird look, making her feel very anxious. After that, they return to class and are dismissed for the day. As Jaehoon heads home, she sees Jung Min happily talking with Jaehyuk. Hoyeon, the way she laughs reminds Jaehoon of how happy she used to be in her younger days, which leaves her wondering who this new guy is. Jaehoon realizes that this is the guy who makes Jung Min so happy these days. The jealousy in her soul grows. She was getting bored because Jung Min was no longer reacting to her taunts, but now she's eager to know what her expression would be when she gets betrayed by those she trusts. The next day in school, Jung Min mistakenly bumps into Haejin to ask about the class they have next. Surprisingly, Haejin just scoffs and walks away from her. Recently, she hardly gets bullied anymore, and her classmates don't show any interest in her. Although she's still alone, she still has Jaehook. Suddenly, she gets a text from the guy, telling her about the way his classmates always make fun of him. The whole thing was really funny to her, and while she laughed with joy, no one thought about bothering her, and most of all, she didn't see the need for lucid dreams anymore. While she's stuck on her phone, some of her classmates call out to her, and she wonders why they're even talking to her. One of the girls is eager to know who's making her smile so much these days, but Jung Min feels like this is just another plot to bully her. However, the girl is happy to see her smiling and says it's nice for her to lighten up. She even goes ahead to ask her to hang out, which leaves Jung Min shocked. Jung Min would have probably had a lot of friends if it wasn't for Haejin and all those other bullies. She then asks the girls for their names, and they immediately get upset because she doesn't even know the names of her classmates. The girl in glasses introduces herself as Sora Choi, while the other is Eun Yusei. After that, they decide to head over to the snack shop. Jung Min is shocked when they tell her to tag along. It becomes another moment of joy for her. But she still suspects that these girls may have some other intentions. However, they all just went to the bathroom together, ate lunch, and went to the snack shop. Having these kinds of friends was so special that she ended up setting her suspicions aside. One day, Sora ends up asking her for money again, and she promises to pay it back the next day. She says it's because her parents are on a business trip, and she won't get her allowance until a week later. Enju talks down to her for always borrowing money and tells her to grow up, but Sora points out that she always pays her debts. As the two girls stare coldly at each other, Jung Min breaks it up and offers to pay for Sora's meal. She hopes that the three of them will continue to remain friends like this if she keeps being the mediator. With classes over, she approaches her two friends, eager to walk home together with them. They tell her that they're gonna hang out together at a new amusement park, which is quite shocking because Sora said she didn't have any money earlier. Jung Min then asks if she can go with them for makeup shopping, but they laugh at her, saying that she wouldn't even understand what they were doing. So they tell her to go home instead. As they bid each other farewell, Jung Min gets that cold feeling again. She assumes it's because Enju and Sora have been friends with each other for a longer time, so she decides it's nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, this man is still in the dream world, wondering when Jung Min will return. Jung Min got to school the next week, but she still couldn't shake off the memory of Sora and Enju leaving her behind. She gets to class and Sora calls her over to see something. At the same time, Jaehoon and her friends are still ignoring her. Sora then shows our girl some funny pictures of Enju, which makes her laugh. She says the amusement park was really fun and asks Jung Min to come with them next time, explaining that they only had 2 tickets when they went. Because of this, Jung Min feels a bit relieved that her suspicions were wrong. When Yuju walks into the class, Sora tells her that she was showing Jung Min those funny pictures of her, but she doesn't find it funny one bit. Eunju lashes out at Sora, saying she never gave her permission to show those pictures, and she tells the girl that she's always acting rude. She even goes ahead to call it a crime, leaving Sora in utter disbelief. Jung Min becomes very uncomfortable as the 2 girls start arguing with each other. She tries to stop them, but Sora leaves angrily and says she'll delete the pictures. After that, Jung Min apologizes to Eunju for looking at the pictures, but Eunju wonders why Sora had to show Jung Min of all people. Upon hearing this, Jung Min asks her to repeat herself, but she acts like she didn't say anything. Later, she gets a text from Sora telling her to come to the faculty restroom. When she gets there, she sees Sora trembling. Sora suddenly screams and curses out Eunju for always acting like she's so cool. She says she's been friends with Eunju since grade school and the girl always looks down on her. Sora could also tell that Eunju must have said something mean to Jung Min as well. She warns Jung Min to be careful of the girl and lets her know that Eunju is one of Jaehyun's worshippers. Yeonju would probably give anything to be one of Yeohyun's lapdogs, but she's not fond of typical school bullies like Yeojin. Sora doesn't see why Yeonju should like Choyeon after becoming friends with Jung Min, so she tells Jung Min that she's on her side in order to gain her trust, and she tells her to keep what they talked about as a secret. Jung Min figured out that Yeonju and Sora had a complicated relationship, but the 2 girls continued talking with each other as if nothing happened. However, she believes that out of the 3 of them, she won't be the one getting kicked out of the group. She truly believes that Sora is on her side. After spending an entire day trying to understand her 2 friends, Jung Min admits she's happier than when she was being bullied. She considers lucid dreaming for the night, but fears that the strange man will show up again. Regardless, she decides to have her lucid dream in order to get some proper rest. As soon as she gets there, she opens her eyes and sees this man happily staring at her. She screams in shock as he tells her that he's been waiting for her to return. Why the hell would this strange guy be waiting for her of all people? He tells her that it's because she's the most fun and that he still wants to help her. He feels bad about the bad things she has to go through every day in school, but Jung Min denies ever being in such a predicament. She doesn't want him to pity her based on what he's only seen in the dream world. As she recalls the recent days she's had with her new friends, she tells herself that she's not an outcast. The strange man figured that she stopped lucid dreaming because her life has been worth living recently, but he asked if she was sure that it would last. Also, her bullies still haven't been dealt with for the horrible things they did to her. He offers her his help once again so that she can truly be free. Jung Min couldn't deny a single thing the strange man told her, and he spoke as if he understood her feelings more than she did. She was grateful for getting a break from all the bullying, but deep down she knew that Jaehyun and the rest still had some sinister plans. She recalls how he offered her a chance to serve justice, and now he's extending his hand to her again. Jung Min pauses as a cold chill runs down her spine, and she rejects his help. This man is disappointed because it's no fun for him, but he tells her to come find him if someone new makes her life difficult. She wonders who would make things hard for her again, and he tells her that it could be the new friends she has now. She refuses to believe that, and he apologizes, but it's more like Jung Min is hoping that it really won't be her new friends. Meanwhile, Sora chats with some other friends about how she can easily take advantage of Jung Min, but it's still true that she hates Eunchu. While going through her chat rooms, she sees a text about Yujong breaking up with her boyfriend. She asks a girl known as Dasum if this is true, but the girl doesn't have any concrete answer either. Suddenly, Yujong Min calls her attention and asks to go to the snack shop with her. Sora finds her annoying for even bothering to call her, so she asks where Eunju is. Junju feels Sora would have preferred to go without Eunju since she doesn't feel comfortable around her. Sora wonders why she's trying to hang out alone with her, but she admits that it's better than having Eunju around her. With a sinister smile on her face, she agrees to head out with Jung Min. It's all part of her plan to get Jung Min to trust her. On their way, they bump into Eunju, who's just coming from the bathroom. Sora tells her that they're headed to the snack shop, so Eunju asks them to wait for her. Suddenly, she starts saying that Jung Min can't wait for her, making our girl look bad. On the other hand, Jung Min misreads the situation and assumes that Sora doesn't want to be around Eunju. Sora agrees to wait, but she tugs on Jung Min's hand as if asking her to disagree. The poor girl ends up saying she can't wait, so Sora quickly takes off with her. Eunju then calls out to Jung Min and asks why she can't just speak for herself and talk to her directly. Jung Min gets visibly upset when the girl asks her how she'll function in society if she continues like this, but Sora tells her to let it go. girl. Due to this, she thought that Eunju's actions would only make her and Sora get closer, but that was not the case. Sora and Eunju continued to be close friends, leaving Jung Min as the third wheel. After school, they bid her farewell, while Jung Min stands petrified and completely speechless. It's obvious that Sora doesn't like Eunju, given the way she always talks badly about her, calling her cringe for always trying to mimic Eunju. Jung Min never felt guilty about gossiping about a friend either, because this was something she needed to relieve herself of. However, Jung Min noticed that Sora hated a lot of other girls in their class. She would talk badly about Yeonji and Sungha as well, and Jung Min felt this was their little secret. Eventually, Sora told her she was lucky to be an only child, but Jung Min didn't feel that way. She never felt loved, but she didn't know if her history was something she wanted to tell Sora. As she held the information back, Sora called Jung Mi annoying, and Jung Min felt like she had done something bad. Back in the present, she asked the girls if they were going home, and when they told her yes, she pointed out that they don't live in that direction. She finally sees that it's the girls who are truly friends with each other and not her. Eunju calls her out for acting creepy, but she is only curious about where they are going. She wonders if it's a bad thing to be curious. Eunju just sighs at her and says this is why no one likes her. At that moment, she recalled the strange man telling her that it might be her friends who would give her a tough time. Jung Min gets back home in the evening. She slowly drops her bag on the floor and then curls herself up in one corner of her room. The next day, while Sora and Eunju are happily talking with each other, our girl approaches Eunju and asks if she wants to go to the snack shop. She even offers to buy chocolate milk for her, but Eunju tells her to just go with Sora like she did the last time. Jung Min apologizes and they agree to go with her. On their way, Eunju says she forgot her phone, so Jung Min happily offers to go and get it. As she leaves, Sora lets out an evil laugh. Jung Min realized that she had become arrogant and forgotten her place in the school. She thought she had escaped Jaehoon's taunts, but when she returned to class, there was nothing but cold silence and evil stares to welcome her. It's obvious that no one was ever on her side, but she pretended not to see the signs. As she grabs Yeonju's friends, she wonders how the two people she thought of as real friends could be so mean to her. When class is dismissed for the day, she tries to occupy her mind with her phone, but she suddenly hears Sora and Yeonju talking. She tries to approach them, but immediately withdraws because it's not like they'd want to walk home with her. On her way out, she bumps into Jaehyuk, who looks very happy to see her. He had texted her surprisingly, even though he said he had plans, but she told him that it was alright. He explains that his friend held him prisoner to play video games, and he barely made it out to meet up with her. Feeling very sad, she asks Jaehyuk if he's actually okay with hanging out with her. She feels he'd have more fun with his friends, and says that he's also out of her league. And as soon as she says that, she starts feeling like a loser who's just looking for someone to comfort her. However, Jaehyuk tells her that there's nothing wrong with her. He doesn't even see why there should be leagues between friends. Jung Min recalls that she used to think like that as well. Then, the guy tells her that he's never thought of anyone being beneath him. He doesn't see himself as that much of a cool person, and he also feels like looks don't matter. He then musters up the courage to tell her that she looks pretty, and that he doesn't want her to look down on herself. Jung Min's eyes fill with tears, but she admits that what he said wasn't uncomfortable for her. However, deep down in her heart, she feels like he's the best person she's ever met, and she doesn't think she deserves all these nice compliments. She recalls how she had fun gossiping about friends and even hurting people in her dreams. Despite the fact that he doesn't know her true nature, Jung Min still thanks him for the compliment because it makes her really happy. She stares at him with googly eyes, admiring all his unique features, and she wonders if he would think she's a creep for this. Since there's no one who's on her side, she comforts herself by making Jaehyuk her boyfriend in her dreams. Just as the two of them are about to kiss, the strange man pops up and wonders why she's being so romantic. Due to this, he thinks she's no different from every other person. The strange man was only attracted to her because of the way she stabbed Juyeon and had such evil eyes. Jung Min tells Jaehyuk in her dreams that she's been having hard times and she wants him to always be by her side, and as he responds, she notices that something is off. She looks up, only to see the strange man staring down at her. Looking completely flustered, she tells him to stop messing with her dreams. The guy starts trying to get some info on Jaehyuk, but Jung Min refuses to tell him anything. He then asks her for a story and tells her that he basically lives in the dream world. He also points out that she doesn't have the chance to talk to anyone like this. Jung Min admits that he's right, so she decides to indulge him. Later on, the strange man finds out about the issue of her being stuck between two friends. She points out that they never wanted to be nice to her in the first place. The strange guy leaves no comments, so Jung Min asks why he's not sharing his opinion on the matter. He says he's only going to listen because he feels that she doesn't like it when he tells her what to do. Jung Min gets pissed off because she just wanted the guy to complain with her. She decides to leave and prepare for school the next day. The strange man then tells her that her new friends probably have issues with their own reputations based on their personalities. She wonders what his point is, and he tells her that there might be something else they want from her. In school, Jung Min is stuck thinking about what these girls could want from her. However, Sora and Eunju have been visibly leaving her out of plans more often. When she decides to take a quick nap, the girls approach her and ask if she wants to go to a new cafe with them. She wonders why they're even asking her to go out suddenly, but she tells them that she's kind of tired. Sora says they really want to go with her, but Jung Min doubts it. However, she decides to tag along even if it's for 1 second. She decided to pretend like she couldn't help but tag along, but she wondered why Sora was acting so nice again. She recalls the strange man's words and wonders what the girl could want. Later on, they head over to the cafe where Sora is eager to try the popular drink there. Jung Min decides to have a normal Americano coffee, but Sora tells her to try something more expensive. Sora's persistence gets annoying, so Jung Min tells her that she doesn't have enough money. Surprisingly, the girl offers to pay for Jung Min. It's quite shocking and obvious that Sora is acting differently, but Jung Min can't tell why. Suddenly, the girls tell her that they want to talk to her about something. Sora can tell that there's a lot she's upset about, and she says that they weren't avoiding her to make her feel like an outcast. According to her, Jung Min told them to stop hanging out with her recently because she didn't like seeing them hanging out with Jung Min. When Jung Min asks why they didn't just tell her, Sora says she didn't want to open up her old wounds. Apparently, Yeonju also felt bad about all the mean things she said. Sora explained that they brought Jung Min to clear up the air on what had been happening. Poor Jung Min wonders if this is really the truth, but even if it is, it doesn't explain the distance she had been feeling. She also wonders if it's right for her to argue back, and she fears what would happen. She sees this as a chance to get these girls to like her again. If not, things would return to how they used to be. She then tells them that she's fine and thanks them for telling her the truth. As soon as Sora felt relieved, she started talking badly about Juhyun, causing Jung Min to have suspicions. However, she tells Sora that she never bullied Juhyun in elementary school, and it's all a lie. She says they just grew apart, but people keep spreading rumors and making it look like she's the bad person. Sora and Eunju then ask her to tell them the truth so that they never have to believe the rumors again. Jung Min wants to tell them, but she knows she can't completely trust them yet. She finally decides to tell them, but she wants to twist the story to favor herself, believing that it'll still be the plain and simple truth. Her alarm wakes her up the next morning, but she barely got enough sleep because she was up late, telling Sora about her childhood. In the end, it just makes her heart feel heavier. It might be that they found her story amusing, but they started including her in their activities more than before. The more they hung out, the more Juhyun would gossip about Juhyun, and the girls really enjoyed it. But she eventually ran out of gossip, and when she tried to have other types of conversations, it was quite hard for her. When she heads into the restroom, she suddenly sees Juhyun there and gets confused about what to do. However, the girl asks her why she's just standing at the door. Juhyun tells her that it's obvious when she's thinking of something sinister. He can tell that Jung Min is having fun with her friends, but Juhyun wonders how long she thinks it'll last. As she leaves, Jung Min stands, petrified, trembling in fear. After classes, she rushes to Sora and Eunju to ask if they'll all be hanging out. Sadly, they tell her that they're going to study again. Even when Jung Min desperately offers to give them some gossip, Sora says she's uninterested. The girls bid her farewell, and on their way home, Eunju points out that they were asked to hang out with her by Juhyun. However, they actually hate Jung Min and think nothing good of her. Apparently, they plan to set up Jung Min just to see if she would actually trash talk Juhyun. Jung Min, who's eavesdropping on them, finally realizes that the friendship was all a lie. After realizing the truth, Jung Min returns to her lucid dreams and tells the strange man that she wants to get revenge on her bullies. She asks him to serve justice for her because she's tired of acting like a fool. When she returns to school, Eunju asks if she's coming to the snack shop with them. The girl urges her to come quickly as Juhyun enters the class. Sora also urges her to come, and she agrees to go with them. She simply watches the girls happily discussing with themselves while waiting for the right time. Back in her dreams, the strange man agreed to help her, but she had some questions for him. She asked him if he was the one who hurt Juhyun in her sleep back then, and he was surprised that she actually found out. Before she asks any other questions, he decides to explain his actual abilities to her. The guy started off with basic lucid dreaming, but evolved into someone who could astral project and enter other people's dreams. However, his abilities still grew to the point of being able to affect the real world. This was how he was able to hurt Juhyun. He also admits that it's possible to kill people, but he needs to put in a little more work for that. So far as Jung Min has this guy, her bullies won't show up. But is this all she can get? She wonders if a little physical pain will make them suffer more than her. Will these evil girls be able to see that it's their punishment for everything they've done to her? The guy then tells her that he won't be back for a while, so she's free to do whatever she wants. Jung Min changes her mind and tells him to act as her backup because she wants to be the one to get revenge by herself. The next day, when the time for gym arrives, she sees her chance to carry out her plan. Since their gym uniforms don't have pockets, everyone has to leave their items in the classroom. As they head outside for volleyball practice, the girls are told to group themselves in pairs. On any other day, Jung Min would have been terrified since she has no one to pair with, but right now, she happily welcomes it. She already has it all planned out with the man in her dreams, and her first target is Sora since she's the easiest. She tells the guy to get some information about Sora from her phone, phone. Sora is the kind who likes talking bad about others behind their backs, and this is because there are people who always enjoy her stories. Jung Min doesn't believe in astral projection, but she can find out now by checking if the password that this man told her is right. Surprisingly, she unlocks the phone and realizes that the guy was telling her the truth. With the little time she has, she quickly searches through the phone, hoping to find something. She then comes across a group chat where Sora is saying bad things about her. The other girls in the group chat happen to be her classmates as well. She goes to another chat room and sees Sora talking badly about some other people. From the information there, she can tell that there are at least 10 people whom Sora has used. If the class found out about this, Sora would be in a worse position than Jung Min. She decides to send the pictures of the chat to her phone and back them up as well. Since they're all high schoolers, they always think the same way, and so far as she has the dream guy with her, there's nothing Jung Min needs to be afraid of. After classes, she approaches Sora and says she has something to talk to her about. Sora, hoping that this will be fun, immediately agrees. As Jung Min leads her to somewhere private, she quickly texts her group chat about what's happening. While she snickers and taps away on her phone, Jung Min can already tell what she's doing. When they get to the place, Jung Min calls her out for working with Juhyun to embarrass her. Upon hearing this, Sora becomes quite anxious and tries to deny it, but Jung Min lets her know that she heard everything that she and Unju were saying. Since she's already been caught, Sora starts calling our girl a creepy stalker, saying that it's a crime. Now she sounds just like Unju. Jung Min brings out her phone and shows Sora the picture of her group chat. As soon as she sees it, Sora's heart sinks, and she wonders how Jung Min got it. Jung Min tells her not to try and snatch the phone because she already has everything backed up somewhere else. She threatens to show the class the pictures if Sora tries anything, and the girl is left too scared and speechless. All Jung Min wanted was genuine friends who liked her, but she has given up on all of that. Sora quickly falls to her knees, apologizing and begging Jung Min not to spread the pictures. Jung Min can't believe that she was so hung up over someone so pathetic. She then asks Sora to tell her Juhyun's plans. Sora says they were just called over by Juhyun one day, and Unju probably agreed to the plan because of how obsessed she is with Juhyun. On the other hand, Sora only agreed because she saw Jung Min as an easy target she could mess with. She apologizes again, but Jung Min doesn't want to hear her filthy apologies. Jung Min gives the girl a chance to redeem herself by telling Sora to hang out with her always, no matter what. She tells Sora to defend her when the situation calls for it, and not to make her angry anymore. She notices Sora looking at her weirdly and wonders if she'd rather not carry out her request, but Sora nervously agrees to do it. Jung Min doubts that Juhyun really feels sorry for her because she's not the type to wish her well. Unju sees the two of them walking back into class and angrily asks where they've been. She assumes that Jung Min was trying to exclude her again, but Jung Min says that she just needed to talk to Sora about something and it'd be a problem if Ujin overheard them. Sora freaks out and quickly defends Jung Min, saying that there's nothing wrong with what she did. Ujin is confused about why she's acting so weirdly, but Sora suddenly decides to go to the bathroom with Jung Min, who is enjoying the chaos that is slowly unfolding. In the bathroom, Jung Min commends Sora on doing a good job, and the girl tells her that she can keep up with it. Maybe now she'll understand how it feels to suck up to someone who's a fellow student. Sora continues defending Jung Min at any point that Yujin tries to say something. Eventually, Unju ends up becoming the third wheel. The next day, Jung Min sees Unju in class alone without Sora. As she greets her, Unju asks her why Sora is suddenly sucking up to her, but our girl plays dumb. Unju tries to find the words to tell her, but she can't. Usually she's good at instigating people, but she's speechless now. Ever since Sora turned on her, she doesn't know what to do anymore. Jung Min can tell that she's afraid of being alone. She starts mocking the girl for not being able to talk without Sora around. She even goes ahead to say she'll become a social outcast, just like Unju once said to her. As Sora walks into the class, Unju quickly grabs her and says they need to talk, but she seems anxious until Jung Min tells her to go on. The two girls head outside, and Unju asks her friend why she's suddenly acting so strange and clinging to Jung Min. She tells Sora all the things that Jung Min had said to her, and says that our girl is mean for attacking her. But Sora tells her that she said these same things to Jung Min. Sora takes Jung Min's side, leaving Unju in despair. Unju then calls her out for always switching up on people. She starts bad-mouthing Jung Min, calling her a bully, and telling Sora to grow up and think for once. Sadly, Sora is completely terrified and asks Unju if she's just using her as an easy target. Unju is shocked by Sora's words, but Sora decides to give the girl a piece of her mind. She says that she doesn't introduce people to Unju because anyone she ever introduces to the girl hates her. Not only that, but Unju would always lecture them whenever they were having fun and making everything so weird. For someone who always talks down on everyone, she never realized what people would think of it, aside from Sora. She doesn't even have any other friends because she can't see her own flaws. Unju then calls out Sora for always gossiping about other people's misfortunes. In a boiling rage, she yells out about how Sora told everyone in grade school that her parents were getting divorced. Due to that, everyone acted weirdly towards her because Sora couldn't keep her mouth shut. The other students kept gossiping about her, and this is what made Unju hate the fact that Sora talked about other people's secrets. That's why she was so upset when Sora showed Jung Min pictures of her. She blames Sora for being the way she is now. On the other hand, Sora doesn't know why she's upset over something that happened in grade school. She thinks thinks Unju is just a loser who always tries to act cool. She turns to leave and decides that they shouldn't be talking to each other anymore. As she leaves, Unju falls to her knees and starts crying. Back in class, Hyejin approaches Juhyun and asks her to come to the snack shop with her, but Juhyun ignores her. She then sees that a lot of people are gathered around Junmin, and she can't stand the sight of it. It's also probably why Juhyun is in a bad mood. Then she can't even tell what Juhyun is thinking. She decides to leave. Juhyun then approaches Unju, who's sitting by herself. They head outside, where Juhyun asks the girl why she's all alone. Unju tells her that Jung Min is actually really evil, and she can now understand what it feels like to be betrayed by someone she calls a friend. However, Juhyun doesn't care about any of that. She just wants to know why Unju is with Jung Min. Yeonju apologizes and explains that Jung Min must have done something to separate her and Sora. Juhyun doesn't understand why Sora is suddenly sucking up to her former best friend. Yeonju suspects that Jung Min overheard their conversation about her, but she doesn't feel like what they said was wrong. She's more upset at Sora, who's only bothered about her reputation. She was hoping that being on Jilhyun's side would make the girl save her, but Jilhyun just thanked her for the info and walked out. Yeonju stops her and asks if that's all she's going to say. At that moment, she realizes that she's truly all alone now, but Yuhyun wonders how this concerns her. Yujin asks her to at least eat lunch with her sometime, but she gets annoyed by the girl's pathetic behavior. She refuses the girl's request, and when Yunju tries to insist, she smacks her hand away and tells her to read the room. She tells Yunju that it'll be embarrassing to be seen with her. She doesn't care if Uju has friends or not, and she even tells her that the color she's wearing looks awful on her. Juhyun never expected Jung Min to take control of the situation, and she wonders how it was possible. While she's lost in thought, Haejin calls her attention and asks what she's thinking about. They're supposed to go for karaoke, but Juhyun decides she's not going because she wants to rest at home. This leaves Haejin in a tough spot because the other guys who were supposed to come only agreed because Juhyun was showing up. As she keeps calling out to her friend, Juhyun suddenly flips out and asks if she's supposed to be her sidekick. She calls Haejin a pathetic person for not being able to make friends if she's not there. When someone calls Haejin, the girl remains silent as her anger slowly takes over. As Juhyun leaves the class, she ends the call she gets from Yuju. Then she sees Jung Min, who meets up with Jaehyuk. She recalls the first time she came across the guy before. The next day, one of Sora's friends, Yeonji-jo, asks Sora if she really wants them to hang out with Jung Min instead of Yunju. The other friend, Sun Gagwan, also asks her if it's something she can't tell them on Katak and why she's being quiet in the group. Sora then tells them that there's a bit of a situation behind it. She reminds them that they said they felt back about how Unju treated her, but they still find it weird that she's looking out for Jung Min. As they keep asking her questions, Sora tells them that it will be better than hanging out in an awkward odd number. She also says that they will feel more comfortable around Jung Min than Yunju. Jung Min's school life was now more stable. After gaining a friend group, her classmates stopped picking on her so much. People like Juyeon can't treat her poorly anymore, and she loved the look on Juyeon's face. Later on, Yuju asks Haejin if something is up between her and Juyeon. She says that they haven't said anything to each other all day. Since Juyeon doesn't really talk, Haeju is convinced that there is something wrong for Haejin to be quiet. Haejin denies ever fighting with Juhyun, but Yuji says she can't fool her. Haejin decides to go back to the classroom while the girl yells at her. Haejin wonders what she's supposed to do about Juhyun's sudden behavior. She knows there's nothing she can even say because everyone is on Juhyun's side. Meanwhile, Sora asks Yeonji if she wants to go eat tteokbokki after school, but Yeonji tells her that she's meeting up with her boyfriend later. Sunga then calls her out for bragging about having a boyfriend. He recalls seeing Jung Min leaving school with a boy the previous day, but Jung Min tells them that the boy isn't her boyfriend. While Sora and Yeonji freak out about her response, she tells them that the guy isn't her boyfriend yet, which leaves them completely stunned. Jung Min didn't even realize what she was doing before she said it. When they ask her for pictures, she tells them that she doesn't have any. However, she hopes that it isn't a lie. She also doesn't think that the chances of Jaehyuk being her boyfriend are non-existent. Afterwards, she returns to the dream world and asks the white-hailed man to get Jaehyuk to date her, but the man is in disbelief. He tells her to get real and points out that her school life has gotten better after threatening Sora. He asks about Yoonju, and Jung Min confirms that the girl is all on her own now. She then asks the man what's happening in his life for him to always be in a hospital gown, but he shoves the topic aside by telling her not to worry about it. Every time she asks the guy about himself, he always ignores her or changes the subject. She feels it's unfair that she's the only one who doesn't know the kind of person he is. However, she plans to find out no matter the cost. She then asks him how he started lucid dreaming. The man tries to avoid the question, saying he won't let anything happen to her, but she doesn't see how she can believe that. He wonders why she's persistent when she already knows the answer and says that she's forgetting something. He lets her know that that he is someone who can kill others without leaving any traces or prints behind. This means that murder is a piece of cake for him. He tells her to keep this in mind and not to get curious about him at all. He also offers to help with her revenge because he wants to see her for a long time. After that, the man tells her it's time for school before walking away. But Jung Min is upset with how weird the guy is acting. On her way to school, Jung Min complains about the way the white-haired man was bragging. She feels the guy will get more sensitive if she asks him about what he did before lucid dreaming. But she wonders what he meant when he said that she already knew the answer. She asks herself if the guy is someone she might know. Meanwhile, Seung-ah complains to his friends about feeling awkward when they hang out with Jung Min. He wonders if the guy she was talking about yesterday is even real. He notes that the guy looked handsome and popular, but it seems weird to him. They ask Sora what she thinks, but the girl tells her friends that she has no opinion on the matter. Her friends try to get her to say why she's hanging out with Jung Min, but Sora remains silent. She makes up her mind and tells them to keep it a secret. Then she reveals that Jung Min has all the records of their group chat, leaving them shocked. Since they're the only ones who are in the group chat, her friends speculate that someone must have sent screenshots to Jung Min. Sora quickly denies doing something like that because it doesn't make sense. Yeonji gets furious, saying that Jung Min is a whole lot worse than she thought. Sora plans to find out how our girl did it, but for now she has to do whatever Jeonming says. She tells her friends to play along until they can find out Jeonming's secret. In class, Yuju nudges Hyojin and asks why she didn't pretend to notice when she came. She says she got there and asks where Johyun is, but Hyojin wonders why she's asking her. Yuju then advises her to approach Johyun first, but this makes Hyojin angry. Suddenly, Yuhyun walks into the class and Yuju greets her. She points out that Yuju is quite early and even Haejin is earlier than usual. Haejin is shocked and wonders if Juhyun isn't mad at her anymore. Juhyun then asks Yuju if she wants to hang out after school because she won't have time from next week since she's looking into academies. She also asks Haejin to come, but this leaves Haejin quite confused. When she decides to go to the bathroom, Yuju offers to come with her, but Juhyun declines. Haejin gives the girl a mean look before she leaves. Then she asks Yuju to come outside with her briefly. When they get outside, Yuju asks her what's wrong, and Haejin reminds her that she fought with Juhyun. However, Yuju feels Juhyun wants to make up with her since she asked Haejin to hang out. Haejin wonders if Yoyu even has any thoughts or not. Nevertheless, Yoyu tells her to just hang out and forget what happened. But Haejin doesn't think it's something she can do. She always had the role of crushing people whenever Joyeon wanted her to. There was a time Joyeon told her to stop bullying Jung Min, but Haejin asked why she changed her mind suddenly. Regardless, she had to wait patiently because she was Juhyun's well-trained dog. The scene flashes back to when Hyejin first joined the class, and the teacher told them that she came from far away. She was then told to sit behind Hyejin. Hyejin was worried about how to make friends at the time, but Juhyun suddenly approached her and offered to get her desk together. The Proswise told Hyejin to let her know if she needed anything since she was the class president. Hyejin's first impression of her was that she was completely perfect. Hyejin was pretty, with a nice personality, and she was popular with everyone in class. Most of the boys also liked her, and it was common for them to ask her out. Eventually, the reason for Hyejin's transfer spread throughout the class. There were rumors that she got expelled from her former school because she beat her classmates' face to a pulp. These rumors were half right and half wrong. Hyejin thought that they didn't know anything because she didn't beat up the classmate by herself. Sadly for her, the girl's parents were lawyers, and things got out of hand. The girls who participated with Hyejin blamed everything on her when she wasn't at school. In the end, she took the fall for it. She was still in her second year of middle school, and this rumor would follow her around to high school. Juhyun then approaches her and asks if she wants to come to the bathroom with her and her friends. After Hoyeon looked out for Hyejin, their classmates became less hostile towards her, and she was... The next day, Hoyeon gets to school and calls Hyejin when she doesn't see her. Hoyeon then asks her to come outside. When Juhyun gets to the place, she sees Hyejin sitting on a girl's back. Hyejin explains that the girl was saying bad things, such as how she attempted murder in her last school. She says that you have to crush people like this so that they never talk about you again. Juhyun decides to leave and asks the other two girls to stay if they want. As the other girls leave, Hyejin is shocked and wonders why Juhyun seems angry. After that, Juhyun started avoiding her and a big change occurred. One day, a girl called Yujin bumps into Hyejin and tells her that she gets in the way for someone so short. As Yuhyun asks Hyejin for help with a problem, Hyejin realizes that she was mistaken. She knew Hyejin wasn't like her from the very beginning, and the only reason Yuhyun approached her was because she pitied her for being alone. Hyejin was no longer the same as before, and she realized that she was wrong. One day, Yuhyun approached and mentioned that everyone had blocked Hyejin's number. She explained that she debunked the rumors that spread about Hyejin because she had the same experience in grade school. Then she asked Haejin how it would make her look if she kept acting like that. Haejin begged Juhyun for another chance and promised to never embarrass her again. Juhyun commended her for making the right choice, and she said she would talk to their classmates again. As Juhyun took Hyejin under her wing again, their classmates' attitudes changed towards her. Of course, she was nothing without Juhyun. Hyejin was able to end her junior high peacefully and became a high schooler. One time in class, she noticed that Juhyun's gaze was fixed on Jung Min. On the sports ground, Juhyun pointed out Jung Min, who was all alone, and Hyejin felt bad for her. Hyun then told Hyejin that Jung Min was the one who bullied her in grade school. She said that when she and Hyejin weren't on good terms, it reminded her of those days. She still found it hard to look at Jung Min's face. When she said that she wished for Jung Min to go through the same thing, Hyejin quickly understood what she meant. It's obvious that she was asking Hyejin to do it for her. Because of this, Hyejin bullied Jung Min in Juhyun's place. Juhyun never said anything about it, so Hyejin figured that she understood her correctly. But that's when it all started. Hyejin wondered why Juhyun was always ordering her around, even though she became the villain that Juhyun wanted. It was so annoying as she wondered why Juhyun was upset again. As the memories flooded her mind, Hyejin asked herself what she had done that was so wrong. Yuju then calls her, snapping Hyejin back to reality. Hyejin tells her that she was just thinking of the past, and that she wouldn't understand if she explained. But Yuju is curious to know what's wrong. Hyejin felt like she was the only one who Juhyun had in her clutches. She feels she can tell Yuju a little bit since the girl doesn't pay much attention to what she hears. Her head was telling her not to do it, but she asks Yuju what she thought of Juhyun. She says that Juhyun has been lashing out at her a lot, but Yuju laughs at her, asking when Juhyun has ever gotten angry. Hyejin yells at her, reminding her that she and Juhyun fought because she snapped out of nowhere. She asks Juhyun why she likes Juhyun so much and if she has ever seen her true colors. Hyejin lets it all out, saying that Juhyun's appearance has all been a lie. While she spills out everything, she has no idea that Juhyun is behind her. Yuju panics and tells her to look behind. Hyejin turns around to see Juhyun, who points out that she was having quite an interesting conversation. After that, Juhyun abandons Hyejin. Back then, she tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding. Juhyun slapped her hand away as she tried to touch her, and she told her that she was crossing the line. Hyejin snapped and yelled at Juhyun for using her to mess with Jung Min because of her precious reputation. She also called out Juhyun for messing with Jung Min's social media so that the whole class would think she's a hero. All the times Hyejin was messing with Jung Min, Juhyun never really cared. Hyejin told her how hard it was for her to play the villain, but Juhyun acted like she never made her do that. She told Hyejin that she's always been this kind of person. Juhyun denied ever telling Hyejin to bully Jung Min, but she admitted that it was satisfying to see Jung Min suffer like she did. She says she was more worried about Hyejin as the matter got worse. If something had happened to Jung Min, Yujin would have been the first ones to blame. Juhyun said she tried to stop Hyejin, and she pointed out that she wouldn't have been friends with her if her reputation were so important. Hyejin's heart raced as Juhyun told her that she never regretted what she did. Nothing was adding up in Hyejin's head, and she didn't understand why. Later on, Jung Min meets up with Jaeug on her way to school. It all seems like a coincidence, but she's been circling around there since the early morning, waiting for him to arrive. As they walk together, she mistakenly bumps into Hyejin. Jung Min panics and worries that Hyejin will try to pick a fight with her, but the girl just walks away, which leaves Jung Min confused. When she gets to class, she wonders if Hyunhyun has cut off Hyejin. Sora then approaches her, saying that the other girls want to go to the snack shop. She declines and drags Sora somewhere else so they can talk. While outside, Sora tells Jung Min that Hyejin and Juhyun haven't been on the best of terms lately. She says Yuju made it look like Hyejin was making a big deal out of nothing. Jung Min wonders what the chances are that the girls will start hanging out again. She needed more information, and the curiosity was itching here. She thinks about asking the white-haired man, but decides it's better to find out on her own. Later on, she enters the dream world, where the man has been waiting for her. He asks her to tell him a story, but she doesn't want to talk to him. He apologizes about before, but she tells him that there are things she doesn't want others to know. She also tells him not to show up in her dreams and that she doesn't need his help anymore. His reaction makes her even more furious. She doesn't even understand why she's there because she didn't try to lucid dream. But the guy tells her that it happens when you get used to it. She wonders if he's trapped there and tells him to focus on his own life. The guy then admits that she's right about him being trapped there. He says he felt bad about the way he sent her away the last time, and he realizes that she actually doesn't know who he is. Jung Min wonders if she's supposed to know who he is, and he tells her that he's pretty famous. He tells her that she can find out as much as she wants since so many people know him already. However, she's not allowed to ask weird questions after that. When she agrees, the guy then asks for details about her life. Then Jung Min reveals that she actually wants his help. After explaining things, the guy says he doesn't see any possibility of Hyejin and Juhyun being friends again. He went to her room and found out that Hyejin still wasn't sleeping and just staring at her phone. Turns out that Juhyun and Yuju left the group chat where all of them were. After that, the white-haired man decided to head back to Jung Min because he didn't have much time left. He got startled when Hyejin threw her phone on the floor. The guy then leaves and tells Jung Min that Hyejin is completely on her own now. He advised her to bring Hyejin to her side and use her. Jung Min then approaches Hyejin Haejin in class and asks to talk with her. With no one around to hear her, Jung Min asks Haejin if she wants to hang out with her since Juhyun has cut her off. Haejin gets angry, saying that she will never hang out with a loser like her. She tells Jung Min that she's still a nobody, even though she has a couple of people to hang out with. After that, she warns our girl to never talk to her again. Jung Min wonders what she could do to Haejin and if she has to keep living like this forever. She asks herself how much longer she has to keep avoiding Haejin. As Haejin leaves, Jung Min asks her if it's right that Juhyun gets to abandon her and act completely fine. She tries to let the girl know that anyone who knows Juhyun's true colors can't just let her get away with it. Thanks to Juhyun, she was also wrongfully bullied at the beginning of the school year. She offers to cooperate with Haejin to get revenge on Juhyun, even if it's just once. She knows it will be unfair for Haejin to keep her mouth shut and graduate like this. Jung Min knew this wasn't the time to be picky, so she extends her hand to Haejin, but as the girl reached out for her hand, she suddenly left quickly. Jung Min ends up disappointed, seeing that her plan didn't work. In her home, Haejin tells herself that she has too much pride to be on Jung Min's side. She feels it's not too late for her. Even if the people she knew were Juhyun's friends, she just needed one person to listen to her. Sadly for her, everyone abandoned the group chat and their numbers weren't available. She continues dialing and praying for someone to answer until she reaches someone called Haeyoon Im. She asks if the girl has heard anything from Juhyun and tells her that Juhyun is trying to make her an outcast. Poor Haejin has no idea that Juhyun is with Haeyoon, listening to the conversation. She tells the girl that Juhyun used one of her weaknesses to control her and later abandoned her. She warns that they are all being deceived and asks if Haeyoon has time after school to talk about the details. However, Jaeyoon picks up the phone and responds in place of Haeyoon. She tells Haejin that she's the one who needs to be careful. Then Haejin realizes who she's talking to. Haeyoon accuses Haejin of being evil to Juhyun after everything she did for her. Juhyun tells her to stop bothering her friends and that she's disappointed in her. She tells Haejin that she should have been nicer to her. As the call drops, Haejin realizes that she can't forgive Juhyun, and she starts to consider Jung Min's offer. Meanwhile, Jaehyuk suddenly approaches Juhyun and Haeyoon. He gets teased for following Juhyun around, but he says he just wants to be friends with her since she's new at their cram school. Meanwhile, Jung Min gets home after school and is welcomed by her mother. Her mom decides to make some kimchi stew for her since she used to like it when she was younger. Moments later, they sit down to eat, but Jung Min isn't eating. Her mom asks if the food tastes bad, but she says it's delicious. Looking at the bruise marks on her mom's neck, Jung Min feels sad. Her mother tells her that her dad is away on a business trip and won't be home for a long time, which means she can relax more. Upon hearing this, Jung Min's face lights up with joy, and she starts eating her food. She can't believe the atmosphere at home has changed so much because her father isn't around. The next day, her mom wishes her a good day as she heads off to school. Jung Min wished that every day could be like that day. In school, while she's chatting with Jaehyuk, Haejin approaches her and asks her to come outside. Afterward, Juhyun enters the class and meets Yuju, who asks her if she saw what was happening in the hallway. Suddenly, Haejin and Jung Min enter the class with their other friends, leaving Juhyun startled. Haejin proposes that they should celebrate becoming new friends, unlike Juhyun, who makes her look like a bad person. Jung Min can see how much Haejin is trying, but what makes her happier is seeing the anxious look on Juhyun's face. When the bell rings, Haejin tells her to go to her seat and that she'll call her over later. Meanwhile, Juhyun finds it hard to believe that Haejin would just decide to hang around Jung Min. She wonders if Jung Min brought Haejin to her side. At the same time, Jung Min thinks that messing with people is easier than she thought, but she is nervous about how things have been working out lately. Elsewhere, Jaehyuk is standing by the sidewalk, but his face lights up when Juhyun meets him. He is surprised that she asked to see him. He says he likes it a lot, but realizes how embarrassing that sounds. After that, Juhyun asks if he wants to get something to eat before they head to cram school. They go into a restaurant, where Juhyun says that the place is good and that she's always wanted to come there. Jaehyuk thanks her for bringing him, saying that he really wants to get closer to her. When she tells him that she has something to say, his face goes red and he tells her that he'll listen. It hasn't been long since they met, but Juhyun suddenly says that she thinks she likes Jaehyuk, and she asks him to go out with her. As they leave the restaurant, Jaehyuk is still in a daze while they walk together, holding hands. He then asks Juhyun why she wants him to keep their relationship a secret from Jung Min. Juhyun then says that she wants to surprise her later. The next day, Jung Min feels weird around Jaehyuk because he's not usually using his phone so much when he's around her. Suspecting that something is amiss, she asks him who he's talking to, but he says it's nothing. This leaves her wondering if the guy has someone he likes. She refuses to believe it and questions why he was being so nice to her all this time. She ends up meeting the white-haired man and asks him to find out who Jaehyuk is talking to. However, he's not interested and says he's not here for volunteer work. She reminds him that he agreed to help her with anything, as long as she didn't ask about his past. Jung Min is fine living without her family and friends, but if she doesn't have Jaehyuk, she feels she might die. Upon hearing this, the man agrees and tells her to stop crying. He used astral projection to enter the streets when Jaehyuk suddenly showed up beside him. He starts getting jealous, wondering why Jung Min likes the guy so much. However, the man is shocked when Jaehyuk meets up with Juhyun. He doesn't recall Jung Min ever mentioning that Jaehyuk and Juhyun know each other. He realizes that Jung Min doesn't know and decides to tell her what's happening, but when he returns to our girl, he finds it hard to tell her the truth. He then yells at her, saying that she made a big deal out of nothing. He tells her that Jae-hyuk is just talking to one of his guys from school. However, she starts suspecting that Jae-hyuk might like boys and not girls. The white-haired man assures her that Jae-hyuk will get tired of his new friend and things will go back to normal. Sadly, Jae-hyuk isn't even reading Jung Min's texts quickly anymore. She then overhears Yoo-ju asking Jo-hyun if she has a new boyfriend now. Yoo-ju starts asking many questions, but Jo-hyun says that it's just the guy who likes her and that he's the one who kept chasing her around. Meanwhile, Haejin approaches Jung Min and asks her why she only sees the other girls when she eats lunch with them. Jung Min says that she's not even friends with those other girls. Seeing them talk irritates Joo-hyun, but Yoo-ju tells her not to worry about it. On the other hand, Haejin is happy to see how upset Joo-hyun is. She then tells Jung Min that the girls were saying that she was trying to act cool by making up a story about a boy she was talking to. After classes, Jung Min checks for Jae-hyuk's reply, but there's still no text. She decides to call him, which is something she's never done before. When he picks up, she asks him if he wants to walk home together with her and her friends. He agrees, and this makes her racing heart calm down. She meets up with Sora and the rest, asking them to follow her to the front gate because she wants to introduce them to someone. She doubts Jae-hyuk could have changed, but she just needs to stay by her side like he does. Jung Min recalls how she brought Sora and Hyejin to her side and she stopped getting bullied. She gave Joo-hyun a taste of her own medicine, and because her dad went on a business trip, her mom returned to her old, warm self like she used to be before her dad got violent. But her heart gets crushed when she sees Jo-hyuk with her worst enemy. As she gets to the front gate, Jo-hyuk calls over to her. Yeonji and the rest wonder if this is the guy that Jung Min talked about. Jung Min is too stunned to speak. Jae-hyuk approaches her and tells her that Joo-hyun said he could tell her now, but she didn't understand what he meant. While he tells her that he met Joo-hyun in cram school, Haejin and the other girls start murmuring. Jung Min then screams, saying that she's not friends with Joo-hyun. The other girls then ask Jae-hyuk if he wasn't in the talking phase with Jung Min. Our girl's heart sank into her stomach. Then, Jae-hyuk tells her that he's dating Joo-hyun. She sees them holding hands, and Joo-hyun gives her a sinister smile. Jung Min then asks the guy if he knows what Joo-hyun says about him at school. She screams in a wild rage, asking if he knows what kind of person she is. Jung Min wonders why it had to be Joo-hyun of all people. Jae-hyuk then tells her that she's acting weird and that she's been misunderstanding things. He proceeds to apologize for making her think that there was anything between them and tells her not to talk badly about Joo-hyun. Jung Min felt so much pain at that moment that made her want to die on the spot. The other girls then assume that Jung Min was trying to get with Joo-hyun's boyfriend. Clenching her teeth, Jung Min runs away from there. She wonders why Jae-hyuk chose Joo-hyun and not her, even though she likes him more. With tears in her eyes, she realizes that it was Joo-hyun who made him smile like that. She then recalls what the white-haired man told her. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk apologizes to his girlfriend and offers to talk things out with Jung Min. Joo-hyun tells him not to bother because Jung Min doesn't consider her a friend. When he asks if something happened between them, she tells him that they had a fallout when they were younger. She says that Jung Min bullied her, which Jae-hyuk is shocked to hear. He falls for her trick and says it's only natural that he should think of her the most. He promises to be on her side and she gives him a sly smirk. Meanwhile, the white-haired man is getting bored while waiting for Jung Min to show up. He thought that being stuck in that white space for so long wasn't good for a person. He wonders what his physical body is like now and won't be surprised if he's dead since he hasn't woken up in months. He was also growing tired of that space. It's pretty fun for him when Jung Min is there, and now he thinks about it, she's the only one he has left. Suddenly, Jung Min shows up and he asks how her day is. As he tries to touch her, she smacks his hand away and he realizes that she seems different. She tells him that something huge happened and asks him if he's really on her side. She vows never to come there again, and if she meets the guy in her dreams somehow, she'll force herself to wake up until he disappears. The man asks her why she's acting strange, and she asks him why he lied to her. She mentions that Jae-hyuk and Joo-hyun are dating, but the man doesn't say anything. His silence proves to her that he already knew. He tries to explain that he was worried about her, but if he was really worried, he would have told her. She says she wouldn't have been humiliated in front of all the girls if he had given her a hint. She calls him useless and tells him to never show his face around her again. Her words cause him to remember how bullies always called him a useless boy. In a cold tone, the man tells her that he was getting tired of her as well. She looks up and is surprised to see how sad he looks when he tells her that he should have never met her either. The man agrees to get lost and tells her to have a nice life. After that day, he never appeared before her again. The next day, Joo-hyun approaches Jung Min in school, noting that she's early, but our girl just walks past her. Joo-hyun then asks her how she felt when the only person in the world who was on her side turned her back on her. Jung Min tells her to shut up before she rips her mouth apart. Yeonji and Sunga walk into the class and notice the tense vibe. As Jung Min goes to her seat, Jo-hyun gives an evil smile before leaving the class. The other girls note that it was the first time Jo-hyun had ever looked like that. Jung Min then gets a text from Jae-hyuk, but she can't bring herself to read it. She felt like dying and wondered why she kept randomly thinking of the white-haired man. Sora meets her and asks if she's going to eat, but Jung Min declines. Our girl also tells her to keep her friends' mouths shut, or if they get on her nerves, she will release the screenshots of their group chat. As she leaves the class, Hyejin wonders if joining Jung Min's side was the right decision. On her way home, Jung Min's mother bumps into her, and the two of them walk home together. Her mother asks her how school has been these days and if she's struggling with anything, but Jung Min tells her there's nothing happening. Jung Min offers to carry the grocery bags, but her mom tells her not to worry. Seeing how awkward the air is, she thinks of how to change the subject. Her mom then asks if she remembers when she insisted on carrying the groceries when she was little, but she would trip and break all the eggs. She always felt sorry for her daughter because she couldn't pay attention to her when things got worse at home. Regardless, she's glad to see that Jung Min grew up to be a good girl. Her mom then tells her to talk about anything she wants to get off her chest, like in the old days. Jung Min can't tell her mom about Jaehyuk and Juhyun, so she tells her that she said something harsh to a friend. Although they lied to her first, she realized that she wasn't that resentful of them. She feels bad about what she said to the man in her dreams, and not seeing him is making her worry. She wants to apologize and wonders why he stopped showing up, because he usually never listened to her. Despite his strange nature, it's true that he helped her a lot. The more she thinks about it, the more her head hurt. The other girls started talking about G6, a music group that came out with a new song. When Sungha asks about a member of the group known as Suyun Bak, Yeonji tells him not to bring it up. Yeonji says he was her bias, but ended up being selfish. Hyeon takes a look at the picture, saying she has never seen the guy before. Jung Min asks who they're talking about, and they show her the picture. She's stunned when she sees the picture and snatches the phone to get a closer look. She sees the picture of a group of guys, and the guy known as Seon turns out to be the man in her dreams. Seon was a former member of the popular DZX group. He got eliminated in the trainee documentary show. Yeonji says a lot of people who are interested in idols know about him. The guy was the most popular member when the documentary show aired, and everyone thought he would debut for sure. He was famous for communicating with his fans often, but he was cut from the final lineup and disappeared completely. Part of the reason he got eliminated was because of a big car accident during filming. The other reason was that Seong started getting competitive with a member named Nahyuk-gung, causing his popularity to decrease. He and Nahyuk had similar images. The girls then tell Jung Min that she'll figure out more if she watches the documentary. After that, Jung Min went home and watched every video with Seong in it. He felt unfamiliar, as if he wasn't the person she knew. And as she recalled the hint he gave her, it felt like she was putting the pieces of the puzzle together. She wonders if this is why he didn't want her to know his true identity. She finally got to the last episode, where Seon addressed his fans and told them not to worry about his injuries. He promised to continue to show his face and begin his personal promotions once his injuries healed. But Jung Min could tell he was lying. She didn't know much about him, but she trusted her gut. There was also the fact that Seon hated when people dug up his past, but she could tell the truth from his facial expression. The documentary also showed his school uniform and mentioned that his agency was close to her. So Jung Min decides to go to the hospitals in the area, hoping to meet the guy. Of course, this was impulsive, and she hadn't thought of what she was going to do if she met him. However, as long as she knew his mysterious identity, she couldn't just do nothing. She goes into a hospital and asks the receptionist if Seon is there, and the woman tells her he is. The woman then asks why she's coming to see him, but Jung Min doesn't even know why she came. When the woman asks what her relationship is with Seon, she tells her that they're friends. Another nurse comes up and her colleague tells her the situation. They decide to allow Jung Min to see Soo-yeon since they can call security if anything happens. As the nurse guides her to the ward, she tells Jung Min that a lot of weird people come to see Soo-yeon. Jung Min assumes it might be his fans because the hospital was never disclosed to the public. As they get to the room, the nurse tells her that Soo-yeon is currently in a vegetative state due to an intense emotional shock. This confirms what he said about being basically trapped. Jung Min never thought she would see him in real life, and as the nurse leaves, she enters the room. There, she sees him lying unconscious on the bed. She didn't think she would find his identity and what happened to him like this. She feels like her efforts to find out about him were in vain because she heard it from Yeonji. Now that she is seeing him, she feels less tense. He tries to wake him up, but there's no response. She then wonders if it's only her and the hospital staff who know about his current state. People on the internet think he disappeared quietly, and no one mentioned anything about him being vegetative. She feels really tired because she stayed up all night looking him up. As time goes by, she eventually falls asleep beside the bed. Suddenly, she enters a dimension that's different from her usual dreams. She notices the ground is sticky and wonders what kind of dream this is. Nothing was moving the way she wanted it to. She continues walking, feeling grossed out and cold. While wondering if she should wake up, she suddenly sees Seyun in the distance. She shouts out to him, but when she calls his name, he turns around and asks her why she's there. When Seyun was much younger, he came happily to show his parents that he got a 100 on his test, but there was no one home. He crumpled the paper and wondered if they were going to be late again that day. Ever since he was young, both of his parents worked, and he was the only one at home. One day, he bragged to his dad about having third highest grades in school and asked if they could have dinner together, but his dad said he was making a big deal for nothing. Seyun thought that if he studied hard, then his parents would look at him. He had only gotten into middle school before realizing that no matter what his grades were, his parents would think of them as a given. Although he was overlooked at home, that wasn't the case outside. All of his friends and teachers teachers liked him. Everyone did, except for his parents. So he decided to discard them. His father beat him for trying to become an idol, saying that his grades had also dropped. His mother asked him to apologize, but Seon asked what he had done wrong. He simply told his parents about his dreams and asked for their support, but they reacted by hitting him. He laughed when they asked why he was suddenly acting this way, but it only seemed sudden to the two of them. He never dreamed of having a close-knit family like his friends. He called out his parents for never acknowledging him, saying that they don't know anything about him. His father became more furious and said it was because they were making money to send him to college. He told Seon he was too old to be throwing a fit and asked if he knew where all the money for the food and clothes came from. The man refused for his son to become an idol, but Seon responded by telling them not to be his parents anymore. He felt he wasn't needed in the household, so he told his parents to live like they didn't have a child. All he wanted was to be loved. The day his father slapped him and he ran away from home was the same day of his middle school graduation. He couldn't get into high school, but the agency he got into had a dorm system, which meant he didn't have to worry about shelter or food. To him, it won't matter once he debuts because school didn't matter. A year later, the president of the agency commends his monthly evaluation, saying he's getting better. They head over to the practice room, where Seon gets a surprise birthday party. He was surprised that the other idols knew about his birthday. Seon starts crying, knowing that the people there are his real family. The idols then tell him that the president got him a big present. The president then asks Jibin to bring the shopping bag. Afterward, he hands it over to Seon and tells him to go to the changing room to try it on. Moments later, Seon walks out in a school uniform. After that, the president tells him that the agency will give him the money and support he needs so he can go to school and graduate safely. Seon thought it felt like a dream. Moments later, Nayeok returns, wondering why the party isn't over. Seon then shows off his new form, saying that he'll be going to the same school as him. Upon seeing this, Nayeok becomes filled with anger because he had to make it through intense competition to get into the fine art school, but Seon just gets to go. He felt jealous and wondered why everyone only liked Seon. He only saw Seon as an annoying person. Later on, Nayeok overhears the president contemplating whether or not to let him go to the DZX documentary. He said that Nayeok was too ordinary. He felt Seon had more charm and could be put in more shows later. This made Nayeok furious, seeing how they preferred Seon to him. Later on, Seon dyed his hair white and showed it off to Seyul, who laughed at his new look. Seon said that he wanted to make a good impression on his new classmates and wondered if he should give them chocolate. When he asked for Nayeok's opinion, the guy asks if Seon wants to steal them too. He quickly brushed it aside and told Seyun that anyone would like it if he talked to them. In school, Nakyok's classmates asked him what Seyun was like, but he didn't fully accept that they were close. The teacher then introduced Seyun, who was giving a stylish pose for his classmates. He then introduced himself and told everyone that he was friends with Nahyuk. After that, he told them to treat him normally. The entire class applauded his introduction, and the girls were eager to hang out with him. On the other hand, Nayeok and two other guys weren't so happy. As expected, Seyun's presence had a huge effect on not only their class, but the entire student body. Nayeok couldn't stand how loud everyone was around Seyun. Seeing this, Seyun decides to talk outside with his classmates, and he also offers to buy treats for them. Meanwhile, Nayeok wonders if Seyun read his expression and left the room. This is what annoyed him even more. After classes, Seyun asked Nahyuk to come and have lunch together. Nahyuk agreed, but still couldn't stand his presence. A pink-hamed girl interrupts them, and he recognizes her as someone whom he rejected because she was a nuisance. He assumed she was back again and felt that her timing wasn't bad. Suddenly, she shoves a present in Seyun's face, saying that it's chocolate and she made it for him, which leaves Nahyuk confused. Seyun happily accepted it, telling the girl that he's sure it tastes great. On the other hand, Nahyuk was trembling in anger, so he quickly left. Other students mocked him for thinking that the chocolates were for him. They said he deserved it because he always acted like he was too good to hang out with them. They felt Seyun was perfect and didn't discriminate, which was why people were drawn to him. But Nahyuk didn't understand why all this was happening to him. Back at the agency, a lady asked why he was dragging behind lately. She felt he would come to his senses if she compared him to other trainees. She then asks him if he knows that Seyun has already caught up to all of his training. Immediately, Nahyuk becomes angry because people are always comparing him to Seyun. As he leaves, he wonders why people think Seyun is so better and if it's because the guy gets along with people a little bit better. He overhears Seyun telling Seyun that he might get kicked out. At that moment, he slams the door open and walks into the room. Seyun decides to leave with Yeol immediately, and Nahyuk asks him if he's having fun. He says that Seyun has a way of angering people indirectly. Seyun tries to tell him that it's not true, but he feels like Seyun is just pitying him. Nahyuk then grabs Seyun and tells him that he'll never lose to him. If he puts his mind to it, he can prove that he's on another level than him. Nahyuk had been working for years to debut, and he felt like Seyun was trying to beat him because he was so friendly. So he decided to do the same, no matter what it took. The only thing that mattered in the industry was how people perceived you. Later on, the idols were preparing for filming, and Seyul felt nervous. The president tells them to keep practicing before going to collect a document from Nahyuk. He commends Na-hyuk for getting good at reading people lately. He decides to put the guy in the documentary trainee group because of his efforts, and he also feels they might get an interesting story. After that, Na-hyuk enters the dressing room, and Seol apologizes for the last time, but the guy tells him it's fine. The other idols also notice that he has changed a lot. They could tell that he was really similar to someone else. Seon, on the other hand, felt he was imagining things. Even in class, Na-hyuk would go to lunch with his classmates before Seon could ask anyone to come with him. Sayun assumes that he was just trying to get closer to the others. On his way out, he trips on his ankle and ends up using one of his classmates for support. He quickly apologizes, explaining that he has low blood pressure. Suddenly, the guy punches him in the gut and tells him that he should properly apologize. The guy's name is Sunghyun Yu, and one night, he and his friends were approached by a hooded figure. The unknown person knew that Sunghyun didn't like Siyun, so he proposed a deal between them. The stranger then gave him an envelope filled with money, telling him to just keep bullying Siyun. Sunghyun's friend pointed out that the money was little and said that the guy's family was really rich. Sunghyun's dad was the CEO of H Corporation. The money offered to him was much lower than his monthly allowance. They felt like the stranger's voice was familiar, but Sunghyun told his friends to calm down. Sunghyun felt it was too boring to pick on weaklings. Siyun was like a celebrity, so it wasn't the same as picking on a normal person. The stranger told him that even if they were found out, the agency wouldn't risk making a big deal out of it. Jin was a runaway, so he didn't have parents to defend him. The stranger just wanted Sunkyun to put a bit of mental pressure on Sunkyun. Eventually, filming began and the idols were on television. It ended well and Sunkyun's popularity grew, but in school he would get teased by Sunkyun, which was the first time something like this had happened to him. People always approached him with good intentions, and he had no idea what to do about those who hated him so blatantly. His classmates asked if he was good, and he told them he was fine. He felt relieved that no one mentioned the incident from the last time. Na-hyuk returns to class, and the girls tell him that they were waiting for him. One of them notes how popular Siyun is after she saw him on their show. He tells them that he went on the show, not knowing if he would debut or not. With this, Seong felt nothing had changed and that everyone still liked him. He just needed to be confident, but in front of the camera he gets flashbacks of when Seonghyun punched him in school. He gasped for air and asked for the cameras to be turned off for a moment. He thought to himself that he couldn't keep looking pathetic, and he was scared of being hated. Later on, the president asks if something happened to him because he's been freezing a lot in front of the cameras. Seon flinches when the man tells him that he should work harder like Nayak, who has been doing well lately. He thought it was just a misunderstanding, but he realized that Nayak had taken his fans away from him. He felt like his position was disappearing, little by little. He became nervous as more people conversed with Nahyuk. He is shocked when Nahyuk offers a drink to Sunghyun. He looks at them, wondering if they always talked to each other. Sunghyun then threatens to beat him up again. Sihun didn't want this to happen in front of his other classmates. Sihun wondered why Nahyuk bothered to hide his face in the first place, which meant he was the stranger who wanted Sihun to get bullied. Sihun meets up with Nahyuk and tells him that Sunghyun has been bullying him. Nahyuk then warns him to be careful because Sunghyun's family is super rich. He also said it would be a bother to the CEO if it turned into a big deal, but Sihun had a weird feeling that he knew what was going on, and he was enjoying it. Sometime later, the president of the agency gets word that their views are dropping. He starts wondering if he was wrong to see something in Sihun. Just then, a lady rushes to the president and tells him that there's an issue in the filming room. They rush to the scene where they see Sihun and Nayak in a fight. When the two of them get separated, Sihun is asked why he hit Nayak on the face. Before they fought, Nayak accused Sihun of copying him, but played it off as a joke. He said that they've both been influenced by each other a lot during their long trainee period, but Sihun didn't comment on it. He wondered how long he had to keep listening to this. Finally, Sihun asks Nayak why he's been different lately. He calls the guy for copying it and trying to flip it the other way. Nayak kept acting oblivious and asking Sihun why he had been so serious. However, he felt Sihun was right. Before Sihun came, it was just Nayak, Yulse, Yuhan Kim, and Kibin Yu, and they were together for 4 to 5 years. He said Sihun was just getting mad because people weren't giving him attention anymore. He went far by saying that Sihun didn't have parents and always seemed starved for affection. The president then decided to send out the footage as it was, saying that they'll tag it as boys being boys. In the end, the agency didn't ask for Sihun's opinion before sending out the footage. The views skyrocketed, and clips about him were being spread around. The broadcasting company promised to be neutral, but people didn't want that. They wanted someone to hate on to their heart's content. That was the only way they would be entertained, and the one playing the role of the villain was Sihun. Meanwhile, the president of the agency was happy to see how well their views were doing. He asked the editing team to keep making clips that would create conflict, and also asked for Nayak to see him. He originally added the guy to the group to make Sihun look better, but he didn't care now. Nayak was the one bringing in a lot of money now. He was asked how long he and Sihun hadn't gotten along, and he confessed that he was a little jealous of Sihun. He blamed himself for making it obvious. However, people started siding with him and asking Sihun to leave the show. Sihun wondered if this was the price he had to pay for wanting to be loved. As he walked through the school hallway, people gossiped about him. Soongen and his friends also teased him, but Soon ignored them and asked some other classmates if they wanted to go to the snack shop. Sadly, they refused to go with him. While Soongen made fun of him, Soonyeon attacked him. Soonyeon punched him before a teacher came in. Soonyeon then realized that he had made made matters worse for himself. After class, people hung out with Na-hyuk instead. They said that they became scared of Seon after what happened in their show. However, someone suddenly approaches Seon and asks if they can walk home together. He happily agrees to follow them, but when they start heading into a dark area, he gets worried. He wonders if it's their secret hideout, but it ends up being Sunyeon and his gang who lured him there. The two guys who lured him apologize, but they had no choice. After a while, the other idols are unable to reach Seon, and Na-hyuk tells them that he doesn't know where the guy is. Someone then barges into the room and tells them that there's terrible news. Seon was badly beaten up, and he was desperately asking for help. The idols head to the hospital to see Seon, whose face has been patched up. He wonders how he got to the hospital and asks his colleagues what happened with the shoot. The president then tells him that it's been postponed and they've already put out a statement. Sadly, the doctor said Seon won't be able to dance anymore. Na-hyuk became nervous, wondering why Seon would go so far. He also hoped that this wouldn't affect him as well. Seon then tells them that it was Sungkyun who did this to him and that the guy is in his class. He asked for the guy to be punished, but the CO looked like he just wanted to move on quietly. But Seon was determined because it was only right for bad people to be punished. A few days later, Seonkyun's mom meets the CO in the hospital and hands over her card. He quickly realizes that she's the wife of the CEO of H Corporation. When they head inside, Seon tells the woman that what her son did wasn't just bad, but it was a crime. The CEO then said he was acting a little immature. The woman then gives the CEO a card, telling him to call the number there if they need to take care of any problems. She was doing it for her son's future, but Seon let her know that her son ruined his entire life. He already knew what she was trying to do, and he said no amount of money was going to settle it. Nevertheless, she doubted that a high schooler could do much on his own. After she left, the CEO told Seon that they should just move on. He then reminded him that his condition for sending him to school was just to graduate quietly. Seon asked if the man had taken the money, but there was no response. The CEO then tells him that he's no longer part of the debut lineup and that he's out of the agency. Seon felt that these people were supposed to be his family. He crawled out of bed, begging the man and offering to keep a low profile and not sue. He promised to bear it all on his own, but the CEO smacked him, calling him a useless boy. The man didn't see any use in Seon because his face was a mess and he couldn't dance anymore. He also said that Na-hyuk would take his place in the agency. Seeing that he had nowhere to go if he left the agency, the CEO asked Seon if he needed money. After that, the agency announced that Seon was in a car accident and will be saying goodbye to his audience in a short interview. The final members of DZX were announced to be Yoon Kim, Yul Se, Chibing Yu, and Na-hyuk Kang. The CEO then tells Seon to hang in there until his cast comes off. They get ready for the interview and he reminds Seon to mention that he'll be doing other broadcasts. Seon thought that if he did this properly, despite what was going on, the CEO might need him again, but it was pathetic and foolish. He watched as the new members of DZX were announced. They chatted with him, except for Na-hyuk, who didn't even talk to the other idols. Seon felt relieved that the others knew the truth, but every day was still painful to him. The fact that there were people on his side was a huge comfort. At night, the other idols kept getting calls from Seon. Yul Se was tired of dealing with Seon all the time, but he was the closest one to him. He complains that Seon has been acting so weird and obsessive. He was getting really upset because this was the first time they'd been able to sleep properly in 3 days. Meanwhile, Seon was hoping that they wouldn't abandon him. Eventually, the numbers he dialed were no longer in use. He laughed as he realized that the friends he thought Og as family had abandoned him. He wondered how he got to this point and how he was supposed to live now. Suddenly, someone in a hood rushed toward him as he limped through the hospital. The girl said she loved him, but the nurses and doctors rushed to get Seon to safety. He wished that day had been the end, but another person came in and told him not to bully Na-hyuk. Seon was completely speechless. He began to have this dream because he liked being loved by many people, but he wondered if this was the result of what he wanted. His eyesight became blurry and he passed out. He woke up at night, recalling what had happened earlier. He began suffering from sleep paralysis more frequently. His mind was awake, but his body couldn't move. His ears rang with a terrible high-pitched noise. Suddenly, he saw himself in the classroom of his school. Sungkyung then appeared in front of him to bully him again. There, people called him a total loser and said he was pathetic for being scared of Sungkyung. They felt sorry for him and wondered why he couldn't tell that everyone was uncomfortable around him. The voices continued talking down to him and he begged them to stop. He yelled out and suddenly saw his former colleagues who said they only hung out with him because they felt sorry for him. They said that they were on another level and that they were celebrities while he was just a commoner. Did he really think that people like them would hang out with a loser who got bullied at school? Seon suddenly wakes up, realizing that it was all a dream, but he kept having that nightmare every night. Since it replayed every time he fell asleep, he figured out that it was the dream's pattern. He also realized that his dream was a direct reflection of his thoughts. With this, he flips the script and the bullies in his dream start begging for forgiveness. They were just dreams, but it was the only place he could escape to. If he didn't imagine such ridiculous things, he couldn't bear living. Reality was full of boring things, so he searched for other things he could do while lucid dreaming and came across astral projection. He wasn't expecting much because it seemed like such a fantastical phenomenon, but he successfully did it. He had no idea that he had had a talent like this. He started exploring more things he could do, like mutual dreaming. One of the nurses then tells her colleagues that she's been dreaming about Seon lately. Seon overhears her saying that he's been in her dreams for 3 days, confirming that his new skill worked. That's when he realized that he was more special than others. He got tired of walking around the hospital, and he also didn't want to catch anyone's attention anymore. He decided to astral project and wondered where he'd go. He sees some students and thinks about what school life is like after he left. Despite distrusting other people because of what happened to him, he still wanted the warmth from others. School was still a terrifying place for him to set foot in, but he felt more comfortable since no one could see him. He felt his school was still the same even though he was gone. Suddenly he hears Seungkyeon's voice. She lost everything because of him, but Seungkyeon was fine as if nothing had ever happened. Suddenly someone comes into the class and tells them that a girl called Yerin Song has committed suicide. Seungkyeon and his crew wonder if they were too mean to the girl. As her classmates mourned her, they said that Yerin was getting bullied by Seungkyeon because she posted how Seungkyeon got bullied by the same guy. Since Seungkyeon's family was rich, they easily got the post deleted. Seon comes across Yerin's picture and recalls that she was the one who gave him a box of chocolates before. In his boiling rage, Seon beat up Seungkyeon in his dreams. Even though it was a dream, he knew seeing the guy in pain was a horrific sight, but surprisingly he felt no remorse. He wakes up and wonders when he shifted from astral projection into a dream. Suddenly he hears the news that Seungkyeon has suffered severe injuries to his face. He overhears some students saying that Seungkyeon managed to survive because his parents found him before he bled to death. Upon hearing this, Seungkyeon was convinced that he was very special. After hearing all this, Jung Min asks Seon if the guy is dead, but he says no. Seungkyeon's parents try to get the doctor to do something about their son's face, but he told them to wait until Seungkyeon regains consciousness. Meanwhile, Seon stood over the guy, saying that no matter how much money they had to burn, Seungkyeon's life was in his hands. He used to be so terrified, but now he has them in the palm of his hands. He saw them as nothing, and that their existences were about as important as ants. As Seungkyeon struggled to call for his mother, Seon decided he should live in pain like that forever. After finding out his abilities, he began spending more and more time in his dreams. In there, he was special, but he soon noticed something strange. The nurse also noticed that he hasn't been eating much, but he tells her that he's happy these days. He then asked her not to wake him up while he slept. Meanwhile, DZX won first place nominee on Music Town. Seon quickly switched off the TV because he couldn't stand seeing them. He felt that nothing good came from being awake. That's why he decided to stay in this place for a few days. What he did most was go into other people's dreams and watch them. It was fun at first, but he quickly got bored with it. When he decided to leave, he noticed that he couldn't wake up. He had no idea this kind of side effect would follow. The nurses thought it was because of mental shock. Seong feels that the nurses must have felt sorry for him. After that, he met Jung Min and noticed that she was pretty good at what she did. Still, he just watched and didn't approach anyone because he was tired of maintaining human relations. Even though he worked so hard to create this space, he tried to forget it. Jung Min's dreams were his only source of entertainment. He wondered why he did that all of a sudden, but it was just sympathy. He needed something new to do, and in exchange for saving her, Jung Min just had to entertain him. He promised himself never to make the same choices again. He doesn't know why he's telling Jung Min all this, and he feels he's still a little bit pathetic. He admits that he was just testing himself the first time he helped her. He just wanted to use someone. Because of this, he tells her to leave because he's not as amazing as she thinks he is. However, Jung Min doesn't get what he's talking about. She says that she actually felt threatened by him because she never knew what he was thinking. Now she feels like she's talking to a human being. She's not disappointed because she never expected anything from him in the first place. She then tells him that she came to apologize for calling him useless. Jung Min decides to help him leave that place, but he says that if he could leave, he would have already left. Seong wonders what he would even do if he left. He has nowhere to be anymore and feels like reality is worse for him. Do Hong Min suspects that he has convinced himself that he's trapped and asks him if he has ever truly wanted to leave. Soo-young is convinced that no one will be happy to see him if he wakes up, but she tells him to stop being frustrating and just wake up. She offers to give her number if he's so lonely, since she doesn't have friends to talk to either way. Suddenly, he grabs her and asks if she's really going to stay by his side. Leon Min agrees, and at that moment he grabs her hand and thanks her. She then wakes up, wondering what time it is. Seon brushes her hair and tells her to keep her promise. Jung Min hesitated for a moment before offering a small gesture of comfort. She told Seon that if he was really feeling lonely, he could have her number. He could text her or reach out anytime. She admitted that she had no friends to talk to anyway. In her thoughts, she questioned her own words, feeling awkward. She realized she wasn't very good at comforting others and wondered what she had even been saying. Seon suddenly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, asking with urgency if she truly meant it, if she would really stay by his side. Jung Min responded, saying it was okay with her, as long as he didn't mind. Confused by her own feelings, she wondered what had just happened. Then, unexpectedly, Seon kissed her hand and thanked her. Jung Min gasped in surprise and glanced around, realizing she had lost track of time. Seon reminded her of her words, that she said she would stay by his side, and told her to keep her promise. In response, Jung Min handed over her number. Seon thanked her with a bright expression. Jung Min, flustered, asked why he was staring at her like that. Seon said he was simply fascinated. Jung Min, in her thoughts, admitted she felt the same. Then, she informed him that her mom had called, so she was heading home. She reminded him that he still needed to get a checkup. Before she could leave, Seon stopped her to apologize for not telling her the truth back then. He said he hadn't wanted to see her get hurt. Jung Min silently wondered if he was referring to Jo-hyuk and Jae. He brought up how she mentioned feeling humiliated in front of others and took responsibility for it. He promised to take care of things for her and asked how that sounded. Jung Min, confused, asked how he planned to do that. Seon smirked and said it was a secret. He told her to bring those girls the next time she visited him and made sure she agreed. She responded hesitantly. As they parted, Seon waved goodbye and said he would text her. Jung Min watched him, thinking about how he was treating her so differently all of a sudden. She figured that maybe what she said had helped him a little. She was glad she had come. Seon, meanwhile, stood alone with a determined look in his eyes. He promised to help Jung Min. He knew he couldn't keep staying where he was. Even though he had nowhere to go, he didn't want to return home either. With resolve, he made a phone call to the CEO. When the man answered, sounding annoyed, Seon introduced himself calmly. The CEO snapped, saying there was no place for him anymore just because he was out of the hospital. But Seon cut in, saying he didn't want to come back, he just wanted a house. He reminded the CEO that he had made a fortune off of him. Seon wasn't going to let it all end with a bit of pocket change. He offered a deal, just a house until he became a legal adult. In return, he would stay silent and live quietly. The CEO, furious, rejected the idea outright. He told Seon to figure it out with the money he had already given him. Seon responded coldly, asking where a teen runaway was supposed to live. He said he didn't want to be homeless, so he might as well expose everything and end his life. The CEO went silent. Seon added that if he couldn't get a house, he understood, but dying alone didn't seem fair. He mentioned going live on social media and broadcasting his suicide. He laughed as he said it, knowing exactly how to shake the man. He reminded him that people with nothing to lose were always the scariest. The call disconnected. The CEO stared at the phone, stunned. He called out Seon's name in disbelief, shouting into the dead line. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. He couldn't understand what had gotten into Seon. The words "suicide show" echoed in his head. It sounded insane, but a part of him wondered if the boy really meant it. Seon's mind echoed with the weight of his own words. People with nothing to lose are the scariest. The thought lingered like a shadow. Just then, his phone buzzed with a sharp vibration. A notification popped up on the screen. Seonbak started a live broadcast at around 9 p.m. At the hospital, a nurse approached him with concern. She asked if he felt okay walking around, noting that he had been asleep for quite a long time. Seon replied calmly that he felt fine. With all the rest, his skin had improved, and his wounds, including the injury to his leg, had healed. He told her he was stepping out for some fresh air before checking out. On his phone, he skimmed through the comments, flooding his live stream. Viewers expressed surprise at seeing him back, asking where he had been and saying they missed him. Some wondered if something had happened. Seon grinned to himself, quietly amused by their reactions. Still, he whispered in his thoughts that he no longer needed this kind of attention. With a soft sigh, he decided he might go shopping for the first time in a while. He wanted to look nice. Elsewhere, at school, Jung Min stared at her phone, reading Seon's messages. She wondered what he wanted from her. Her mind flashed back to her own words, offering her number if he ever felt lonely. She admitted to herself that maybe this was what she deserved. She replied to his text with a casual message, noting that it looked like he was having fun. Then she added that even though he said he would handle everything, she still had no idea how he intended to do that. Jung Min's thoughts drifted to the girls who occasionally gossiped about her. It annoyed her, but she had learned that things usually quieted down once she scared Sora a little. She reminded herself that just because Seon did something, it didn't mean Jaehyuk would come back to her. Her train of thought was interrupted when her friends called out, reminding her that she had promised they'd leave school together today. They asked if she hadn't even packed her bag yet. Jung Min blinked, realizing it was already time to go. She muttered that she was coming and moved to gather her things. One of her friends brought up Seonbaek's social media, saying he had gone live the previous night. They wondered aloud if something had happened to him. Another teased, saying she thought that friend had stopped standing Seon because of his personality. Embarrassed, she claimed she was just curious. Jung Min brushed it off and told them she'd treat them to dinner like she had promised. Her friends cheered, wondering what they should eat. Jung Min thought to herself that there was no way they'd follow her again unless she offered something like this. She was bringing them along because Seyoung had asked her to. But even as she walked with them, nerves bubbled in her chest. She wasn't sure if this would turn out okay. As they stepped out, a familiar voice called her name. It was Jaehyuk. One of her friends whispered that it was Juhyun's boyfriend. Jung Min froze. She internally groaned, "Of all times, why now?" The group chuckled, someone saying it felt like deja vu. Jung Min muttered, wondering why Jaehyuk was there. Then her thoughts shifted. By any chance? Jaehyuk spoke up, saying he hadn't expected to run into her. He asked if she had seen his texts. Jung Min apologized, saying she had, but she trailed off. Inwardly, she sighed. Of course, this meeting was just a coincidence. Then, with a sinking heart, she realized the real reason Jaehyuk was there. At that moment, Jo-hyun appeared and called out to him. Chung Min's heart sank deeper. This situation sensation again. The heaviness in her chest grew unbearable. She hated it. She hated everything about it. Her mind screamed, "I'm miserable. I want to run away." But then, as if on cue, Siyun appeared nearby. He asked if her phone was on silent and why she hadn't picked up his calls. He looked at her with genuine concern and asked if she had been waiting long. Jung Min was startled the moment she saw Siyun and questioned why he was there. Siyun casually replied that he had come to get her. Though confused, Jung Min hesitated, then remembered why, muttering uncertainly. Her friends observed Siyun closely, one of them recognizing his face but unable to recall where they had seen him. Another confirmed it, realizing he was Siyun Beck. Someone quickly searched his name, confirming his identity. Whispers and stares filled the air. Other students around them began murmuring, curious why Siyun was at their school. They pointed out that the girl beside him was a student there and speculated about their relationship. Jung Min's friends immediately confronted her, asking what was going on between the two and what their connection was. Without warning, Siyun pulled Jung Min into a hug and suggested they leave the area, noting how many people were watching. He jokingly called her Minnie, to which she immediately protested, finding the nickname gross. Siyun, unfazed, insisted they sit down, behaving like the place belonged to him. Jung Min silently remarked how he was acting like it was his restaurant. Sora then approached cautiously, confirming if he was really Seon Beck, the former member of DZX. She asked if he had always known Jung Min and for how long. Hyejin, overwhelmed, complimented Seon's looks and teased Jung Min, asking how she managed to land someone like him. Jung Min tried to interrupt, but Seon stopped her, offering to answer their questions, since they were Jung Min's friends. When Hyejin asked if they were dating, Jung Min quickly denied it, but before she could finish, Yeonji stepped in, firmly stating that they couldn't be together. She argued that even though Seon was eliminated, he was still a public figure and wouldn't betray fans by dating someone like Jung Min. At that moment, Jung Min snapped. She declared they were dating and asked if Yeonji had a problem with that. Without a word, Yeonji said she received a call from home and left abruptly. A friend called after her, but she didn't turn back. Hyejin brushed it off, saying Yeonji was acting that way because she was a fan of Seon. She laughed it off, telling Jung Min to ignore it. Sora, meanwhile, was thrilled with the gossip, wondering who to tell first. Hyejin whispered that Yeonji had always claimed to stop standing Seon because of his personality, but it was clear she hadn't really stopped. Jung Min watched Seon quietly, wondering if he was okay. She noticed Hyejin was pushing his buttons and worried about how he would react, but Seon smiled faintly, calling himself a bad guy. Jung Min sighed with relief, realizing he was holding up fine. Later, her friends commented that they were full. Hyejin asked if Seon was really going to pay. He confirmed, saying he was the one who told Jung Min to bring everyone. Since he invited them, it was only right for him to pay. Hyejin teased Jung Min again, asking how it felt to have such a hot boyfriend. Sora begged for permission to spread the news, then announced she was heading to the bathroom. Seon joined her, leaving Hyejin and Jung Min waiting outside. While waiting, Hyejin brought up Juhyun's reaction earlier, asking if Jung Min had noticed her expression. Jung Min admitted she didn't know. Her thoughts drifted to Jaehook. She had been so distracted that she forgot to talk to him before leaving school. Hyejin laughed, then shifted the topic, suggesting Jung Min dress up more now that she had a boyfriend. Jung Min blinked in confusion. Hyejin critiqued her outfit, telling her to change her skirt, put on makeup, and fix her hair. If her boyfriend was that attractive, she should try to match his level. She added that if Jung Min had done that from the beginning of the school year, she might not have been bullied so badly. Leon Min responded with a dry laugh. She asked if that meant she now had permission to do whatever she wanted with her uniform. She pointed out that Hyejin had once told her the skirt was too long, and now wondered if she could finally stop worrying about her opinions. She admitted she always thought someone like her wasn't allowed to try anything. Caught off guard, Hyejin looked at Seon, then quickly changed her tone. She awkwardly thanked him for the food and left in a hurry. Sora returned, confused why everyone had left so suddenly. She thanked Seyoung for the meal and told Jung Min she'd see her at school. After everyone left, Jung Min turned to Seon and asked if this was how he planned to handle things. Seon replied that it was the easiest and most effective way for her to gain their respect. He noted that teenagers were obsessed with relationships anyway. Jung Min questioned why being his girlfriend would earn her respect. Seyoung pointed out that she used him pretty well, despite claiming she didn't like the idea. He added that he hadn't done anything. She was the one who started it. Jung Min admitted it was because she got angry. Seon grinned and motioned to his face, saying it was impossible for people not to respect him. Jung Min still felt uneasy, especially about what happened in front of Jaehyuk. Seon admitted he didn't expect to see him there either and was just as surprised. Jung Min considered talking to Jaehyuk. She had been avoiding him out of fear, but maybe it was time. Then she asked Seon about the hospital. He said he'd be discharged soon. She asked where he planned to live. He said he'd stay somewhere close to her. He explained how he bluffed the CEO into helping him. He threatened to live stream his suicide, and the moment he pretended to start the broadcast, the CEO immediately called. Leomin asked if he really had to go that far, car and if he was okay. Si-yeon, pretending to be casual, asked if she was worried about him. She quickly denied it and brushed off her concern. Si-yeon told her not to worry about the past anymore, saying it didn't bother him now. Jung Min asked if he truly meant it. He nodded and offered to walk her home. She told him he didn't have to, reminding him he was still a patient. He shrugged, insisting he'd do what he wanted. Meanwhile, Juhyun watched from a distance. She repeated his name in her mind. Si-yoon Bak, an idol trainee. She couldn't understand how he knew Jung Min. She had been observing Jung Min for a while, yet never noticed this connection. And now, Jung Min had completely ignored her, as if she never existed. Nearby, Jeonhook noticed something off. Gently, he asked if she was upset, if something was wrong, but Juhyun shrugged it off with a quiet lie. She was fine, she said, nothing had happened. Still, he pressed further, pointing out how she hadn't taken her eyes off her phone. He asked her to look at him too. His voice was soft, but to Juhyun it felt like noise. She sighed internally. So annoying. She gave him a dismissive later, not bothering to mask her irritation. Jaehook blinked in confusion, not expecting that cold response, but her mind was elsewhere. Again, that boy, Seunbaek. She swore she had seen him before. There was something familiar about him, something she couldn't quite place. She searched her memory, chasing the connection, but the answer kept slipping away. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the school, Jung Min found herself in an unfamiliar spotlight. Ever since Seunbaek had stepped into her life, the air around her had shifted. Girls who had never so much as said hello were now chatting with her like old friends. Some approached curiously, their eyes wide with wonder. They asked how she had met Seun, how long they'd known each other. One girl even asked for her number, laughing nervously. Jung Min thought to herself, this kind of attention was new, overwhelming, and entirely unexpected. But not all the questions were innocent. Some were laced with judgment. Whispers passed from one group to another. Wasn't Seon a delinquent? Wasn't he the guy who went viral for fighting online? They spoke in low tones, acting concerned, but their words were heavy with envy. Jung Min could see right through them. Most of the people who whispered to her that way weren't really worried about her. They were comparing themselves to her, wondering what she had that they didn't. She knew where the rumors started. She even knew who had let it slip that she and Sien were dating. That girl hadn't expected the gossip to spread like wildfire. It was thoughtless of her, running her mouth without knowing her place. But Jung Min didn't mind anymore. What shocked her more was how fast everything around her changed. The moment people believed she had a special connection, they began treating her like she mattered. That shift was still hard to believe. Even her friends had noticed. One of them asked how many days Yeonji had been absent. They wondered if she was seriously sick. Jingmin replied honestly. She hadn't heard anything. Maybe Sunga would know. Another girl sighed dramatically, saying she wished she had Yeonji's illness just to skip school. Jungmin raised an eyebrow at the insensitivity. Another friend called the girl a jerk, half laughing. Still, the thought lingered. Yeonji must have been genuinely shocked by everything, especially after saying things like, why would he date someone like Jung Min? In a twisted way, Jung Min thought, serves her right. Later, she and Seon sat together, sharing a quiet moment. He asked why she was treating him to food. Was there something special going on? Jung Min rolled her eyes and snapped back, asking if he really thought that little of her. She said she had a conscience, that after all he'd done for her, she at least owed him this. It wasn't anything fancy, she admitted, but it was the thought that counted. Seon smiled and told her not to downplay it. He was grateful. Then, his tone changed slightly. There was something he had been wondering. He told her she had appeared in his dream while he was hospitalized. He asked her how that was possible. Jung Min froze, caught off guard. She said it had just happened. But Seon wasn't satisfied with that answer. He suggested maybe she shared his ability to connect dreams. Maybe she could astral project too. Jung Min laughed nervously, denying it. There was no way, she said, but Seon insisted. He was living proof that such things existed. He even wondered aloud if they could go on dream dates that way. She told him to stop joking, but even as she dismissed the idea, she found herself intrigued. Siyun looked at her with a gentle smile, noting how much better she seemed. She took a breath and hesitantly asked if she could keep pretending he was her boyfriend a little longer. She hated asking, but it made things easier. He nodded without hesitation and told her to do whatever she wanted. If it helped her even slightly, she could use him for the rest of her life. Jung Min looked at him, slightly embarrassed. She didn't want to admit it, but his appearance really was too striking. Her thoughts drifted back to what Haejin had said. If your boyfriend is that hot, shouldn't you try to be on his level? She scoffed at the memory. Why was she even thinking about that right now? It was stupid, and yet her eyes lingered on Siyun again. Why did he always have to look so effortlessly flashy? Trying to distract herself, she complimented his skin. It was easier than admitting her heart had begun to race. Siyun casually mentioned that his skin looked good, mostly because of makeup. He admitted it was already decent to begin with, but the makeup helped enhance it. Jung Min blinked, surprised. She hadn't realized he wore makeup too. Siyun grinned and explained that it looked natural because he had great technique. Curious, Jung Min hesitantly asked how he did it. When Siyun questioned her interest, she confessed she had been wondering what it might be like if she tried makeup herself. But before she could say more, Seong told her that he didn't think she needed it. That single comment made her pause. For a brief second, her thoughts grew insecure. She wondered if he believed she couldn't pull it off, or that she wasn't suited for things like that. But Seong immediately followed with reassurance. He told her face was already more than pretty enough. Jung Min blushed, brushing it off awkwardly and asking him to at least make his compliments believable. Seong didn't back down. He said he was being serious, that he had seen many potential idols in his time, but Jung Min could easily compete with them. He stuttered, caught off guard by the praise. It felt too much, too sudden. Her mind drifted for a moment. She remembered Jaeok's voice, the way he had once called her pretty too. That memory lingered, uninvited. Jaeok. Breaking the silence, Seon suddenly suggested they go shopping. Jung Min blinked again, surprised by his energy. She pointed out that he already seemed to have more than enough clothes, and asked if he really needed more. He just smiled playfully and declared that he had money to burn. Jung Min sighed internally. She didn't even have the strength to argue with that kind of confidence. And so, they spent the next few hours wandering stores. Seon eagerly held up outfit after outfit, asking what she thought. Jung Min responded with brief nods. She grew increasingly tired, as his enthusiasm showed no signs of slowing down. 2 hours later, after trying on more clothes than she could count, Jung Min watched him hold armfuls of pieces. She finally asked if he was really planning to buy all of it, but Seon shrugged. He said none of it really spoke to him and decided he'd just get a simple t-shirt instead. Then he held one up and asked if she liked it. Jung Min gave a vague reply saying it was okay, then immediately backtracked saying it wasn't really that cute. As they finally stepped out of the store, Seon beamed. He said he had fun again today. Jung Min rolled her eyes and muttered that he was probably the only one who had fun. Seon laughed without denying it. When they reached her place, Seong told her to go inside and said he'd see her in their dreams later. She groaned, admitting she was too tired for even dreams. That's when Seong handed her something unexpected. Confused, Jung Min looked down. It was the jacket she had tried on earlier in the store. She stared at him, surprised, asking why he would do that. Seon simply said it was to repay her for the meal she'd bought him. Even though she only spent 30,000 won, he said it was the best food he'd ever eaten. Then he nudged her gently to go inside. Later at school, some girls noticed the jacket immediately. They complimented how good it looked on her, saying they'd only ever seen her in a blazer before. They asked if Seon really bought it for her, but their chatter halted when someone else appeared. Yeonji had returned. She stepped up and called out to Jung Min. Her tone was direct. She said she had something to say, and she wanted Jung Min to come outside. Jung Min followed her to another spot, where a boy was already waiting. Without wasting time, Yeonji confronted her, demanding to know if Jung Min had asked about Siyun last time, despite already knowing who he was. She reminded Jung Min that when she showed her Siyun's picture earlier, Jung Min had asked who he was, which clearly meant she hadn't recognized him at that time. Her voice rose with frustration as she questioned what Jung Min's true intentions were. Jung Min, taken aback, admitted they had known each other for a while, but confessed she had no idea Seon was that famous. Yeonji, growing more irritated, claimed that none of this made sense, and revealed she never even wanted to spend time with Jung Min in the first place. Then, her voice sharpened as she accused Jung Min of blackmailing Sora. Jung Min, narrowing her eyes, asked if Sora had told her everything. Before Yeonji could answer, Sora arrived at the scene. The boy who had been with them turned to Sora, asking how she knew they were there. Sora, clearly nervous, replied that she had seen them leaving without her and decided to follow. But in truth, she had sensed something bad was about to happen. Leon Min let out a sigh, then finally admitted it. She confessed that she had used Sora a little out of desperation, simply because she was tired of being bullied. Then she coldly reminded them that she still had all of their chat logs. She questioned how they could act so righteous with that knowledge hanging over their heads. She continued without hesitation. Even if she lost them, there were still plenty of people who liked her now. It wouldn't matter if they no longer spent time together. If they truly hated her that much, she told them to just leave. Then she turned to Sora, asking what she wanted to do. Sora froze, her mind racing. She wondered if she really had to choose between Jung Min and Yeonji right then and there. Her thoughts turned dark as she realized that Jung Min held all her chat logs, even the ones from other group conversations. If those chats got exposed, especially the ones where she had talked about Yeonji and Sunga, she'd be in serious trouble if she chose their side. Her voice trembled as she hesitantly responded. She said she couldn't possibly leave Jung Min. Then, trying to calm things down, she turned to Yeonji and told her she was just being too sensitive, urging her to apologize to Jung Min. Yeonjan's anger exploded. She yelled, accusing Sora of betraying her just because Jung Min had something to hold against her. Her voice cracked as she asked how Sora could do this to her. Then she shouted that Jung Min could go ahead and expose the chat logs, because if she did, she'd just be seen as the creepy girl who leaked private conversations. Jung Min responded with cold certainty. She agreed that there might be backlash for her too, but then she reminded them of the time Juyeon exposed her social media. Back then, their classmates had been far more upset about her talking behind their backs than they were about Juyeon's actions. She looked directly at them and made it clear they were the ones who had gossiped about their classmates' private lives and family issues, and she was the one who found out and exposed the truth. In the end, it was obvious who would take the brunt of the consequences. Then she struck a final nerve. She brought up Siyun, telling Yeonji that she clearly liked him, but because of his bad reputation, Yeonji had never admitted it openly, fearing what others might say. Jung Min warned her that if she chose to leave now, just as she wanted to, she would never get to see Seon again. The words hit Yeonji like a slap, leaving her stunned and wide-eyed. No one said another word as they quietly left. Later, Jung Min sat alone, deep in thought. She tried to reassure herself that what she did was enough. A long sigh escaped her lips. She reflected on everything she had just said, realizing how far she had come. It felt surreal. Once, she could have never imagined herself speaking up like that. She had changed, a lot. Just then, a message popped up on her phone. It was from Seon, asking what she was doing. A faint smile touched her lips. Even if she didn't want to admit it out loud, it felt reassuring to have him around. She decided she should try to be as thoughtful as possible going forward. As Jung Min was leaving, she suddenly found herself face to face with Juyeon. Juyeon called out to her, but Jung Min ignored her and tried to walk away. In response, Juyeon grabbed her wrist and demanded to know how she dared ignore her. Jung Min immediately pulled her hand away and snapped back, asking what Johyun was planning to do to Jaehook. She accused Johyun of not even liking him, claiming she was only getting involved with him to provoke her. Her voice trembled with disbelief as she called the whole act childish. Johyun, unfazed, simply mentioned hearing that Jung Min had a boyfriend, but noted that she still seemed to have feelings for Jaehyuk. With that, she turned and walked away. Left behind, Jung Min's thoughts spiraled. She told herself she had to make them break up. The fear of feeling pathetic had pushed her to avoid Jaehook for so long, but now she couldn't stand by and let him get hurt because of someone like Juhyun. She quickly called Jaehyuk and hesitantly asked if he had time to meet that day. There was something she wanted to say, but Jaehyuk replied that he already had plans with Juhyun and would let her know when he was free. Jung Min accepted his word, saying okay, but inside she was certain he couldn't keep seeing Juhyun. Later, she met up with Seon and told him everything. Seon questioned her, confused as to why she was still trying to meet Joyeok. In his eyes, Joyeok had already chosen Joyeok, and he no longer had any relation to her. Jung Min acknowledged that, but insisted it wasn't so simple. Her concern for Jaehook never left her. Seon smirked and called her a romantic, asking if she still liked him. Then, he shrugged, telling her she'd have to deal with it herself. Trying to change the subject, Jung Min asked why Seon was still wearing his hospital gown. He laughed and said it was more comfortable to wear whenever he saw her in his dreams. According to him, it was super comfy. Jung Min thought to herself how strange he was. Then she asked if they could start seeing each other less often in dreams, especially since he already picked her up from school every day. Seon quickly reminded her that he couldn't see her while she was at school. She replied, of course not, and then questioned what he even did during that time. Curious, she asked what had happened with his own school. Seon casually revealed that he had dropped out long ago. Jung Min was stunned and asked what he did now. He simply said he didn't know and paused, telling her to think about it herself. Annoyed, she told him to stop messing around and to take it seriously. She was genuinely worried about him, but Seon seemed uncertain. He questioned whether it was that important, and then said he didn't think the way things were was all that bad. Without warning, he leaned in close to Jung Min. Startled, she pushed him away and asked what he was doing. Seon, surprised, asked what was wrong. Jung Min grew frustrated, pointing out how he kept grabbing and leaning on her out of nowhere. She demanded to know why he was acting like that. Her thoughts spun. She spoke before she could stop herself, admitting aloud that she liked Jaehyuk. Seon didn't seem surprised. He replied casually, saying he already knew that. But Jung Min's thoughts only grew more confused. Did he really not like her that way? He had never been normal from the beginning anyway. Before she could gather her thoughts, her friends called out to her, urging her to come with them to the snack shop. One girl declared she was treating them. Another shouted in protest, laughing, accusing them of trying to scam her into buying food. Again and again. Jung Min went along with it, agreeing to go. As they got ready to leave, Yeonji stepped forward nervously. She asked Jung Min where they were all going. One of the girls answered that they were heading to the snack shop, and Yeonji quickly said she wanted to come too. They welcomed her along without hesitation. When they reached the shop, the crowd was overwhelming. Some of the girls grumbled about how packed it was and doubted they could all get inside. One of them turned to Jung Min, asking if she was any good at pushing through crowds. Jung Min admitted she'd probably just get pushed around. So the girl decided that Jung Min and Yeonji should wait outside while the rest went in. Jung Min looked at Yeonji with slight surprise, noting how quickly she had changed her mind. Yeonji hesitated, then blurted out that she had a favor to ask. Just once more, she wanted to meet Siyun again. Jung Min raised a brow. She didn't respond immediately. She asked if Yeonji was just going to turn on her again the moment she gave in. Yeonji protested, insisting she wouldn't. If she wanted to see Siyun, she had to stay on good terms with Jung Min. So why would she sabotage that? Jung Min gave her a knowing look. So that's what it was really about. She told Yeonju it all depended on her behavior. If she kept acting nice, maybe. Just then, the rest of the girls returned, panting and sweaty from the chaos inside. Jung Min teased them, surprised they were already back. One girl, out of breath, complained about how insanely insanely hard it had been to squeeze in. Off to the side, Yeonji's thoughts turned venomous. In her mind, she cursed Jung Min, swearing revenge silently. Just you wait. Later, Jung Min sent a message to Jaehook, asking if he had time that day. His response came quickly. He said he had plans again with Juhyun. Jung Min replied with a short, okay, trying to hide her disappointment. But her thoughts betrayed her emotions. She muttered to herself, ugh, Juhyun again. She knew she should have kept her feelings to herself back then. She never should have made them obvious. She should have just stayed away entirely. Now it was clear Juhyun was going to be petty about it. As if summoned, Juhyun appeared with a smirk, asking if Jung Min had been talking about her. She greeted her with sarcastic sweetness, pointing out how popular Jung Min was these days. But then she twisted the knife, saying popularity didn't matter. What good was it if the guy she liked didn't like her back? She added that even having friends didn't count for much in the end. The words hung between them like poison, sinking into the cracks left by everything unspoken. Jung Min stood her ground as she looked Juhyun in the eye, her voice firm but laced with exhaustion. She said it was time to stop. Wasn't it about time, honestly? Everything had changed in her life lately. She had been trying to live better, and slowly the pain Juhyun had caused was fading into the background. She was even starting to forget all the cruel things done to her. And instead of being grateful that she hadn't retaliated or exposed everything, Juhyun had chosen to twist the knife deeper by turning Jaehook against her. But Juhyun didn't flinch. She scoffed at the idea of gratitude, brushing it off like it meant nothing. She claimed she could have done far worse but chose not to. She acted like holding back was a favor. Jung Min's brows furrowed. She asked if all of this, the manipulation, the cruelty, the constant need to interfere, was really over something that had happened so long ago, back in elementary school. Her voice carried a mix of confusion and disbelief. But Juhyun didn't answer the question directly. Her expression darkened and she stiffened. Jung Min pushed further, asking if she realized just how much she was dragging this grudge out. If only Juhyun had acted like a normal person back then, things would have turned out so differently. That was the final trigger. Girl's eyes sharpened with venom. Her voice dropped, cold and cutting. She asked Jung Min if she was trying to die. Did she even understand what Jung had gone through back then? Of course she didn't. Then suddenly, Juhyun's anger curled into a cruel smile. She mockingly thanked Jung Min. She admitted she had planned to move on, to let everything go like Jung Min had done. But now, Jung Min had reignited her hatred. She confessed that, deep down, she still wanted Jung Min to be miserable. That's why Jung Min froze, confused, until Juhyun shoved her phone forward. She announced that she had canceled her plans with Jaehook, telling Jung Min to go and meet him, to talk things out. Jung Min stared in disbelief. Her thoughts echoed in silence. What a weirdo. Soon after, she found herself standing in front of Jaehook. He greeted her with a gentle nod and motioned for her to sit. Nervously, she complied, sitting down and trying to find the right words. She asked him softly if he was still upset with her, about the lie she told, that the two of them were together, and also about the things she had said about Juhyun. She tried to explain that she never meant to hurt anyone. She had only overheard things because she and Juhyun were in the same class, and what she heard just didn't sound like Juhyun genuinely liked him. That was why she reacted the way she did. But Jaehook's expression didn't soften. Instead, he questioned her calmly, asking why she felt she had the right to make that judgment. And then he posed a question that made her heart stop. He asked if it was true if she had made Juhyun an outcast back when they were younger. Jung Min's body tensed, her fists clenched, her teeth gritted. Her voice shook as she asked what he meant. She told him she didn't know what Juhyun had said, but whatever it wasn't true. There was a misunderstanding. She said she would explain everything. She begged him to believe her. She tried to defend herself, insisting that she hadn't done anything wrong, that they had just drifted apart naturally because of how Juhyun had been acting. But her own thoughts interrupted her. Those bitter words Juhyun had spat earlier returned to her. Who cares about popularity? You can't even get the guy you like to like you back. Having friends doesn't even matter, right? Then Jaehyuk spoke again. His voice was quieter now, but heavier. He said he understood that Jung Min had her own perspective, that she had her reasons, and he thanked her for at least trying to explain. But then, without hesitation, he asked her a final piercing question. Did she really believe she hadn't done anything wrong back then? He reminded her that she had been Juhyun's only friend at the time. If the two of them had drifted apart, as Jung Min said, did she not understand how alone Juhyun would be after that? Those words struck her like a wave. Memories surged forward, images of the past she had tried to bury. She recalled the way Juhyun had been treated, the bullying, the isolation, and her own absence through it all. But Jaehook had already made up his mind. He stood up slowly and told her he had nothing more to say, and without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away, leaving Jung Min behind, frozen and speechless. Jung Min stood still, staring at Juhyun with cold eyes, her voice cutting through the tense silence in the classroom. She began listing everything Juhyun had done to her, drawing on her face without consent, isolating her from other friends, waking her up every night because of her own problems, refusing to let her go home until until it was so late that her mother had to call the police. She reminded her of being forced to smoke cigarettes and questioned why she ever had to keep getting along with someone like her. As her words echoed through the room, a murmur spread across the classroom. The classmates began whispering among themselves, stunned by the sudden outburst. Juhyun, alarmed, snapped back at Jung Min and asked if she had lost her mind, but Jung Min only smirked, accusing Juhyun of choosing to remember things however she pleased, of showing no remorse. She questioned why she alone had to feel sorry, why she alone had to carry the guilt. She recalled the rumors from the start of the school year, how they pushed her into the depths of despair, making her wonder time and again whether she should even go on living. As her voice trembled with emotion, a voice called out her name, Choi Jung Min. The students, already shaken, continued whispering. Some began recalling an old rumor about Jung Min having bullied Juhyun in the past. One of them speculated if that was what this entire scene was about. Others were shocked by Jung Min's version of the story and questioned whether it might actually be true. The most surprising part for some was the mention of smoking. Juhyun smoked? Suddenly, Juhyun rose from her seat and grabbed Jung Min's wrist, clearly furious. Jung Min held her hand in return and, with another smirk, confirmed, almost proudly, asking what if she really was insane. Juhyun, livid, called her a crazy bitch. Before the confrontation could escalate further, the teacher entered the classroom and ordered everyone to take their seats. He called out to Jung Min and Juhyun, asking what they were doing, and reminded them that class was about to begin. Reluctantly, the students returned to their seats, but the tension lingered. Whispers continued among the students. Many were unsure now. Had Jung Min really not bullied Juhyun? Some said they didn't know for sure. A few mentioned how it seemed Jung Min had been holding back a lot for a long time. Others began to feel sympathy for her. One of them even remembered how Juhyun had slapped Jung Min at the beginning of the school year. Meanwhile, Juhyun sat quietly, her mind spinning with thoughts. She wondered what was wrong with Jung Min and why she would bring all this up in front of everyone. Realization hit her. Jung Min had caught her off guard. She regretted not keeping Jung Min isolated. Now it was too late, and the damage had been done. A headache started to throb at Juhyun's temples. Her deskmate noticed and called out to her in concern, asking if she was okay. But Juhyun snapped, telling her to shut up, clearly irritated. Her classmate, startled and hurt by the harsh tone, stepped back, replying with a quiet, "Oh, okay," while Juhyun sighed heavily, overwhelmed by everything that had just unfolded. As class finally ended and the teacher stepped out, a heavy silence hung in the air. Tension still lingered as students quietly packed their things. Amidst this, Juhyun walked over to Jung Min and told her they needed to talk. Just the two of them. Jung Min, calm and composed, agreed. Together they exited the classroom. While they were leaving, one of Jung Min's close friends called out to her, asking if she was all right. She had overheard parts of the argument and felt like something serious had been going on. Jung Min reassured her that she was fine, apologizing for not greeting her that morning and explaining that her mind had been scattered. Her friend waved it off, saying Jung Min apologized too much and didn't need to worry about such things. Before the conversation could continue, Juhyun snapped, cutting them off with an icy tone. She told them to read the room and stop chatting, making it clear that this wasn't the time for small talk. The tension thickened. With that, she led Jung Min away, leaving her friend slightly stunned. As they walked off, Jung Min's friends exchanged confused glances. They whispered among themselves, wondering what was wrong with Juhyun. One of them asked if she had always been like this. Another pointed out how scary her eyes looked earlier, filled with something unfamiliar, something dark. Hearing them, Juhyun couldn't ignore the internal shift she felt. Her thoughts echoed inside her head. Her claws were out again. She admitted to herself that she wasn't like this before. Something inside her had changed, but she couldn't explain what was driving her lately. Eventually, the two found a quiet, empty spot inside the school building where they could speak without interruptions. Jung Min faced Juhyun, her expression calm but firm. She said she finally understood everything, why she kept trying to play games with her. She realized there was no point. If she was just straightforward, there was nothing Juhyun could twist or manipulate. Juhyun, agitated, asked what Jung Min had talked about with Jaehook the day before. She couldn't understand why Jung Min was so shaken and claimed she was making a huge mistake. But Jung Min turned it back on her, demanding to know what Juhyun had told Jaehook. What had she said to make him act that way? Juhyun stood her ground. She said she didn't make anything up. She only told him the truth and questioned if there was even a single lie in what Jaehook had repeated to Jung Min. Suddenly, Jung Min's restraint cracked. Her voice rose, trembling with emotion. She shouted that she had never bullied Juhyun. She never asked anyone else to bully her either. She wasn't like her, not even close. But Juhyun cut her off, her voice cold. She blamed Jung Min for starting it. She claimed she wasn't wrong. If Jung Min had a problem, she should have spoken to her directly, not gossiped to others. She demanded if Jung Min had any idea how much she had suffered because of that betrayal. Jung Min's expression darkened. Her voice shook as she asked if that was why Juhyun had deliberately bullied her when high school started. Was it revenge? Did she want Jung Min to suffer the same pain? Was it about making her regret the past? Regret leaving her behind? She pressed further, asking what Juhyun truly wanted from her. Did she want her to feel guilty, to beg for forgiveness? What then? Roswai stood still, her thoughts swirling. Inside, she finally admitted it. She had wanted Jung Min to suffer, but once she achieved that, Then what? There was no answer, only emptiness. Leonmin's eyes filled with tears, though she tried to stop them. She asked, almost pleading, did Juyeon have to be this cruel? She didn't want to break down in front of her, but her heart was too full. Her voice cracked as she forced a sad smile, her tears falling anyway. She said she was now exactly how Juyeon had wanted her to be, miserable, broken. Then she asked if it made her feel satisfied. Those words hit like a wave. Juhyun's eyes widened in disbelief, speechless as Jung Min stood there in pain. As evening fell, the school corridors emptied out. Juhyun stand alone in silence, lost in thought. Soon, Jaehyuk approached her, worry written across his face. He asked why she hadn't replied to his messages. Seeing her distant and downcast, he guessed it was about Jung Min. He asked gently if something had happened. Juhyun muttered that nothing had, but Jaehyuk didn't buy it. Her face said otherwise. He reminded her again, he was on her side. She didn't have to bear this alone. Suddenly, Jung Min's words from earlier returned, echoing in Juhyun's mind. She had said that since they were already having this conversation, she would reveal everything, the truth she had held in for so long. She told Juyeon how uncomfortable she felt around her, how she hated that Juyeon only commented on her appearance when others were present. She confessed to hiding behind her bangs for years, truly believing she was ugly. She said if Juyeon had ever been a real friend, she would have accepted her for who she was. She was different. She was who she was. But instead, she forced her to become someone else, someone worthy of being with her. Jung Min had always wondered if Juhyun ever saw her as a real friend. Deep down, she doubted it. And now, she regretted ever being friends with her too. The weight of those words broke something inside Juhyun. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. Her chest ached with guilt, confusion, and sorrow. She started to cry. Jaehyuk, seeing her like that, gently pulled her into a hug. He whispered softly for her not to cry. He reminded her she wasn't alone anymore, that she had him, that everything was going to be all right. Jung Min walked toward her class, her thoughts clouded with irritation. Everything was getting on her nerves. Her mood had hit rock bottom and nothing seemed to lift it. As she approached the classroom, the sound of familiar voices stopped her just outside the door. Her classmates were talking, unaware of her presence. They were discussing her and Juhyun. They feared the situation between them might force everyone to pick a side. Then came a pause, followed by a mocking observation. It wouldn't have been a problem if Jung Min had stayed quiet like she used to, but now, thanks to her boyfriend, she had many friends. Their tones turned gossipy. One of them pointed out how even the girl she was talking to acted friendly with Jung Min, and questioned who she'd choose if forced, Joyeon or Jung Min. The reply came without hesitation. Normally, she'd pick Joyeon. After all, Jung Min used to be a loser, so desperate for kindness that she'd do anything for anyone who treated her decently. And being close to Jung Min meant the chance to meet Seon Bag. If things went well, maybe even get his number. They chuckled at their own manipulation. They knew it was cruel, but didn't seem to care. Sora had said Seon looked even better in person. One of them sighed, wishing she could date a hot guy too. Jung Min heard every word, but instead of reacting with anger or pain, she simply smirked and walked away. Later, at a cafe, Jung Min sat across from Seon, her head lowered, eyes focused on the table. Seon called out to her, trying to bring her attention back, asking why she seemed so down. Jung Min kept her gaze lowered and said she didn't know. Seon asked if it was something she couldn't share. He mentioned how he hadn't even seen her face properly once that day. Without warning, Seon knelt down and placed his hand on her shoe. Jung Min flinched and lifted her head, yelling at him in confusion. Seon simply smiled and asked if something had happened at school. Was someone bullying her again? Jung Min brushed it off. It wasn't that. She sighed quietly, lost in thought. It was about Seon, but the kind of thing she felt embarrassed to say out loud. She had already told him she was okay. She didn't want to go back on that. Seon looked at her, confused, and asked why she was staring. Jung Min blinked. Was she staring? She quickly covered it with a joke, asking if he was just that handsome. She then took a deep breath. She'd already shown him her worst side, so there was no point holding back. She would just say it. Seon, however, sat silently, thinking to himself. It seemed like Jaehyuk had learned the truth about what happened between him and Juhyun in the past. Juhyun had spun the story in her favor. Seon had hoped that resolving the misunderstanding would be enough, but even after hearing both sides, Jaehyuk chose to believe Juhyun. To make things worse, all of Jung Min's close friends had only acted friendly to get closer to Seon. Everything around her felt like a mess. She was beginning to wonder if she had been the one in the wrong all along. Seon suddenly interrupted her thoughts, asking for a mechanical pencil. Jung Min, irritated, asked why he'd request that while she was opening up like this. He casually explained that since she seemed like she'd talk for a while, he needed something to do with his hands. Jung Min stared at him, annoyed. He really was such a weirdo. She asked if he had told Jaehyuk about what happened with Juhyun in the past. Seon Yen confirmed it. Jung Min then asked what he had thought after hearing her story. As he scratched on a paper with the pencil, he replied honestly. He had thought that Juhyun was a really bad person. Their conversation continued. Jung Min posed a thought. What if she had twisted the story in her favor? Did he still believe her? Even if he did, she said she didn't care. Seon questioned her lack of concern. Jung Min shot back, reminding him of the day she first appeared in his dream at the hospital. She had told him that she had beaten up some rich jerk. Even after hearing that, she asked if his opinion of her had changed. Had he liked her any less? He paused, then said no, not even than once. Jung Min looked at him and told him that was exactly how she felt now. Even if he killed someone, she'd stand by him and help him. He asked why she would go that far for him. Her answer was clear, because he had saved her. What she had said when they first met still held true. If there was anyone she wanted, she just had to say it. She repeated his words in her head, what he said when they first met. Anyone she wanted? Could he really mean that? If she wanted those people gone? She began to think that maybe they were imagining the same thing, and it almost felt like he wanted her to ask him, as if he wanted a reason to stay bound to her forever. He gently patted her, then pretended not to hear what she had said. She stayed silent. But then Seon spoke again. He wanted her to be happy, even if it meant using him. No matter what it took, that was his happiness. As Jung Min stared at the drawing, she raised an eyebrow. The sketch clearly showed her and Seon, but something felt off. She questioned if the figure was meant to be her, and what exactly was that weird animal beside her. Seon casually replied, asking if it didn't look like him. Jung Min narrowed her eyes at the paper. Despite how ridiculous it seemed, she admitted to herself it was probably meant to be them. But Seon, of all things, had drawn himself as a horse. She couldn't understand why. Didn't people usually draw themselves as humans in these kinds of sketches? A little later, Jung Min returned to the table and handed him a drink. It was her way of showing appreciation. Seon waved it off, telling her to save her money. It wasn't even expensive, but Jung Min insisted. She felt bad because he always paid. Seon, unfazed, simply told her to stop feeling bad. According to him, there was no reasoning with her. As they got up to leave, Jung Min stepped forward, but due to her untied laces, she stumbled. In that moment, she tripped and ended up crashing into Seon's chest. He instinctively caught her. Flustered and annoyed, Jung Min blamed him. This was all his fault. He had untied her shoes earlier. Seon casually asked why she hadn't tied them again. She admitted she forgot and demanded he let her go. But Seon held her gently and asked her to wait. He wasn't ready to let go. He told her that he had never hugged anyone before in his life and that this felt really nice. Jung Min was surprised. She asked if this was really his first time. Hadn't he even hugged his parents? Seon replied that he couldn't remember ever doing so. So, he asked if they could just stay like that a little longer. Jung Min was momentarily flustered, then gave in with a sigh. She couldn't believe it, but she let the moment linger and held him for a little longer. She thought to herself that she knew she was a piece of work, but looking at him, she realized so was he. She softly told him so. Seon looked at her, surprised. Was she trying to make him feel better? He smiled and called her kind. He's Jung Min. She watched him for a moment, then silently thought to herself, maybe she should just kick him. As Joo-hyun stepped into the house, her voice echoed faintly in the quiet space, announcing her return. There was no warm welcome, only her mother's indifferent command, telling her to get her own dinner. The air felt cold, heavy with silence. A tired sigh slipped from Joo-hyun's lips as she stood there, staring at the dim corners of the room. She knew deep down that nothing good would ever come from spending her time like this, lost in stillness. There was no point waiting for anything to change. With that thought, she forced herself to sit down and open her workbooks, deciding it was better to fill her time with something, anything that felt useful. But as she tried to focus, her mind wandered, pulling her back to what Jung Min had said. Those words clung to her thoughts like shadows. Back then, she had always wondered, had Jung Min ever truly thought of her as a friend? The question stirred old emotions she had buried long ago. She caught herself, blinking hard. There was no time for thoughts like that, no time to dwell on things that couldn't be changed. She let out a soft laugh, hollow and sharp. It almost sounded ridiculous now. Looking back, they had seemed so silly. Two girls pretending everything was fine. What had she even liked so much about a girl like Jung Min? Then came a quiet confession, tucked away like a page in a forgotten diary. Her parents had separated before she ever stepped foot in grade school. As a young child, she would cry and throw tantrums, begging to see her father again. But her mother never comforted her. Instead, she always snapped back with the same cutting words, telling her not to be so emotional like her father, threatening to abandon her too if she didn't stop. It was in those moments that Joo-hyun learned a lesson that would never leave her. Never waste emotions on things that didn't matter. That was the only thing her mother had truly taught her, and it shaped everything. Still, for all her coldness, her mother never failed to provide. She worked relentlessly and made sure Joo-hyun lacked nothing. She spared no expense when it came to supporting her daughter financially. She remembered a conversation from the past. An older woman had gasped softly, half amused, remarking on how luxuriously Joo-hyun was being raised. But children, she warned gently, grew too fast. Buying them expensive clothes at such a young age didn't make sense. With a warm chuckle, she offered to send some clothes her own eldest child had grown out of. It was strange how comfort could be built out of money yet feel so completely empty. Joo-hyun's life was full of nice things, but starved of affection. And in that contrast, she had learned to stand on her own, to bury her feelings deep, and to keep moving forward, no matter how alone she felt. Joo-hyun looked back on those memories and found them laughable now. The things she used to say, the way she used to act, it all felt like a distant echo from a different life. There was a time, back when she was just a little girl, when she would boast proudly that her mother bought her expensive clothes every single day, no matter how quickly she grew out of them. She would say it didn't matter, because her mother had a lot of money. That was her truth then. But beneath the flashy confidence was something else. Something quieter, something more painful. She hated the way people looked at her. Their stares made her feel small, unwanted, out of place. So to shield herself, she built a habit of pretending. She began showing off more, bragging louder. She tried to become someone untouchable, a girl who was spoiled, adored, and treasured, someone who got more money, more love, and more attention than anyone else, especially more than children who still had both of their parents. Even back then, her mother's voice would cut through everything. It always sounded the same, sharp, impatient, cold. She would call out, telling Hyun to hurry up, and that was how it always went. Their lives moved forward, side by side, yet never really together. When Julian started at her new school, things seemed easy at first. She didn't have to put in much effort. Without doing anything special, her classmates were still drawn to her. Their attention felt automatic, and she believed that was how things were supposed to be. She spoke her mind openly. If she liked something, she made it known. If she didn't, she said so plainly. She thought expressing herself clearly was a strength, an honest way to live. But that kind of honesty didn't go unnoticed. Soon, whispers started circling behind her back. Quiet at first, then growing louder. Some of the other girls questioned whether anyone truly liked Juhyun at all. They complained that she acted like she was better than everyone else. Some said she always behaved differently around the boys, like she was putting on a show. And others began to wonder if they'd be better off hanging out without her. That was the moment school stopped being the simple place she thought it was. At home, she tried to talk to her mother. She approached carefully, saying there was something she wanted to share. But her mother was too busy. She didn't look up, didn't listen. Juhyun pushed again, saying it would only take a minute, that it was about school. Her mother cut her off, her tone sharp. Was someone bothering her? Was she being bullied? Juhyun said, no, it wasn't like that. Then her mother made up her mind. If it wasn't bullying, then it wasn't a big deal. She told Juhyun to go back to her room, told her she was busy, said she should handle these kinds of things on her own, that other kids didn't need help figuring out friendships, that she just had to share and be thoughtful. Why couldn't she be like everyone else? Later, alone in her room, Juhyun repeated those words in her head. Maybe her mother was right. Maybe it really was pointless to worry about things like this. Now that everyone thought she had a bad personality, at least she wouldn't have to deal with their constant talking anymore. Silence, she thought, was better than judgment. But then something unexpected happened. Jung Min called out to her, asked if she wanted to come with them to the bathroom. At first, Juhyun was stunned. Had she heard correctly? Was Jung Min really talking to her? Leon smiled and confirmed it. Yes, she meant her. She wanted to be friends. She told her to come along. Just like that. Grosswise couldn't understand. Back then, including someone like her could have ruined Jung Min's reputation. People already didn't like her, so why did Jung Min take that risk? Even as they walked together, she could hear the whispers from the other girls. Some of them clearly didn't want her there. But despite all that, Juhyun felt like maybe, just maybe, this was how it was supposed to be. A few days passed and she continued spending time with Jung Min and her friends. One day, Jung Min asked her how she did on her exams. Juhyun replied casually, saying she got 100s on everything. She mentioned it like it was no big deal, just standard for a grade schooler. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Maybe it sounded too arrogant. To her surprise, Jung Min's eyes lit up. She said Juhyun was amazing. That simple compliment caught Juhyun off guard. Jung Min admitted she probably failed her own exams. Her dad had been getting angry more often, and she was scared he'd see her scores. She asked if Juhyun's dad was strict too. Juhyun responded honestly, she didn't have a dad. Her parents had divorced when she was young. She waited for the usual reaction, the awkward pause, but Jung Min didn't say anything. She said her mom was okay, but her dad was different, cold. He didn't even talk to her. He just got mad all the time. She admitted she hated it. Then she leaned in, almost whispering. She told Juhyun something she hadn't told anyone else. Her parents fought every day, and honestly, she wished they'd just break up already so she wouldn't have to watch it anymore. Juhyun was stunned. She hadn't known. Jung Min said that was because she trusted her. She didn't tell people those things because she didn't want to be pitied. She didn't want sympathy. She just didn't like going home. So she asked Juhyun to play with her more, to keep her company. And in that moment, something shifted in Juhyun's heart. She realized that people don't always need a grand reason to open up. Sometimes a small act of kindness is enough. Jung Min was different from everyone else. While most people waited to be approached, she took the first step. She was the one who reached out. At first, that had seemed strange, even foolish. But now, Juhyun saw the truth. That was why people were always drawn to her. In quiet moments, little Juhyun would look at Jung Min and think, she's amazing. I could never do that. But still, when others talked about Jung Min, she would glare and speak harshly. She believed she was the one who knew Jung Min best, the one who understood her. She didn't get why Jung Min spent time with the others. They weren't good enough for her. One day, she asked Jung Min to stop hanging out with Jimin and the rest. She said she didn't like them, that she wished Jung Min would just be with her, that she alone should be enough. Afterward, she found herself wondering, what was the look on Jung Min's face when she said that? The next day, Jung Min didn't come to school. Worried, Juhyun went to her teacher and asked for Jung Min's address. She wanted to visit her. The teacher smiled warmly, touched by her concern, and gave it to her, reminding her to call before she went. But Juhyun didn't call. She thought she didn't need to. They were close after all. They didn't need formalities. As she stood in front of the unfamiliar house, she hesitated. Was this really Really? Jung Min's home? She had only seen places like this in alleyways, run down, forgotten. She never thought people actually lived in them. Then a voice came from inside, a familiar voice. It was Jung Min. Rosewai's heart jumped. She called out Liose, saying it was her. Ju-hung, she had come to check on her, to see if she was okay. But then the door opened, and as she stood there staring, something inside her froze, because what she saw left her completely speechless. Later that evening, Jung Min and Ju-hyun walked together through the quiet park. Concerned, Ju-hyun gently asked her what had happened. Tearfully, Jung Min confessed the truth. She had thought her father was hitting her mother, so she had tried to stop him. But in the process, she had been hurt too. Now she could only cry, wondering what would happen to her mom. Ju-hyun noticed the bruises and pointed out that Jung Min had been hurt as well. Through her sobs, Jung Min looked at her, worried and desperate, and asked if Ju-hyun would keep this a secret. Ju-hyun nodded. It would be their secret, just between the two of them. The next day at school, Jung Min returned to class after a long absence. Her friends quickly surrounded her, expressing concern. They asked if she had been really sick since she had missed school for quite some time. Jung Min simply responded with a soft, yup, and admitted she was feeling a bit better now. Curious, one of the girls looked around and mentioned they hadn't seen Juyeon. Another said Juyeon had told her she was going to the bathroom. The conversation shifted to Juyeon. One of the girls hesitated before expressing something that had been bothering them. She pointed out that Juyeon always seemed different, distant. She didn't talk to the others and often just stared at them coldly. The girl admitted that Juyeon was only ever kind to Jung Min, and it made the others uneasy. It wasn't just one thing. There were several strange things about her. Before the girl could finish her thought, Juyeon appeared. Her sudden arrival caught them off guard, and they gasped, surprised by how silently she had walked up. One of them quickly asked when she had gotten there. Juyeon stood quietly, her expression slightly upset, as the uneasy silence settled between them. Not long after, Juhyun brought Jung Min to meet her other friends. She seemed excited, telling Jung Min that she had met one of them through cram school, and was sure Jung Min would like her. Juhyun urged her not to hang out with those uglies anymore, and instead spend time with her. She insisted all her friends were pretty too. Yeonmin hesitated, unsure, but Juyeon pressed her again to come with her after school. Later, she introduced Jungmin to her group, proudly calling her a school friend, and sharing how she met Arang and the others through cram school. Jungmin responded awkwardly. Arang offered her something. Jungmin was shocked. It was cigarettes. Nervously, she asked Juhyun if she had tried them before. Juhyun casually said yes and brushed it off. When Jungmin asked about her mom, Juhyun replied that it didn't matter. As long as she didn't get caught, her mom didn't care about her anyway. She told Jungmin to try one, saying it might help her forget her recent worries. Jungmin refused, saying her mom had asked her to come home early. She left quickly, saying goodbye and promising to see them at school. After she left, Arang questioned if Jungmin was really Johyun's friend. She said Jungmin seemed totally different. Arang said it was obvious. Jungmin had no presence at school. Johyun admitted to herself that she knew that was true, but those girls didn't know the real Jungmin. They didn't understand how kind she was. If Jungmin didn't hang out with them, she might return to spending time with Jimin and the others. Johyun didn't want that. She was determined to make Jungmin fit in with her new friends. Later, Johyun showed Jungmin a lip tint and asked her to try it. Jungmin refused, but Johyun insisted, saying she even stole her mom's makeup for her. When Jungmin reacted in surprise, Johyun pushed again, saying she had put in effort. She even suggested dyeing Jungmin's hair and encouraged her to dress up a little. Jungmin asked why. Johyun told her that people would look down on her otherwise, and she didn't want that to happen. She quickly asked if Jungmin had time after school. She wanted to bring her along to meet her friends again. She explained there had been a misunderstanding the day before when Jungmin left so abruptly. She planned to doll her up this time so they wouldn't get the wrong idea again. She even offered her own clothes. Quietly, Jungmin wondered if she really looked that ugly. Soon after, Juhyun arrived with Jungmin. Her friends greeted her. Jungmin, however, felt uneasy. She didn't like these girls. She wondered why Juhyun kept trying to make her spend time with them. She remembered what her old friends had once said, asking if she thought Johyun was okay. They had pointed out that Johyun only acted nice toward Jungmin and glared at everyone else. They had said there were many strange things about her. Nearby, the girls laughed loudly, swearing as they talked. Time passed. The sun had long since set. Jung Min felt anxious. She wanted to go home. Hesitantly, she asked Juhyun if she could have her phone back. She wanted to at least call home, but Juhyun refused, saying that if she gave it back, Jung Min would leave. She reminded her that she didn't even like going home anyway and told her to stay. Suddenly, a police officer shouted at them, asking why they weren't home yet. The girls panicked. They yelled that it was the police and told each other to run. Juhyun told Jung Min to run too. Jung Min hesitated, confused. Then a familiar voice called out, "Her mother." Jung Min turned, shocked. She ran straight into her mother's arms and apologized through her tears. Her mother held her tightly, saying she must have been scared. Nearby, Juhyun stood frozen, thinking she was probably about to get an earful. But Jungmin's mother looked at her calmly and said that her own parents must be worried too. She offered to take Juhyun home. That was the first time Juhyun saw Jungmin's mother. She wore old, threadbare clothes and had visible bruises from abuse. Her difficult life was obvious to anyone. Juhyun couldn't help but think her own mother would never let someone like that near them. And yet, something about the moment made her feel deeply anxious. Later, Jung Min told her the truth. She didn't think Juhyun should hang out with those girls. She said they seemed like bullies, and she didn't think she could ever be friends with them. She also asked Juhyun to stop smoking. Close-wise, Juhyun agreed without hesitation. If Jung Min didn't like something, she was willing to stop. That's how important she was. Jung Min was surprised, but Juhyun said she meant it. Then she made a request of her own. She asked Jung Min to stop hanging out with Jimin and the others. She reminded her what they had said about her, that they all hated her. She wanted Jung Min to stay away from them too. If she agreed, Jung Hin would give up her friends as well. She said it was ridiculous that people talked about her behind her back, but didn't have the courage to say it to her face. Jung Min agreed, though she said it would be hard to cut them off immediately. Juyeon said that was fine. She could do it slowly. She was just happy Jung Min listened. In her thoughts, Juhyun admitted she didn't think it was terrible to hang out with so-called bad kids. But now, it felt like she and Jung Min only had each other. They were best friends, truly. She believed that if Jung Min didn't like what she was doing, she could stop right away. Because it wasn't just anyone, it was Jung Min. Later, Juhyun called Jung Min in the middle of the night. Jung Min whispered that she couldn't talk. Her parents would wake up. But Juhyun begged, saying she was upset. Her mom had yelled at her earlier. Jung Min was shocked and asked what had happened. She wanted to know if her mom had hit her, but Juhyun only thought to herself that her mom didn't care enough to go that far. To her, Jung Min was the only one who truly cared. While flipping through the glossy pages of a magazine, Juhyun's gaze landed on a striking photo. A model's makeup instantly caught her attention. Bold, elegant, beautifully done. The smoky eye in particular stood out, giving the model a mysterious charm. Juhyun admired it silently, thinking how incredibly pretty it looked. Then, a strange realization washed over her. The model, she looked a lot like Jung Min, that familiar face, those features, it stirred something inside her. Inspired, she hurried over to Jung Min, unable to hold back her excitement. She asked her to stay still, eager to recreate the same look on her friend's face. With a spark of hope and gentle enthusiasm, she offered to tie Jung Min's hair up. In her heart, she simply wanted to make Jung Min feel beautiful. But beneath that cheerfulness, an unsettling thought surfaced. Jung Min feared this moment might be Jung Min's way of quietly saying goodbye. Perhaps she was seeing this as their final interaction. Before she could dwell too much on the feeling, a sudden interruption shattered the moment. A group of girls, Jung Min's friends, walked over with serious expressions. One of them told Juhyun not to play with Jung Min anymore. The words hit her like a wave. She blinked, confused and stunned, barely understanding what they meant. The girls stood firm, saying that Jung Min had told them everything. According to them, Juhyun had asked Jung Min to stop being friends with them. The accusation echoed in her mind, growing heavier with each word. Struggling to process it all, Juhyun turned to Jung Min. Her voice trembled as she asked whether it was true. Had Jung Min really told them those things? Was she saying bad things behind her back? But Jung Min remained quiet. Her friends spoke for her, telling Juhyun that she made Jung Min uncomfortable. That's why, they said, Jung Min wouldn't play with her anymore. Without waiting for a response, they took Jung Min by the hand and began to walk away, shielding her from Juhyun as if she was a threat. Juhyun stood frozen, completely alone. The laughter and chatter faded around her. She stared blankly as Jung Min disappeared with the others, a hollow ache forming in her chest. She couldn't understand what just happened. Thoughts began to spiral. What was going on? Why was Jung Min acting this way? They had promised to stay by each other's side. Juhyun had distanced herself from everyone else, choosing Jung Min above all. And yet, in the end, Jung Min walked away without even looking back. Tears stung the corners of her eyes as a heavy silence settled around her. The only explanation her mind could grasp was that she must have done something wrong. It had to be her fault, because if it wasn't, she didn't know how she would be able to stand it. Believing she was to blame was the only way to stop her heart from falling apart. As school ended that day, the soft golden light of the setting sun bathed the hallways. Juhyun quietly followed behind Jung Min, her heart heavy, her steps uncertain. She finally called out, her voice barely above a whisper. She asked if she had done something wrong, something she hadn't realized. There was sincerity in her tone as she promised not to do anything that Jung Min disliked ever again. She seemed desperate to hold on to the fragile connection between them. Jung Min barely responded. Her words came out in a quiet murmur. She said it was scary. Yeon was puzzled. She leaned in, asking what she meant, but Jung Min's eyes were distant, filled with something unreadable. She said that Joyeon was just scary. Then, without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked away, leaving Joyeon standing there in stunned silence. Left behind in that still corridor, Juhyun's thoughts began to spiral. While she was alone, she had time to think deeply, honestly. Her memories began to unfold one by one. She reflected on her past behavior, on how she had always done what she wanted without ever truly asking for Jung Min's opinion. Back then, she hadn't realized how one-sided their friendship had become. But now, with space and time between them, she could clearly remember Jung Min's growing silence, the subtle changes in her expression, the sadness that had settled in her eyes. It hadn't happened all at once. It had crept in slowly, quietly, like a shadow lengthening across a wall. Juyeon admitted to herself herself that it wasn't like she had been completely unaware at the time, but still she hadn't stopped. She hadn't known how to help. Her comforting words felt powerless, just noise in the face of something too real, too deep. Words were fleeting. They couldn't fix the emotional wounds Jung Min carried. They couldn't heal anything for real. That was why she had tried to offer her something different, something lighter. She had wanted to show Jung Min how other people laughed, played, and lived freely. She thought maybe if Jung Min could experience that even a little, she might be able to escape the burden of her home life, even temporarily. But now she saw her mistake. She hadn't helped her. She had only pushed her further away without ever realizing it. Time moved on. Middle school began. But fate didn't place them in the same school. Joo-hyun ended up in a different middle school than Jung Min. She felt the distance immediately. Still, she held onto a small hope that maybe, someday, they'd end up at the same high school and things could start over. During those lonely months, Joo-hyun began to change. She made a conscious decision to stop doing the things Jung Min had disliked. She tried hard to become a better version of herself, someone others would describe as kind, someone who didn't stand out for the wrong reasons. She tried to become just like the Jung Min she had admired. She believed that if she changed enough, if she became someone gentler, someone safer, then maybe Jung Min would let her back in. Maybe their friendship could heal. That was when a new student, Haejin Kim, transferred into her class. From the moment Haejin walked in, she gave off a different energy. Her sharp eyes, her posture, even the rumors about her, all of it made her seem like trouble. But to Hyeon, she looked familiar. There was something in her demeanor that reminded her of herself from before. Maybe that was why Hyun felt drawn to her. Maybe that's why she chose to take special care of her. One day, Joo-hyun went to look for her friends. She found them in the far corner of the school grounds, hidden from view. There, she saw something disturbing. Haejin was sitting on top of another girl, clearly bullying her, while the two others in the group just stood and watched. Hyun's voice cut through the tension as she asked what was going on. Hyejin laughed it off. She claimed the girl had been spreading lies, serious accusations from her last school, including attempted murder. Hyejin was furious. To her, the only way to silence people like that was through force. She wanted to make sure no one ever talked about her again. As she spoke, her tone grew darker. She said people shouldn't talk behind someone's back unless they were brave enough to say it face to face. Roswai stepped back. She told them she was leaving and asked if the others were staying. One girl said she'd leave too. It was boring anyway. As they walked away, Haejin called out to Joo-hyun, but Yoo-hyun wasn't listening anymore. Her mind was swirling with emotions. Was this how she had looked to Jung Min all those years ago? The thought left her shaken. The more she reflected, the more twisted it all seemed. Why was she still dwelling on the past? Why did her mind keep going back to Jung Min over and over again? Maybe Jung Min had been more than just a friend. Maybe she had been special because she was the first person Joo-hyun had ever truly connected with. She wanted to test that feeling, to see if it was real. So she shifted her attention. She began to treat the quietest, most ordinary girl in their class with kindness. She even distanced herself from Haejin completely. But something wasn't right. The girl's timid voice, her nervous movements, it all reminded her too much of Jung Min. It made her uneasy. The memories kept resurfacing. Why was she feeling this way? Why hadn't she just picked up the phone and called Jung Min? That wasn't like her. She always faced things head on. Still, she tried. She dialed the number, but the call didn't go through. It went to voicemail almost instantly. Had Jung Min blocked her? The idea hit hard. Did she really have to go that far? What had Joo-hyun done that was so unforgivable? Had Jung Min ever clearly asked her to stop? Had she ever given her a real chance to explain herself? Why had Jung Min made all the decisions, quietly pulling away, never looking back? They had called each other friends. So why had she turned away when Joo-hyun was hurting? Joo-hyun had said sorry. She meant it. Wasn't that enough? She felt a wave of regret first. Then came self-hatred, sharp, painful. But what followed was resentment, a bitter, creeping anger toward Jung Min for not forgiving her, for rejecting her, even after everything she had done. She felt a little bad for the quiet girl, but still, she returned to Haejin. She went back to that place of chaos, because at least there she wasn't alone. Then, by chance, she saw Jung Min again, and something inside her twisted. Of course, she warned Haejin to behave when Jung Min was nearby. She had an image to maintain, after all. But deep down, she wanted Jung Min to hurt. She wanted her to feel what she had felt, abandoned, betrayed, forgotten. But she wouldn't do it herself. She wouldn't get her hands dirty. She had changed, after all, or at least that's what she told herself. Someone else would carry out her unspoken wishes. Time moved forward. The high school entrance process was approaching fast. One day she went to Jinte, a classmate. She remembered he had a friend at Yongbak Middle School. She asked if he knew anyone named Jung Min Choi. He said no. Was she a friend of hers? Joo-hyun simply said her phone was dead, so she couldn't contact her. She asked Jinte to check if any of his friends knew which high schools Jung Min was applying to, but she made sure to ask him not to mention her name. Leon Zait nodded and went to ask his group chat. After a short wait, he returned with news. One of his friends was actually in Jung Min's class. Apparently, Jung Min's first choice was Unbak High School. Joo-hyun thanked him quietly. She didn't smile, but inside something dark settled into place. What she truly wanted now was for Jung Min to be unhappy. Far away, Seon stood at a distance, observing everything quietly. He muttered softly under his breath, unable to look away from what he had just just seen, unsure what it all meant, but knowing it wasn't something good. After that, the story shifted back to the future. Chuyeon slowly opened her eyes, waking from a long, unsettling sleep. She had been dreaming again, another drawn-out, disturbing sequence that left her with a pounding headache. Her thoughts lingered on the awful dream. It felt crappy and confusing, filled with emotions she couldn't shake off. She left her room and walked over to her mother's room. Her mother was getting ready for work. Though she looked unwell, she insisted on going to work anyway. When Juhyun asked, her mother offered to inform the school on her behalf. Juhyun agreed silently. Her mother told her the housekeeper would prepare food when she arrived and reminded her to eat something. After her mother left for work, Juhyun sat in silence, her mind circling back to her dream. That blurry-faced boy who kept appearing, she couldn't figure out who he was. She didn't know yet that it was Seon. The scene transitioned to the school. In class, the teacher announced that the class vice president would be in charge for the day, as Juhyun was absent due to being sick somewhere else, Juhyun thought to herself. She wondered if her absence was because of her own guilt, but she quickly denied it. Deep down, she didn't feel ready to face that person's face again, so staying home felt like the easier choice. Her thoughts shifted to Seon. It confused her that he hadn't appeared in her dreams this time. He was always the one urging they should be together all day. He always acted according to his own will. Unable to let go of her curiosity, Juyeon picked up her phone and called him. When Seon answered, his voice startled her. She couldn't understand what he wanted so suddenly. The confusion built inside her as the line stayed open between them. Soon after, Seon's voice came through the phone, sharp and slightly frustrated. He didn't waste time questioning why Jung Min was acting like he was the strange one, when in fact she had been the one to call him first. His tone carried a mix of confusion and annoyance. At that moment, Jung Min froze. A sudden realization hit her. She must have accidentally called him while carelessly holding her phone. Flustered and mortified, she fumbled for an explanation, quickly trying to dismiss it as a mistake. But just as she was about to hang up, two of her classmates appeared at her side, grinning with mischief. They leaned in, sensing something interesting, and immediately started teasing her playfully. With wide eyes and mocking voices, they asked if she was on the phone with her boyfriend. Their curiosity only grew. They pressed her further, saying they wanted to hear his voice, and even pushed for a video call, just to confirm whether it was really Siwon Baek on the other end. Jung Min felt her stomach twist. Internally, Juhyun panicked. Her thoughts raced as she told herself over and over that this wasn't what it looked like. She hadn't meant for this to happen. Trying her best to remain calm, Jung Min told her friends that she had only called by mistake and was just about to end the call. But her friends weren't buying it. They giggled and leaned in closer, urging her to keep talking to him for just a bit longer. They were eager to hear his voice. The pressure mounted. Jung Min's mind began to spiral. She realized with dread that she had spoken to Seon too casually in front of them. Now she didn't even know what to call him anymore. She couldn't just use something vague like, "Hey, you," not with everyone watching. After a short moment of hesitation, she finally called him Sisun Appa. The word came out awkward and hesitant. On the other side of the line, Sisun went completely still. Her use of Appa hit him like a wave. His eyes widened and he reacted in disbelief, asking what she was even saying. The sudden, formal term gave him chills. It was so unlike her usual tone, but as he processed it, it began to make sense. She must be surrounded by classmates. Realizing the situation, Seon decided to help her save face. His voice changed instantly, shifting into a more playful and cheerful tone. He responded sweetly, asking if she had called because she missed him. His response wasn't just convincing, it was calculated. He knew exactly what he was doing. Her classmates were immediately swept away by the act. Their teasing turned into awe. They blushed, whispering among themselves how romantic it all sounded. Some declared they would only go for older boys from now on. From their perspective, this had confirmed it. Jung Min and Seon really were dating. Trying to keep up appearances, Jung Min let out an awkward laugh. She quickly said that Seon had just woken up, hoping to bring the call to a close. Seon, still playing along, replied that he hadn't, but Jung Min pushed forward anyway, insisting she'd call him later. Seon tried to protest gently, but before he could say more, she hung up. Her friends looked at her in disbelief, surprised she had ended the call so quickly. Jung Min made an excuse, saying he was probably still half asleep and not in the mood to talk. Just then, Haejin appeared and casually asked if Jung Min was done with her phone call. She invited her to join her on a trip to the snack shop. Jung Min hesitated. Every fiber in her wanted to say no. Deep down, she didn't want to be around Hyejin at all, but in that moment, she didn't feel like she had any other choice. So she nodded and quietly followed her. As they walked through the hallways, Haejin turned and asked where Sora was. Jung Min shrugged and said she didn't know. At that exact moment, a nearby girl turned her head slightly in their direction. Her expression was tense, almost as if she had overheard something important. The day passed, and the school bell finally rang. After school, Jung Min met Seon at a quiet cafe nearby. It was just the two of them now, away from the stares and the teasing. The atmosphere was calm, but the tension between them hadn't fully lifted. As they sat across from each other, their conversation took a more serious turn. Seon asked gently if she was upset, maybe because of how she abruptly hung up earlier. Jung Min tried to brush it off, pretending it didn't bother her, but Seon could tell something was off. Her face looked tense, her posture more rigid than usual. He asked if if someone had bothered her during the day. Jung Min shook her head and replied that the girl hadn't even come to school. Apparently she was sick or something. Seon's voice lowered slightly, cautious now. He asked if Jung Min had done something to her. She smirked and denied it. Then, with a sharp tone, Seon told her not to bring that girl up again, not in front of him. Just the mention of her made him sick. Jung Min tilted her head slightly and said that he didn't seem to care about the girl before, but now it looked like she was getting under his skin again. Seon reminded her that she already knew what had happened. Everything had been out in the open. Then he asked, almost sarcastically, if this was all about Jaeyoung-go. Jung Min corrected him. It was actually Jaehyuk-jo. Seon smirked, teasing her for mixing up the name. He leaned forward slightly and asked if there was anything else eating at her. Jung Min's smile faded. She admitted that while the girl didn't scare her anymore, she still absolutely hated her. That feeling hadn't changed. It had only gotten deeper. Seon asked bluntly if she wanted Juhyun to let go of Jaehyuk. Jung Min replied that she did, without hesitation. Seon offered her a suggestion. He told her that it was okay if she still liked Jaehyuk. People couldn't always control their feelings, but she should make it look like she didn't care, especially in front of Juhyun. In his mind, Seon knew the truth. Jung Min would go to any length if it meant getting attention. She always had. Jung Min listened and agreed. She said that was probably the best thing to do. She looked at him and smiled. There was a glint of mischief in her voice as she told him not to worry. After all, she had her Seon Oppa now. She could get through anything with him by her side. Her words caught Seon off guard. He blinked and asked where she had even learned to talk like that. Jung Min acted innocent, pretending not to understand. He warned her not to say those kinds of sweet things to just anyone. He added playfully that if she did, weirdos might start hanging around her. His voice was joking, but there was a protective edge beneath the teasing. The two of them stood up and left the cafe together. The air outside was warm, but there was something charged between them, something unspoken. As they walked, Jung Min suddenly spotted Jaehyuk in the distance. Her body instinctively moved as if to call out to him, but Seon noticed her reaction instantly. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her shoulder, gently stopping her. He reminded her of what she had said earlier. She had promised to get over Jaehyuk, and now, he told her, he would help her do that. They walked past Jaehyuk together. The boy looked like he was about to say something, maybe even call out to Jung Min, but Seon kept moving forward, pulling Jung Min along with him. He didn't let her stop. Jung Min turned her head slightly and whispered that Jaehyuk had been about to say something, but Seon didn't slow down. His voice was calm but firm. He told her that it didn't matter anymore. Whatever Jaehyuk had to say, it was no longer her concern. That night, long after the lights were off and silence settled in, Jung Min lay awake, her eyes fixed on the dark ceiling above her. Seon's words echoed quietly in her mind. He had told her not to worry about Jaehyuk, but no matter how much she tried to let it go, something inside her wouldn't stop pulling at that thread. She kept thinking about Jaehyuk, about that moment earlier, about the way he looked at her, tired, distant, like someone carrying a weight too heavy to speak about. His face had looked so utterly exhausted. She whispered softly into the dark, barely audible even to herself, wondering just what could have happened to him. Yeah. The next morning, sunlight broke softly through the windows of the school. The day moved ahead like usual, but something in the air felt unsettled. In class, Jung Min looked around and leaned towards Sora. Her voice was low as she asked about Juhyun, but Sora quickly shut her down, not wanting to speak openly about it. Not here, not like this. Jung Min pressed again, wondering aloud if Juhyun really hadn't come again. Sora nodded, confirming her absence, but her tone carried something else too. Uncertainty, suspicion. Was Juhyun really sick, or was there more behind it? With a casual shrug, Jung Min excused herself. She said she was heading to the bathroom, her expression unreadable as she stepped out of the room. Back at her seat, Sora stayed behind, but her mind began to drift. Her eyes followed Jung Min for a moment before settling down. Thoughts began to bubble up, strange thoughts, unsettling ones. She remembered a time not too long ago when being seen with Jung Min felt awkward, even embarrassing, but now that discomfort had been replaced with something else. Now, Jung Min was someone others seemed to revolve around. She was the center of everything. Sora thought to herself that she didn't regret cutting Bunju off, not anymore. Somehow, being close to Jung Min gave her access to popularity, to people, even to someone like Seon. Who would have thought she'd ever find herself talking to someone that handsome? Just then, her gaze landed on Jung Min's desk. Jung Min had left her phone behind. Sora stared at it for a long moment. Her heart started beating faster. That phone. It held everything. Everything Jung Min had on her. She reminded herself why she was even in this situation in the first place. Blackmail. That was the word she couldn't shake. She wasn't friends with Jung Min. She was trapped, controlled, and now maybe, just maybe, she had a chance to free herself. She thought about all the messages she had sent, all the things she had said about others. She had already told Yeonji and Sunga about being blackmailed, but they hadn't done anything. So now she was on her own. And here it was, the perfect chance. Jung Min was gone. Her phone was right there, unlocked. But still, was this really what she wanted to do? Sora hesitated. A war raged inside her. Being around Jung Min had its benefits. Exciting things happened near her. As long as she didn't try to act above her, Jung Min didn't get angry. Her personality wasn't even that terrible. Sora almost started to convince herself that maybe things weren't so bad. But then she caught herself. No, this wasn't normal. She was being blackmailed. That was the truth. She reached for the phone. Her fingers trembled slightly as she picked it up. It had no password. That made it easier. All she had to do was delete the messages, the ones that could ruin everything. If they disappeared, so would her problem, right? But just as she tapped into the phone, Jung Min appeared beside her. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. She asked Sora what she was doing. Sora jumped, completely startled. She hadn't even heard her come back. Her face flushed with panic as she stammered out an excuse. She claimed she was just going to return the phone to her. Jung Min didn't buy it. Her eyes were calm but cold. She told Sora that even if she deleted the files from the phone, it wouldn't matter. Everything was backed up. Somewhere else, there was no easy way out. Sora's heart raced. She tried to deny it, tried to laugh it off. She insisted it wasn't what it looked like, but Jung Min just stared at her in silence before walking away. As she left, her thoughts were matter-of-fact. She'd never bothered to set a password on her phone before, mostly out of laziness. But now, maybe it was time to finally set one. The final bell rang and students poured out of the school. Jung Min stepped outside, greeted by the familiar afternoon light. And like always, Siyun was there, leaning casually against a wall, waiting, just like he always did. She looked at him, observing the same distant expression he always wore. His resting face was cold, unreadable. If she hadn't known him, she thought, she probably would have been too scared to talk to him at all. He greeted her in his usual, nonchalant way. She replied, surprised to see him out so early. He gave a tired reply, pointing out that she already knew he had nothing else to do. She asked what he even did with his mornings, her voice carrying a quiet curiosity. As they began walking together, she realized just how often she had been running into him lately. Siyun mentioned he had found a nearby cafe. They served incredible shaved ice and he wanted to take her there. She smiled a little at the idea. But then, in the distance, she caught sight of Jae-hook, and her thoughts shifted. Ju-yeon hadn't been at school again today, and Jae-hook, he still looked lost, still hurting. Even after everything, she stared at him for a moment and silently called him a fool. He had heard everything, he knew, and still his feelings hadn't gone away. Without much warning, Jung Min told Soo-yoon to wait. She said she wanted to talk to Jae-hook. At that, Sigun froze. His eyes darkened, his voice tense. He asked if she was still doing this, still chasing closure that might never come. Jung Min turned to him. Her voice was steady. She said she understood what he was thinking, but this wasn't what he believed it to be. She was tired of leaving things unresolved. If Si-young hadn't been there for her, she probably would have spiraled into something much worse by now. She admitted that, but now, all she wanted was an end, a proper one. Si-yoon clenched his teeth, clearly frustrated. He asked if she really meant it, even if it meant he would be the one to get hurt in the process. He asked if she thought he would ever let that happen, if she truly believed he'd stand by and allow her to suffer. His voice softened as he looked at her again. He asked what it was about Jae-hyuk that she liked so much. Jung Min looked away, quietly admitting that while Si-young was the reason she had changed, become stronger, it was Jae-hyuk who had first made her feel like she could accept herself, like she could be someone worth liking. Si-yoon swallowed hard and replied softly, he said he could do that for her too. Jung Min smiled gently. She told him she knew, and she believed it. With a long breath, Xian looked her in the eye and finally said he understood what she meant, that she wasn't looking for reconciliation, she was looking for rejection, so she could finally move on. Jung Min flinched slightly at his bluntness, but nodded. It hurt to admit it, but it was the truth. She asked him if it was okay to make him wait, just for a little while. It would be over soon. Si-yoon took a step back, his expression unreadable. He told her to do whatever she wanted, and so Jung Min turned and began walking toward Jae-hyuk. Her heart was heavy, but steady. When she reached him, Jae-hyuk looked up, surprised. He asked why she had come to see him, and the moment hung in the air, silent, uncertain, and filled with everything that had gone unsaid. In the dim quiet of the school hallway, Jung Min found herself standing face to face with Jae-hyuk. The air between them was heavy, filled with tension that neither of them knew how to cut through. Her brows were furrowed, voice firm as she reminded him that they had crossed paths just the day before. She pressed him, searching his eyes for a flicker of honesty, something to confirm that he had come with a purpose, something he wanted to say. But Jae-hyuk met her intensity with calm detachment, denying it without offering even a hint of explanation. His cold response made her heart twist in confusion and frustration. If he had nothing to say, then why had he come at all? But instead of addressing her question, Jae-hyuk shifted the conversation, asking if Ju-hyun had come to school the previous day. Jung Min froze, her breath caught in her throat as the meaning behind his words settled in her mind. Was that it? Had he really come just to ask about Ju-hyun? That realization hit her like a stone in the chest. She repeated his question under her breath in disbelief, her voice shaking, her eyes dimming with disappointment. Jae-hyuk's expression remained unmoved as he reminded her that she had asked the first question. Trying to compose herself, Jung Min managed to inform him that Ju-hyun hadn't come to school today either, mentioning that she was apparently sick. But beneath her words, emotion rippled through her tone, subtle but undeniable. She then called out his behavior, how indifferent and careless it felt. Her voice grew heavier as she reminded him of that day at the cafe, how he had left her words hanging, how she hadn't gotten the chance to say everything she needed to say. He had walked away too quickly, leaving her thoughts locked inside. And now, standing before him again, she tried to open up the parts of herself she had kept hidden. She told him that after what he had said to her that day, she had been too shaken to speak clearly. She had wanted to tell him everything, about how deeply Ju-yeon's actions had hurt her, about the invisible wounds that still ached inside her chest. She had wanted to clear the misunderstanding between them, to explain herself before things fell apart, but he hadn't let her. He hadn't given her that chance. Despite her efforts, Jae-hyuk responded with quiet indifference. His silence was louder than words. Jung Min's thoughts began to spiral, drowning in the overwhelming sense of betrayal. It hurt her deeply that he had misunderstood her, that he had turned away without even trying to see her side of the story. She had spent so long convincing herself that love and friendship were different, but now it felt like even that line had blurred. The fact that she had known him longer, that she had shared more time, more memories, more unspoken feelings with him, it all felt meaningless now that he had chosen to walk away so easily, especially over someone like Juhyun. A fresh wave of pain crashed over her. If this was the kind of man he was, so quick to discard, so quick to forget, then maybe he should have never been kind to her in the first place. He should have never treated her like she mattered, because now every kind word and every gentle gesture from him only deepened the sting. Drawing a shaky breath, Jung Min asked him the one question that had been clawing at her heart for days. Why did he trust Juhyun so blindly? She didn't even seem to make an effort to stay in contact with him, and yet he waited, cared, and worried as if her silence meant nothing. But Jung Min wasn't done. She took a step forward and shared something deeper, something painful but true. She told him that Juhyun already knew about her feelings for him, that Juhyun was pretending to like him just to get under her skin. Her words trembled with hurt as she warned him that falling for someone like Juhyun would only lead to heartbreak. Jae-hyuk, however, was already prepared for these accusations. Her words, as sharp as they were, didn't shake him. His expression remained unreadable, his stance firm. And now that the subject had been opened, he too had something he needed to say, something he had kept buried, waiting for the right moment. Jae-hyuk's voice remained calm, his expression unwavering, even as Jung Min's words struck out with emotional force. He faced her with quiet defiance, making it clear that no matter how she felt, whether she liked him or not, it didn't change his truth. The one he loved was Juhyun. That feeling was unshakable, rooted deep within him. Even if Juhyun was only dating him because of something Jung Min had said, because of some twisted emotional manipulation, he still didn't care. His love wasn't conditional, nor was it swayed by the reasons others might give. His heart was already spoken for. As the conversation unfolded, Jae-hyuk's frustration slowly rose. He couldn't understand what Jung Min's real purpose was in saying all these things. Why now? Why like this? What did she want to accomplish by casting doubt on his relationship? Was she secretly hoping that he and Juhyun would fall apart, that things would crumble under the weight of uncertainty? He challenged her with a pointed gaze, trying to decipher the motive behind her words. What gave her the right to interfere in something that had nothing to do with her anymore? And then came the deeper accusation. Was it because she liked him? That was the only explanation that made any sense in his mind, but even that didn't add up. After all, she had been spending time with another guy lately. Wasn't he supposed to be her boyfriend? Jae-hyuk demanded clarity. If not a boyfriend, then who was that guy to her? A friend? A placeholder? Someone else to use until she could stir more chaos? He paused, his tone sharp with disillusionment. He admitted, with a hint of hurt laced beneath his frustration, that he could no longer make sense of her actions. It felt as if she had been planning to use him too, just another pawn in whatever emotional game she was playing. And with that bitter realization, something in the air shifted. Before another word could be spoken, a shadow moved quickly into the frame. Seon emerged, his face grim and his body tense. In a blink, he stepped forward and without warning, delivered a powerful punch directly to Jae-hyuk. The impact was brutal. It echoed through the hallway like a thunderclap, halting time itself for a second. Jae-hyuk's body jerked from the force, and he stumbled back, stunned. Jung Min gasped, her voice rising in alarm as she rushed toward him. She called out his name, panicked, as she saw crimson blood beginning to drip from the side of his face. The sight was jarring. Her breath caught in her throat. It had only been a punch, or so she thought. But the blood told a different story. Something wasn't right. The injury was deeper than it should have been. Her instincts kicked in. She spun to face Seon, her voice sharp and urgent as she demanded to see his hand. Seon blinked in confusion, unsure of her sudden intensity, but she didn't back down. She insisted, eyes wide and trembling with concern. Hesitantly, he raised his hand, revealing his knuckles. That's when they both saw it. A strange, hard object was wrapped loosely around Seon's fingers. Something small, metallic, and out of place. It must have been hidden in his palm or tucked into his grip without him realizing it. He looked down at it with surprise and mumbled almost to himself, wondering how it had gotten there. The realization hung heavy in the air. Whatever the object was, it had turned a fistfight into something far more dangerous. The confusion deepened between them, but one thing was now certain. The line had been crossed, and there was no undoing what had just happened. Jung Min stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the aftermath of what had just unfolded. Her voice quivered with a mix of fear and confusion as she asked, barely above a whisper, what Seon had just done. The scene felt unreal. unreal, like a moment suspended in time on the cold hard ground. Jae-hyuk groaned in pain, clutching his side. Without thinking, Jung Min rushed to his side, panic gripping her chest. She dropped to her knees and called out his name, gently tapping his shoulder, desperate for any sign of consciousness. When he stirred faintly, his eyelids fluttering open just a little, she leaned in closer and asked with urgency if he was awake. The panic in her voice grew heavier, almost suffocating her. She looked around, realizing she didn't even know where he lived. Her mind spun in circles. The only thought anchoring her was that they had to call his parents immediately. But before she could reach out again, Jae-hyuk recoiled, his voice laced with pain and bitterness as he told her not to touch him. Her heart sank. For a moment she was lost, but then her mind clutched onto one name, Chuyeon. Maybe she could help. But it had been so long. What if Chuyeon had changed her number? What if she didn't pick up? Still, Jung Min had no other option. She had to try. There was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Juhyun sat on her bed, scrolling through her phone, frustration flickering in her eyes. Her phone buzzed again, the vibration sharp in the quiet room. She let out a sigh, already assuming it was another message from Jae-hyuk. Her thumb hovered over the airplane mode option, tempted to disconnect entirely, but then she looked at the screen and froze. It wasn't him, it was Jung Min. The unexpected name made her pause. Her expression shifted from irritation to confusion. Slowly, cautiously, she answered the call. Her voice carried both concern and confusion as she asked what was going on. On the other end, Jung Min's voice was rushed, shaking with urgency. She didn't waste time with pleasantries. She told her she'd explain everything later, but right now, Jae-hyuk needed help. He had to be taken to the hospital immediately. The problem was, he wouldn't let Jung Min take him. So she pleaded, just this once, could Juhyun please come? There was a pause, then a sigh. Juhyun agreed, her voice low with reluctant acceptance. She knew she didn't really have a choice. Jung Min asked again, a bit more desperately, if she was really going to take him. Juhyun confirmed it with a quiet yes. Jung Min hesitated before speaking again, her voice softer this time, laced with guilt. She said she was sorry. That apology caught Juhyun off guard, her brows furrowed in confusion. Why was she apologizing now? Jung Min explained, it wasn't fair to drag her into this mess, not when she had been dealing with her own illness. Not when she had been gone and hurting. Before Juhyun could reply, Si-yen, who had been silently watching, stepped in. His voice was curt, almost cold, as he told them to get moving if they were done talking. But before Juhyun could leave, he glanced at her and offered a warning, one that sounded casual but carried weight. He told her to be careful. The way he said it made her stop in her tracks. There was something unsettling in his tone, like an underlying threat. Joya narrowed her eyes slightly. That was Jung Min's boyfriend, and if he had caused this much damage to Jae-hyuk in a single blow, then he was clearly not just some ordinary guy. Her instincts told her that this wasn't over. As Juhyun helped Jae-hyuk away, leaving the scene behind, Siyun turned his full attention back to Jung Min. He called her name again and again, trying to get her to look at him, to speak. Then he suddenly winced, shaking his hand slightly and giving a weak smile as he asked if he might have gotten tetanus. His voice tried to sound light, even humorous. Jung Min finally looked up and told him to give her his hand. He blinked, confused for a moment, then extended it slowly. She took it gently. Her voice trembled as she asked the real question burning in her mind. Why did he do it? He had promised. He had promised her he would wait. What would he have done if she hadn't stopped him in time? Siyun fell silent. The weight of her words seemed to hit him. He didn't give a clear answer. Instead, he admitted that when he saw her crying, when he saw her in pain, his mind went blank. He hadn't been able to think about anything else. Jung Min studied his face closely. Then she asked if he truly regretted what he'd done. His response came fast, too fast. Of course he regretted it, he said. He claimed that from the very moment it happened, he had been repenting. But Jung Min wasn't sure. She stared at him, searching his face for remorse. He didn't look regretful, not even a little. A part of her wondered, was he just saying what he thought she wanted to hear? Her thoughts drifted to their relationship, to everything they had been through. She had known for a while now that Siyun depended on her, leaned on her more than he should. After she learned about his difficult childhood and the scars he carried, she had sympathized. She had allowed things to slide. She had excused his behavior again and again, but now she was beginning to question it all. Was this dynamic healthy? Was it really love? Or was it just emotional dependence? She didn't know anymore. Her thoughts were interrupted as Siyun asked playfully if she would kiss his hand to make it feel better. She rolled her eyes, brushing off the comment and telling him he wasn't a child. But he persisted, teasing her again. If not a kiss, maybe she could hug him, like last time. It had been a while after all. Jung Min blinked in disbelief. How could he say something like that, now of all times? She was about to respond, but then stopped. Something about his expression made her hesitate. Siyun smiled gently and told her to relax. He joked that someone might get the wrong idea and think he was doing something bad to her. Then his tone shifted, becoming softer. He confessed that he was finally starting to calm down. For the first time that night, he felt a strange sense of relief. Jung Min looked at him, confused. She asked what he meant. He explained, quietly, that at least now, she wouldn't have to suffer because of Jae-hyuk anymore. That part was over. His words hit her like a wave. She stared at him, then asked softly, almost like a whisper, if he would be in her dreams tonight. Siyun tilted his head, confused by the question. He asked why. She didn't explain. explain, she simply told him to be there, not just tonight, but every night, every day. She didn't want him going anywhere without her permission. In her thoughts, she admitted a deeper fear. She wasn't sure what he might do if she didn't make him promise that. Seon's expression softened even more. He smiled, the tension in his face finally easing. He said he was truly relieved. He had been scared that after everything she wouldn't like him anymore, that she'd walk away. But now he was sure. She still cared. She still wanted him, and that was all he needed. He promised her he'd stay by her side, no matter what. Jung Min crossed paths with Seon once again. Seon greeted her with a warm and familiar energy, calling her by the nickname Jung Min as he pulled her into a close embrace. Jung Min felt irritation rising as he repeated that name, the same one she had told him countless times not to use. Despite her annoyance, Seon held her firmly, telling her how much he had missed her. As she gazed at him in that moment, his expression seemed calm and natural, almost disarmingly ordinary. A lingering thought passed through her mind, wondering what his true appearance really was behind this facade. The scene gradually shifted to the quiet halls of the school. Sora approached Jung Min, concern softening her tone as she pointed out how pale and exhausted Jung Min looked, questioning if she had been sleeping enough. Jung Min answered that she had been sleeping, yet her thoughts betrayed the truth. She reflected silently that she believed she would be fine because she was used to lucid dreaming, but the lingering effects were harder to shake than she expected. She thought about how she had to keep forcing herself into lucid dreams until it was time to leave for school, only to spend the day replying to Seon's endless texts. And when school ended, Seon would inevitably be waiting for her again. Day after day, the same cycle continued, and now the constant strain was beginning to wear her down to the point of exhaustion. The quiet moment broke as Joo-hyun called out to Jung Min, demanding her attention. Sora, noticing Joo-hyun's sudden presence, remarked on her arrival at the school. Jung Min, her voice weary, asked Joo-hyun if they could postpone their discussion, explaining that she was too drained to deal with anything at that moment. Joo-hyun, however, refused outright, insisting that whatever needed to be said had to be addressed immediately. And the tension drew the attention of Hayin, who quickly stepped forward, anger flashing across her face as she confronted Joo-hyun. She demanded to know who Joo-hyun thought she was and who had given her the right to pull people along and dismiss others so easily. Her voice rose as she accused Joo-hyun of being selfish, questioning if she was even capable of change. Joo-hyun, unfazed, coldly stated that she was not speaking to her. Haijin, taken aback, demanded an explanation, but Joo-hyun pressed on, remarking that Haijin's name might as well be printed next to the word sidekick in the dictionary. Haijin, stunned and insulted, demanded to know what Jung-hyun had just implied. Joo-hyun did not hesitate, cutting deeper as she accused Haijin of feeling a false sense of importance simply because Jung Min had allowed her back into her life. She told Haijin to wake up and face the truth, that Jung Min had not welcomed her back out of genuine forgiveness. Her final words struck harder as she called Haijin far more naive than she had ever imagined. Haijin faltered, her confidence shaken by the weight of those words. Joo Min, overwhelmed by the growing tension, finally intervened. Frustration laced her tone as she ordered them to stop, saying she understood enough. Inwardly, she wondered why these two had chosen to fight so openly and so close to her, especially when she had no energy left to deal with it. She turned to Sora and Haijin, telling them that she would return shortly, before walking away with Joo-hyun to continue their conversation elsewhere. Once they were alone, Jung Min began by asking about Jahyok. Joo-hyun's response was sharp, explaining that he would not be able to attend school for the next several days. Jung Min pressed, asking about his condition, and Joo-hyun revealed that he was struggling, weakened, and now burning with a fever. Her attention shifted quickly as she demanded to know who the man with Jung Min had been, questioning why someone like him would go so far as to harm another person. Jung Min explained calmly that he had acted because Jaehyuk had said something deeply hurtful to her. She made it clear that she did not approve of what he had done, but admitted the reasoning behind his actions. Joo-hyun, however, remained firm, pushing further and asking what exactly Jaehyuk had said to provoke such a response. Jung Min held back her thoughts, her expression calm even as her mind drifted. She decided she did not feel like explaining anything to Joo-hyun at that moment. Deep inside, she reasoned that everything involving Joo-hyun was already finished. There was no point in talking about it now. She kept her response short, telling Joo-hyun it was nothing worth mentioning. Yet even as she dismissed it aloud, her thoughts lingered stubbornly. She told herself she should still take some responsibility for the situation. She knew Si-yoon never would. She had only started the conversation with Jae-hyuk that day to sever ties with him completely, to make things final. But instead of ending everything cleanly, she found herself worrying about him even more than before. Breaking the silence, Jung Min asked if Jae-hyuk lived with both of his parents. Joo-hyun confirmed that he did, did, but explained that they returned home late each night because of work. The words caught Jung Min off guard, and her eyes widened slightly as realization struck. Jaehook was left alone, despite being sick and weak. The thought settled in heavily. She told Juhyun to come with her later during lunch. When Juhyun asked why, Jung Min handed her a packed lunchbox and told her to deliver it to Jaehook herself. Yeon frowned and immediately refused, demanding to know why she had to be the one to do it. Jung Min reminded her firmly that she was his girlfriend and therefore the most appropriate person to bring it. She explained that she had not asked Juhyun to buy anything for him, choosing instead to handle it herself. Juhyun remained unimpressed, telling Jung Min to go see him personally if she was so worried, insisting he would recover on his own without anyone's help. Jung Min, her patience thinning, ordered her to stop complaining and simply take the food without arguing. Juhyun, her voice rising with irritation, said she still did not want to do it. Jung Min, refusing to budge, revealed that she had bought 2 servings so Juhyun could simply go and eat with him while she was there. Juhyun blinked in surprise, asking if Jung Min had actually bought food for her as well. As Jung Min turned to leave, Juhyun muttered under her breath that she had followed Jung Min there. Jung Min, her tone flat with annoyance, asked what she was supposed to do about that. Juhyun responded coldly, saying that if Jung Min had even a shred of conscience, she could buy her lunch before leaving. Jung Min sighed and agreed, though her voice held a sharp edge. She set one condition: Juhyun could not tell Jaehook that the food had come from her. Juhyun glanced at her and asked if she still liked him. Jung Min's tone turned firm, almost detached, as she stated that she did not anymore. With the matter settled, the two began walking side by side down the corridor. The air felt strangely familiar as they walked. Juhyun let out a quiet giggle to herself, a sound she quickly tried to suppress. Walking next to Jung Min brought back a wave of nostalgia, as if she had been pulled back into the old days. But the laugh caught in her throat as her thoughts shifted and a pause settled over her. A question formed in her mind, directed not outward but inward. She had resented Jung Min deeply before, even hated her, or at least thought she had. Yet Jung Min's insistence that she no longer liked Jaehook made everything feel uncertain. If Jung Min truly no longer had feelings for him, then there was no reason for Johyun to keep dating Jaehook either, someone she had never truly felt anything for in the first place. Still, Jung Min's actions contradicted her words. She kept reaching out to Johyun to check on Jaehook's condition. She had pulled her away from everyone during lunch to talk. She had gone out of her way to buy medicine and food for him. These gestures kept piling up, and to Juhyun they painted a different picture than Jung Min's calm denial. Roswise thought quietly to herself that if Jung Min truly did not care anymore, she should stop doing things like this. She realized Jung Min had not changed as much as she once believed. Her personality was still the same as it had been before, too soft, too unwilling to cut ties completely, too unable to truly let go. A lingering thought followed. If she ended her relationship with Jaehook, would that mean there would no longer be any reason for her to see Jung Min at all? After a long pause, Juhyun finally broke the silence, commenting that Jung Min truly did not know how to hate anyone. Jung Min brushed off the remark with a cold tone, claiming she hated plenty of people, especially Juhyun. Juhyun clenched her teeth, her frustration rising as her mind circled back to Jung Min's earlier words. Jung Min had said that Jaehook had hurt her, and yet here she was, going to such lengths for him despite that pain. The contradiction left Juhyun quietly questioning why Jung Min still cared enough to do all of this at all. Jung Min initiated the conversation with Johyun, explaining that her boyfriend had been the one to hurt Jaehook, and that he had no intention of apologizing for it. Johyun, her tone sharp, asked why Jung Min had done what she had to her in the past. Jung Min hesitated, questioning if she truly had to explain everything at that moment. She reminded Johyun that it had been Johyun who first cut her off. Without ever trying to talk things through, Jung Min told her that she had never hated her. She admitted she had only been stubborn back then. They had been so young and she had made an immature mistake. She thought that if Juhyun had given her even one chance, like the chances she now gave Jaehook, or even her current boyfriend, things might have turned out differently. Leon's voice hardened as she asked if Jung Min was truly blaming her, questioning if Jung Min was saying it was her fault that she had been bullied simply because they had grown apart. She asked if that alone justified everything that had happened. She told Jung Min that it should already be clear why she had cut ties. She confessed she did not even remember most of what had happened during elementary school anymore. Juhyun said that when they first crossed paths again in high school, she had genuinely felt sorry for her, but Jung Min had been the one to cross the line after that. Juhyun demanded to know what Jung Min had done when she had been bullied, asking why she had done nothing then. With a sigh, she said it was better to end this argument now. She stated that Jung Min had not done anything worth being proud of either, so if Jung Min wanted to frame it as a debate over their past, there was nothing more to be said. Juhyun told her plainly that no matter the circumstances or reasoning, Both of them were equally at fault. She declared that Jung Min had turned her into an outcast and she would always remain the victim of Jung Min's actions. That would never change. She added that Jung Min seemed to be getting the wrong idea, thinking their interactions now meant something beyond Jaehyuk. She told her she had no right to bring up what happened back then. Her voice grew firm as she told Jung Min to stop. She accused her of being full of excuses from beginning to end and said she no longer wished to talk to her. Without another word, Joohyun turned and walked away. The scene shifted to Jaehyuk's house later that day. Joohyun arrived and Jaehyuk's face lit up at the sight of her. He told her she did not need to keep taking care of him like this. In his mind, he admitted he had never been entirely sure if Joohyun liked him, but thought perhaps she had simply been shy all along. He recalled feeling a little upset when she had not picked up his calls, especially when Jung Min had called her instead that day. Still, he thought to himself that it was not easy for someone to go out of their way to take care of another person so diligently. Joohyun placed the items she had brought on the table and told him that she was leaving them there and would not be coming back to his house again. Jaehyuk, now feeling better, told her it was fine and that she could stop visiting since he was recovering. Yeon shook her head and clarified that was not what she meant. She told him they were breaking up. She revealed that everything she had been bringing him from the very beginning until now had been at Jung Min's request. Every item had been bought with Jung Min's money, not hers. She admitted bluntly that she had never liked him, not even once. After Joohyun left, Jaehyuk remained seated in silence, his thoughts circling around the weight of everything that had just unfolded. Her decision to break up did not strike him as shocking or baffling. There was no outburst of disbelief or sudden rush of denial. Instead, a heavy stillness settled over him, as if he had already seen this moment coming from a distance. Inwardly, he wondered if everything that had been happening, the quiet arguments, the distant glances, the lack of warmth, had all been leading, inevitably, to this point. Deep down, Jaehyuk admitted to himself that he had known all along. He had already realized, even if only quietly, that Joohyun had never truly liked him. That knowledge had always been lingering at the edge of his thoughts, unspoken but impossible to ignore. What hurt most was not the breakup itself, but hearing it said so bluntly, hearing the truth spill out without hesitation, and having it thrown at him from someone else's lips instead of her own. As his thoughts drifted, he reflected on what he had come to understand. Joohyun had always been aware that his heart leaned toward Jung Min. She had only pretended to date him to get under his skin, to twist the knife a little deeper, all because Jung Min had once made her life difficult. He remembered the conversation he had shared with Jung Min at the cafe not long ago. Back then, he thought the discussion had closed that chapter, but now, with the truth unraveling piece by piece, he realized that moment had not been the full story. The truth stretched further, and a part of him wondered if Jung Min, despite everything, might still be curious about what had truly happened. The focus shifted to a bustling, lively cafe where Jung Min sat quietly with Seon. The warm hum of chatter and soft clinking of cups filled the air. Seon leaned his head lightly against her shoulder, his posture casual yet intimate. Around them, curious glances began to gather. A small group of girls at a nearby table whispered among themselves, their voices hushed yet excited. They blushed as they watched the two, remarking on how cute they looked together, calling them a picture-perfect high school couple. Their whispers lingered on Seon, noting his handsome features with a mix of admiration and envy. Jung Min, catching the whispers and noticing the stares, turned towards Seon and told him not to lean on her in public. Her thoughts tightened with irritation, realizing how easily people would take their closeness the wrong way. Seon, calm as ever, brushed off her concern. He questioned in his usual indifferent tone what kind of wrong idea she was so worried about. Jung Min explained that everyone would think they were dating. Seon, completely unfazed, reminded her that everyone at school already believed they were together anyway, so there was no reason to care. For a brief moment, Jung Min hesitated, her thoughts tangled before slipping out into words as she found herself asking if he actually liked her. Almost instantly, she scolded herself inwardly, wondering why she had even asked such a question. Seon, without a moment's pause, answered that he did like her. His tone was steady and casual, leaving Jung Min momentarily off balance. Her thoughts churned, caught between confusion and curiosity, as she considered how strangely straightforward yet uncomfortably vague his response felt. Her mind stumbled again, pushing her to press further, asking herself if he actually loved her. When she voiced the question, Seon responded with a simple, nonchalant, "I guess." Frustration rippled through her at his casualness. She demanded that he at least show some form of affection publicly, but Seon calmly pointed out that he had just done so by leaning on her. Jung Min realized quickly that pressing for more would only embarrass her further. She decided to let the moment go, telling him that was enough before suggesting they leave. As they stepped out of the cafe and walked down the quiet street, Siyun broke the silence by asking where they should go next. He suggested grabbing dinner. Jung Min admitted she had no money left, explaining that she had spent it all on jukek, and adding that her injured hand only made things more inconvenient. Siyun reassured her with a casual confidence, reminding her that he had never made her pay for anything. His tone shifted playfully as he teased her, saying that if she felt that guilty, she could simply feed him instead, since she had brought the situation on herself. He swung his arms lightly at his sides as he walked, his mood light and teasing. Jung Min frowned at his playfulness, telling him not to be so mean. She reminded him he could still eat with his right hand. Siyun smirked and countered that he was left-handed, earning a soft laugh from Jung Min, who found the exchange oddly amusing despite herself. Inwardly, Siyun sighed to himself. He admitted silently that he was actually ambidextrous, perfectly capable of using either hand. His thoughts shifted to Jung Min. Ever since that day, she had been making an effort to spend more time with him, even suggesting they hang out on other days beyond school. He knew, deep down, that her sudden closeness came from something more than comfort. If she had not made those suggestions, if she had not kept pulling him into her orbit, he might have gone too far. He might have seriously hurt the brown-haired boy she was so desperate to protect. Siyun assumed she was only staying close because she feared what he might do if left unchecked. But as he glanced at Jung Min walking beside him, those thoughts softened and began to fade. In that moment, none of it seemed to matter. Whatever her reasons were for staying near him, whatever unspoken fears or motives lingered in the background, the present felt calm. Moments like these, just the two of them walking together, carried a quiet warmth that he found himself unwilling to let go of. Jung Min returned home later that evening. Her mother greeted her warmly at the door, asking if she had already eaten dinner. Jung Min nodded and said she had. Her mother looked her over with concern, noting how tired she appeared. Inwardly, Jung Min felt a small sense of relief. She thought about how glad she was to finally relax at home, especially because her father was not there. She reflected on how long he had been gone, wondering when he had said he would return. It seemed as if his business trip would last much longer than expected. She recalled calling him earlier and hearing him say it would be another month before he came back. She questioned whether such a long trip was even possible, but admitted to herself that the delay was better for both her and her mother. Her mother's voice pulled her from her thoughts as she replied with a gentle, "Sure, honey." Jung Min told her she would take a shower and head to bed first. Her mother wished her a good night, telling her to sleep tight. Jung Min went to her room and quickly drifted into sleep. As sleep took hold, Jung Min found herself in another dream, wandering as she searched for Siyun. Tonight, however, he was late. Unease crept in as she looked around the empty dreamscape. Frustration welled up inside her, and she began calling out for him, loudly, shouting his name over and over again. Eventually, Siyun appeared, stepping into the dream with a calm expression. He asked if she had been looking for him, saying he was there now. He admitted he had been wondering how long it would take before she would start searching for him like that. Jung Min's irritation surfaced as she questioned how he could pull something like this, her unease still lingering. Siyun tilted his head slightly and asked if she had been anxious simply because he had not been there. Jung Min told him firmly not to play pranks like that again from now on. Siyun softened, realizing how uneasy she had been. He apologized quietly, admitting he had not known it would make her feel that way. Moving closer, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a gentle hug, his hand patting her back softly in reassurance. After spending every single day attached to Siyun, time seemed to slip away faster than Jung Min had expected. The long hours they spent together blurred one into another, and before she realized it, summer had arrived. The season came with heavy warmth and brighter days, carrying a strange stillness. Siyun, who had once been restless, unpredictable, and almost suffocating in his presence, had now mellowed. His anxious energy had faded, replaced by a quieter calmness that seemed to settle between them. The gentle chirping of birds filled the air each morning, blending with the hum of cicadas in the afternoon, as Jung Min slowly forgot the fear she once felt toward him. One morning, as the sun climbed early and the air thickened with heat, Jung Min felt the weight of the season pressing down on her. The day had barely begun, yet sweat clung to her skin and the air felt stifling. She muttered about the unbearable weather, wondering how it could feel so oppressively hot so early in the day. Siyun, unfazed, moved beside her with an easy smile. He reminded her that it was summer break now, after all. His mood seemed unusually light, almost bright, as though the heat did not bother him at all. Jung Min studied his face, noticing the cheer in his expression, and questioned inwardly why he had shown up so early to follow her around. Siyun answered with his usual enthusiasm, reminding her that it was her last day before break officially began. He urged her to finish her errands quickly so they could make the most of the day and enjoy themselves once she was free. His energy made made it seem as though he, not Jung Min, were the one being released from a long routine. When she asked if he was really that excited, his answer was simple and unrestrained. He was happy because her break meant he could be with her from morning until night without interruption. Jung Min, hearing his words, drifted into thought. She had been the one who originally suggested that they stick close to one another, her anxiety pushing her to keep him near. It had been a precaution at first, a way to keep herself grounded when she had not fully trusted him. But as time passed and nothing out of the ordinary had happened, she wondered if it might be time to ease that closeness, even just for a while. Gathering her thoughts, she told Seon that she wanted to relax by herself for a few days, and asked if he would be alright with that. The question slipped out before she could stop herself, and she immediately wondered why she was asking for his approval in the first place. Seon, to her surprise, did not hesitate. His tone remained calm as he said it was fine. He assured her that she only needed to tell him how long she planned to be alone, so he would not bother her or press her to spend time with him during that period. Jung Min nodded, telling him she would think about it. Without the slightest change in his mood, Seon responded casually, offering a lighthearted okie dokie and leaving it at that. Jung Min found herself staring at him for a moment, noting how easily he had accepted her request. A quiet thought lingered in her mind as she wondered if she had been overthinking his reaction all along, worrying more than she needed to about how he would respond to distance. For the first time in a while, the air between them felt calm. The heavy heat of summer still clung to everything around them, but the tension she had expected never came. Ji-yoon told Jung Min that he would see her later, mentioning casually that he would be around. When she asked where he planned to go, he answered with little thought, saying he might head to a cafe for a while. She questioned him on how long he would be gone, but he only gave a simple nod and a light shrug, as if the details barely mattered. With a faint chuckle, he shook his head and told her that if she started feeling bad, she could at least reply to his messages. Calling out her name one last time, he told her to have fun before turning away. Jung Min stood still for a moment, staring at him as he walked off, thinking in disbelief at how effortlessly carefree his demeanor was. Not long after, another boy spotted Seon and hurried over. The boy recognized him immediately, calling his name to confirm. His expression shifted into relief as he said it was good to see Seon safe and well. He quickly apologized for what had happened before, explaining nervously that everyone had been scared that day, not just him. Curious, the boy asked where Seon was heading, pointing out that he wasn't wearing a school uniform. Seon, however, gave him a cold, detached look and calmly replied that he had no idea who the boy was talking about. He suggested the boy must have mistaken him for someone else. The boy froze, his relief giving way to visible confusion at the unexpected denial. Seon, unfazed, turned away and began walking, casually wishing the boy a good day as he disappeared into the crowd. While on his way, Seon's phone buzzed. It was a message from Jung Min. She told him she had reached her destination, adding that the heat was unbearable. She complained that the air conditioning still had not been turned on, which only made things worse. Reading the message, Seon's expression softened as a faint smile formed on his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly and his mood lightened as he continued walking. The scene shifted to Jung Min, who found herself approached by Yeonji shortly after. Yeonji, her tone impatient, demanded to know when Jung Min would finally let her see Seon again. She reminded her that she had promised to allow it if she behaved herself, yet summer break had already arrived, and nothing had happened. Jung Min, distracted, admitted that she had completely forgotten. Frustration welled up in Yeonji as she muttered curses under her breath, silently calling herself a fool for having trusted Jung Min's word in the first place. Nearby, their classmates whispered quietly among themselves, casting glances toward Jung Min. They murmured that Jung Min and Seon must be dating, pointing out that Seon was always waiting for her outside the school gates no matter the day. Their hushed voices carried the weight of gossip, making the assumption feel almost like fact. Elsewhere, the focus shifted to Juyeon. She stood off to the side, leaning against a wall with a cigarette in hand, smoke drifting lazily into the summer air. Her gaze was distant, her expression unreadable. Yuju, standing nearby, voiced concern, asking if she should really be smoking that much. In her thoughts, Yuju quietly cursed, realizing her own pack was running low. She pressed further, asking if something had been happening lately, pointing out that Juhyun had even left the group chat that everyone else was still a part of. Juhyun, her tone sharp, dismissed her entirely. She told Juhyun that if she wasn't going to smoke, she should just head back to the classroom instead of lingering. She added curtly that she would pay for what she had taken, leaving no room for further questions. When the school day ended, students began spilling out through the gates, some lingering, others rushing off toward plans of their own. Yeonji was approached by a friend who asked if she wanted to join them for karaoke. Without hesitation, Yeonji shook her head and quickly slipped away, her pace quickening as she moved with purpose. She made her way towards Seon. When she found him, her breath caught slightly. For a brief moment, her eyes widened as she took in his striking appearance, unable to stop herself from being momentarily dazzled by him. Composing herself, she stepped forward and greeted him, asking if he remembered her. Seon, without the slightest hesitation, replied that he did. Yet in his mind, he quietly admitted to himself that he could not recall who she truly was. Rosewise, smiling faintly, began to ask if he happened to be free, her voice soft as she tested the waters. But before she could finish, Seon reached for his phone. His demeanor shifted instantly, his voice taking on a warmer, livelier tone as he greeted Jung Min over the line. He said her name cheerfully, asking if she was finished. He admitted he had already figured she would be and told her to hurry up and come outside since he was waiting. Moments later, as Jung Min arrived, Seon's eyes softened. His voice lowered slightly as he looked toward her and remarked lightly that there she was. As Jung Min approached, her eyes landed on Yeonji standing beside Seon, her stance casual yet deliberate, as though she had been waiting for this exact moment. Jung Min's gaze sharpened slightly as she asked why Yeonji was there and where Sinya was. Yeonji, unbothered by the tension in her voice, explained that she and Sinya had plans to meet later. For now, she wanted a moment with Sinyeon, reminding Jung Min of the promise she had made to let her meet him eventually. Her tone was light, but there was a hint of insistence beneath her words. Seon's eyes lingered on Yeonji for a moment, and recognition finally dawned on him. Memories from the past surfaced, piecing together who she was. A faint glint flickered in his expression before he quickly shifted back to his usual calm demeanor. He offered a short apology, explaining that he and Jung Min already had other plans for the day. His words were polite, but his tone held a subtle firmness, an unspoken indication that their time together would not be easily interrupted. Before the silence between them could turn heavy, Jung Min stepped forward, her voice smooth but decisive. She suggested they all go to a cafe together, saying it would be easier to sit down and talk there. The offer diffused the moment's awkwardness. Yeonji's expression brightened immediately, relief and eagerness flashing across her face. She nodded quickly, agreeing without hesitation, even though her thoughts churned with anticipation at being able to sit with Seon properly. The three made their way to the cafe, the warm hum of conversation and the faint clinking of glasses filling the air as they took their seats. The subtle tension lingered like a quiet current beneath the surface. Yeonji leaned slightly towards Seon, her voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and cautious charm as she asked if there was something specific he had wanted to discuss with her. Before he could respond, she quickly filled the space, apologizing for leaving so abruptly the last time they met. Her words softened as she smiled shyly, admitting she was a big fan of his. The admission lingered like a quiet confession before she shifted to her next question, asking if he was still in contact with the other DJX members. Seon's tone remained even, his gaze calm as he told her that everyone had been too busy lately, leaving nothing noteworthy to share. Yeonji's shoulders dipped slightly at his answer, her eyes flickering with faint disappointment, before she masked it with a polite nod. She followed up by asking about his future plans. Seon's response came without hesitation, his voice low but steady as he said he no longer wished to be an idol. The exhaustion behind his words was clear. The lifestyle had worn him down to the point of indifference. He was done with it. Yeonji faltered at his bluntness, her voice stumbling slightly as she said it was a shame, quickly softening her words with a quiet acknowledgement that she understood. Jung Min, observing the subtle shift in their conversation, stood up. Her tone was neutral as she excused herself, saying she would let them continue talking while she went to the bathroom. Yeonji nodded quickly, her face brightening the moment Jung Min walked away. Behind her polite smile, her thoughts sharpened. This was the chance she had been waiting for. With Jung Min gone, Yeonji leaned closer, her tone softening as she brought up Seon's social media. She asked if he was no longer on Instagram, explaining in a light, almost playful tone that she had sent him a message before, one meant to cheer him up. Her quiet laugh lingered like bait as she waited for his reaction. Deyoung's thoughts briefly drifted to Jung Min, the reminder of her absence flickering in his mind before his voice turned colder. He told Yeonji that he was no longer active on Instagram, and that even if she sent messages like that, he would not bother to read them. Yeonji, undeterred, pressed on. She pointed out how many of his fans had left kind and encouraging words for him. She suggested that perhaps he should read them, if only once, noting that the hate comments had all but disappeared. But Seon's indifference was unwavering. He told her plainly that he could not be bothered, that he no longer needed that kind of attention. He even added, almost as an afterthought, that he was considering deleting his account entirely. Inside, Yeonji's frustration tightened, though she kept her face composed. Her thoughts churned as she reminded herself not to give up. This opportunity was too rare to waste. She steadied her tone, leaning forward ever so slightly, and suggested that since their meeting was such a happy coincidence, perhaps he could give her his phone number? For the first time, Seon's expression shifted. His gaze turned sharper and his voice dropped into a firmer tone. He reminded her pointedly that she seemed to be forgetting something important. He was her friend's boyfriend, after all. If she wanted something like that, it would be better to ask asked Jung Min for permission first. The weight in his words lingered in the air, drawing the tension in the cafe tighter as Yeonji sat frozen, her faint smile stiffening while her thoughts scrambled for her next move. Roswai's expression wavered, her tone stammering as she insisted she understood. She said she had no ulterior motives, and then hesitated before asking Siwon a question that hung awkwardly in the air. She wanted to know what he liked about Jung Min. Siwon paused, surprised by the sudden question. When he responded, his tone was casual, his answer simple. He said Jung Min was pretty. Moments later, Jung Min returned, glancing around before asking where Yeonji had gone. Siwon told her that Yeonji had said she had other plans and had left. Jung Min looked mildly puzzled, thinking about how Yeonji had seemed eager to spend time with him earlier, as if she had wanted to linger for hours. Siwon noticed the change in her expression and asked if she was upset. Jung Min, startled, questioned what he meant. Siwon pointed out that she was making a sour face. Jung Min stuttered slightly, denying it, but admitted it seemed like he had fun talking with Yeonji. She had expected him to brush Yeonji off. Siwon explained that it had only been fan service. Jung Min repeated the words to herself quietly, processing them. Siwon added that it had been uncomfortable. Being alone with Yeonji and having to force a smile had felt unnatural to him. He told Jung Min that waiting for her had been the hardest part and asked why she had taken so long in the bathroom. Jung Min apologized softly, her thoughts drifting as she realized she had been the one to invite Yeonji in the first place. Siwon reassured her that there was no need to apologize. Jung Min considered how awkward it must have been for him as well. Siwon shifted the conversation, calling her name and asking if they should see a movie together that weekend. He wondered if she liked horror films. Jung Min told him she was not picky. Siwon, sounding satisfied, said he would reserve the tickets. Jung Min's thoughts immediately began to race. She realized he would probably show up dressed in his usual stylish, refined way, and she wondered what she should wear. Her school uniform felt far too casual for such an outing. Soon after, Siwon confirmed that the tickets were booked and asked if she wanted to see the trailer. Jung Min agreed distractedly. That evening, as she lay on her bed, her thoughts swirled around the same question, repeating over and over in her mind. What should she wear? The thought looped endlessly, growing louder with each repetition. Finally, she decided she would spend the rest of her allowance to buy new clothes the day before their outing. Jung Min called Siwon as she arrived at the theater, asking where he was. Siwon answered calmly, saying he was waiting in front of the popcorn stand, and asked if she had made it. Soon, Jung Min spotted him standing there and walked toward him, noting that he had arrived earlier than expected. She asked if he was planning to buy popcorn before the movie started. A quiet thought flickered through Jung Min's mind as her eyes scanned his expression. She wondered if her outfit looked strange to him, worried about how she appeared outside of her usual uniform. Siwon simply told her to choose something she wanted to eat, which eased her concerns. Since he said nothing about her appearance, she assumed it looked fine and let out a quiet breath of relief. Looking at the crowd filling the area, she said she would go on her own and asked him to wait where he was. Siwon agreed, his gaze following her as she slipped into the bustling crowd, while he quietly wondered if the air conditioning had been turned off, given how warm the place felt. Jung Min made her way through the crowd, softly grumbling about the number of people around her. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone bumped into her, quickly apologizing. She brushed it off, starting to assure him it was fine, when her eyes focused on the familiar face in front of her. Jae-hook stood there, equally surprised to see her. His voice faltered as he asked if she was there to watch a movie. Jung Min replied that she was and returned the question. He confirmed, and before anything more could be said, she wished him well and tried to leave. Before she could step away, Jae-hook stopped her, asking if she had time before the movie began. He said even 10 minutes would be enough and asked if they could talk. Jung Min froze for a brief moment. Each time she spoke to him, unwelcome memories clawed their way back, creeping through her mind like shadows she thought she had long escaped. She hesitated, about to respond when Siwon appeared at her side. His presence carried a subtle weight, and his voice hinted at a restrained edge as he stated that he was supposed to step in during moments like this. Jung Min quickly turned to him, urging him to calm down before things escalated. She called his name firmly, repeating herself until his posture eased. She assured him she only needed 10 minutes and promised to return, asking him to wait. Siwon agreed with quiet reluctance, stepping aside as Jung Min turned to Jae-hyuk, telling him to follow. He trailed behind, still uneasy after witnessing the tension. Once away from Siwon, Jung Min asked what Jae-hyuk wanted to say. He faltered at first, apologizing for bringing it up after so long, but explaining that he could not shake the feeling of leaving everything unresolved. He reminded her about the unfinished conversation she had tried to start back at the cafe, and added that Joo-hyun had told him something important. Joo-hyun had told him that Jung Min had been the one to take care of him when he was hurt. Jung Min blinked in surprise at the revelation, before confirming it was true. She apologized, saying she had not wanted to make him uncomfortable, and felt partially responsible for what had happened to him. Jae Jae-hyuk shook his head in disbelief, asking why she was apologizing. He insisted the incident had not been her fault. Jung Min told him not to be tense and encouraged him to speak freely. Jung-hyuk nodded. He admitted that on that day he had said cruel things to her too, and at the time he had not been thinking clearly. Jung Min accepted his words, acknowledging she had probably been too nosy herself, but said she would try to avoid that in the future. Jo-hyuk interrupted her, telling her it was fine, and revealed that he and Joo-hyun had broken up a while ago. Jung Min looked at him in surprise. He told her she no longer needed to worry. He explained that he had thought about everything since then, realizing he might have judged her too harshly, and wondered if she was truly the person he had believed her to be. He asked her to tell him if there was anything he had misunderstood about her. The young man reassured him that it was not a big deal, but Jae-hyuk pressed her to be honest. She told him that everything he had heard was true, which was why she had worried about Joo-hyun hurting him. She added that things were different now, and she was no longer being bullied. Jae-hyuk frowned slightly, saying there was no way she could be entirely fine simply because time had passed. He admitted he had never known she had gone through any of it, as all he had heard about back then was Joo-hyun being hurt. Jung Min reassured him again, her tone firm, telling him she was truly fine now. Jae-hyuk started to speak, but she stopped him by calling his name sharply. She told him not to blame himself, because everything was already in the past. She admitted she had not always been kind to him either, and thanked him for being the one to approach her first. She confessed that she had felt uneasy, leaving things unresolved between them. Jae-hyuk stared at her silently, struggling to respond. In his mind, he reflected on her words, realizing he had never expected forgiveness so easily. He wondered what he had said to someone as genuinely kind as her to deserve it. Meanwhile, Jung Min's thoughts drifted back to Seon. She worried he might be imagining something reckless while waiting. His protective nature easily stirred. She realized their conversation had gone on long enough, and that she needed to end it before more tension brewed. Jae-hyuk spoke again, asking if everything was truly okay now, noting that they were still in the same class together. Jung Min reassured him firmly, though she could sense his lingering doubt. She explained that Seon had played a large role in helping her. His presence alone had been enough to stop the bullying entirely, especially once others began to believe they were dating. Jae-hyuk's thoughts darkened as he recalled the first time he had seen Seon. Just one look from him had sent chills running down his spine. Despite not being much larger than him physically, Seon's gaze had been overwhelming, his presence making Jae-hyuk feel powerless. To him, Seon felt truly dangerous. With hesitation, he asked Jung Min if she was sure someone like that was good for her. Jung Min looked briefly surprised but brushed the concern away. She told him not to worry, explaining that at the very least Seon was kind to her and that was all that mattered to her. Jae-hyuk's thoughts lingered on her choice of words. The phrase "at least" repeated in his mind like an echo, leaving him uneasy as he tried to understand what she truly meant. Before he could speak further, Seon's voice cut through the quiet air, sharp and deliberate. He reminded them that 10 minutes had already passed. Seon stepped forward, his movements unhurried but deliberate, his tone firm yet laced with casual ease as he announced that it was nearly time for the movie. Without waiting for a response, he told Jung Min that they would be leaving now. Jung Min, slightly taken aback by his directness, urged him to ease up, explaining softly that she and Jiak had already reconciled. Hearing this, Seung's expression shifted suddenly. He tilted his head, as though weighing the situation before nodding in acknowledgement. His voice carried a smooth calm as he noted that if they had made up, then Jae-hyuk must be friends with Jung Min once again. He added that any friend of hers was also a friend of his, and remarked lightly that he looked forward to getting along. His words carried a polite edge, but beneath the surface, a faint tension lingered in the air. Turning his gaze to Jae-hyuk, he asked if his injuries had healed. Jae-hyuk answered simply, and Soo-yoon let out a soft laugh, saying he was glad to hear it, before gently but firmly calling Jung Min to leave with him. Jung Min, caught off guard as Seon's hand closed around her arm, winced slightly and asked him not to hold her so tightly. As she was pulled along, she turned her head briefly, calling back to Jae-hyuk and wishing him an enjoyable movie, her voice carrying a fleeting trace of awkwardness. As the pair disappeared into the crowd, Jae-hyuk's gaze lingered on Jung Min, his thoughts momentarily drifting. He noticed how much she had changed, how her presence seemed even more striking than before. A quiet realization struck him. She had become undeniably prettier. Almost immediately, a wave of guilt surged through him, and he clenched his fists slightly, scolding himself in frustration and silently cursing under his breath, calling himself a scumbag for letting such thoughts surface. Despite trying to clear his mind, his thoughts drifted further, pulling him into fragments of conversations he had overheard in recent weeks. His classmates had whispered about a popular figure often seen waiting in front of Eunbaek Girls' School. The image of Seunbaek surfaced in his mind as he wondered if that was the same person they had been talking about. The rumors grew louder in his memory, intertwining with half-forgotten details. Whispers of school violence followed Xian's name wherever it was mentioned, tales of his reputation as a feared bully, and stories of him lashing out at former group members. Some had even claimed there were videos of those incidents, shared discreetly among students. The weight of those murmurs settled heavily in Jaehook's chest, filling him with unease. His thoughts circled back to Jung Min, her words from earlier repeating faintly in his mind, like a whisper he could not ignore. "Don't worry about it. At least he's nice to me." So, the phrase lingered, echoing with a subtle, unsettling edge, leaving Jaehook to wonder quietly if she was truly safe with someone whose past carried such shadows. Jung Min firmly refused to be dragged along for another shopping trip, her tone sharp and final as she dismissed the idea without hesitation. Seon tried to suggest an alternative, casually offering the idea of visiting a cafe. Jung Min reminded him that they had already gone there the day before, and even the day before that, her patience wearing thin. A tired sigh escaped her as she groaned softly, feeling increasingly frustrated. She urged him not to reject every suggestion she made and demanded to know what he actually wanted to do, her voice tinged with exasperation. In response, Seon muttered nonsense, brushing the question aside playfully, which only left her more annoyed. Jung Min crossed her arms, insisting that they should each rest at home instead, pointing out how unbearably hot the day felt. Yet Seon questioned what she expected him to do then, making the moment linger with a quiet pause between them. His tone shifted, growing more casual yet inviting as he suddenly came up with a different idea. He asked if she wanted to come over to his place instead. Jung Min hesitated, realizing that she had never been to his house before. Seon assured her that his home was close to hers and warmly invited her over, promising to blast the air conditioning to make the heat bearable. He added that she could lounge around in his comfortable clothes, relaxing freely. To make it better, he offered to cook noodles for them, or order delivery so they could enjoy their time together without any fuss. Later, Jung Min stirred awake from her sleep at home. Her eyes blinked open slowly as she adjusted to the light filtering into the room. From outside her door, her mother's voice called out, asking if she was awake. Jung Min responded quietly, saying she had plans for the day. Her mother expressed surprise, reminding her that she had claimed the day before that she didn't have any. Jung Min clarified calmly, explaining that she never said she had no plans, only that she might not have any. Her mother then asked if she would be out late. Jung Min, still uncertain, replied that she wasn't sure, and promised she would let her know if she thought she would return late. Not long after, Jung Min made her way to Seon's home. She stepped through the doorway and quietly announced her arrival, offering a polite greeting as she removed her shoes. Seon appeared and welcomed her inside with an easy smile, mentioning that it was just him there. As she glanced around the living space, Jung Min admired the home's clean and inviting atmosphere. The space felt calm and pleasant, but as she took it all in, she realized it might not be as simple to relax as she had expected, her thoughts lingering on the unfamiliar surroundings. The two soon settled onto the couch, the cool hum of the air conditioning filling the quiet moments as they turned on the television. Jung Min found herself unexpectedly drawn into the shows, realizing just how entertaining television could be. Each scene pulled her in, making her feel more amused than she anticipated. Laughter filled the room as they shared the simple joy of watching together, the sound of their chuckles mixing with the voices from the screen. They enjoyed their food while lounging comfortably, eating casually as the programs continued to play, the relaxed atmosphere making time pass easily. Once their meal was over, Seyoung began clearing the dishes, stacking them carefully before carrying them to the kitchen. He mentioned that it was time to start cleaning up, his voice casual as he moved toward the sink. Jung Min, noticing his effort, offered to clean up instead. Seyoung quickly waved her off, telling her to keep watching TV while he handled it himself. She leaned back on the couch, glancing at the screen, and mentioned that she had already seen the show on repeat countless times, the familiar scenes feeling almost dull by now. As her attention drifted away from the television, Jung Min's gaze fell to her t-shirt. She noticed a fresh spill across the fabric, the stain catching her off guard. A wave of irritation crossed her face as she muttered under her breath, feeling annoyed that she hadn't realized it sooner. The small frustration lingered as she tugged at the fabric, silently scolding herself for the careless mistake. Seyoon noticed the subtle shift in Jung Min's expression and paused, sensing something was off. He asked what had happened, prompting her to reveal that some of the ramen broth had spilled across her clothes. His reaction was casual, a faint hint of surprise crossing his face, as he offered to wash it for her if it bothered her. He suggested she take it off so he could handle it, handing her a set of clothes to change into. Since she was already changing, he casually asked if she wanted to shower as well. Jung Min hesitated, her brows furrowing as she admitted she hadn't brought any spare underwear. Seon, unfazed, joked that she could wear his, laughing lightly as he teased her. Jung Min's face grew red with embarrassment as she immediately refused, quickly shutting the door behind her with a sharp slam before heading into the bathroom to change. Inside the bathroom, Jung Min stood before the mirror and glanced down at the oversized t-shirt she now wore, the loose fabric draped awkwardly over her frame, feeling far too big. She let out a soft sigh, her thoughts beginning to spiral. She recalled what she had been talking about with Seon moments earlier, her mind echoing with unease. The realization hit her harder now. Seon was a guy, after all. The thought lingered as she glanced around the unfamiliar bathroom, the weight of her situation sinking in. She was at a guy's house, alone with him, and she knew she couldn't let herself act too comfortable. Her chest tightened with nervous energy as she scolded herself silently, realizing her thoughts weren't clear. She made up her mind to tell him to forget about washing her shirt entirely, feeling unsettled by the idea of waiting around without knowing when it would even dry. When she finally stepped out, she called out to Seon, asking if he had started the laundry yet. Her voice trailed off mid-sentence as her gaze fell on him sitting calmly in the living room, a face mask spread across his skin as he leaned back on the couch. The casual sight left her momentarily speechless, her surprise twisting into mild irritation. She questioned why he was doing a face mask at that moment, before asking if he had already washed her shirt. Seon nodded, explaining that he had put it in the washing machine. Jung Min murmured softly in response, muttering to herself in disbelief. Her mind wandered as she wondered what could possibly happen next, but the calmness of his demeanor drained her tension, leaving her unexpectedly deflated. Without warning, Seon stepped closer from behind and wrapped his arms around Jung Min, asking whether the shirt fit her properly. He mentioned that it was the smallest one he owned. Her breath caught as she stammered out a response, startled by his sudden closeness. She asked why he was hugging her, her voice faltering, but he answered simply, saying it was because he liked hugging her and that it wasn't anything new. Heat rose to her cheeks as her face flushed deeply, her shoulders tensing as embarrassment spread through her. Struggling to regain her composure, Jung Min quickly stated that she would go home as soon as her clothes were dry. Seon tilted his head slightly, asking if she was sure, before casually mentioning that he had found an extra toothbrush for her. He gestured toward the bathroom, pointing out which bottle was shampoo and which was conditioner, warning her not to mix them up. Jung Min's expression shifted to confusion as she questioned what he was implying. His tone remained casual as he added that all that was left was getting her mother's permission. Her confusion deepened as she demanded to know why, and he explained that it was for her to sleep over. Her voice rose sharply as she protested, reminding him that she had just said she would leave as soon as her clothes were dry. Seon calmly pointed out that he didn't have a dryer and that heavy rain was expected that night, suggesting she spend the night to avoid getting drenched. Jung Min's frustration spiked as she accused him of planning this from the beginning. He quickly denied it, insisting there was no way that was true, though he remarked that her mother would probably refuse anyway. Jung Min exhaled softly, her mind unsettled as she admitted to herself that she had never done something like this before. The air between them grew quiet, tension lingering in the silence. She eventually called her mother, her voice hesitant as she asked for permission to spend the night. Her mother's response came with unexpected warmth, telling her to enjoy herself. Jung Min's shock was immediate as she questioned her mother's certainty, only for her to lightly remind Jung Min that she was on break and should relax and have fun. Hanging up, Jung Min let out a deep breath, her thoughts lingering on how casually her mother had responded, despite knowing exactly who she was with. Seon's excitement cut through the moment as he cheered, thrilled at the thought of Jung Min spending the night. Jung Min's lips pressed into a thin line as she frowned inwardly, wondering if she was the only one reading too much into the situation. His casual attitude and lack of awareness so far made her frustration rise, even though it reassured her slightly. She told herself firmly not to overthink things anymore, deciding it would be pointless to worry further. As the evening drew on, Jung Min quietly asked where she was supposed to sleep. When she questioned where Seon would rest, he offered to take the sofa, assuming she wanted the bed to herself. Her brows knitted as she asked why he thought that. He reminded her that she had hinted at it earlier. Her face warmed as she grew flustered, quickly clarifying that she hadn't meant it that way. To avoid further misunderstanding, she suggested they simply share the bed. Seon agreed without hesitation, remarking that it solved the sleeping arrangements. Jung Min looked away, her thoughts tangled as she realized she had been overthinking everything once again. Outside, the rain began to fall heavily, the sound of water pelting against the windows filling the apartment. Seon slipped on his shoes and mentioned he was heading to the convenience store, asking if she wanted anything. She shook her head lightly, saying she didn't need anything in particular. He nodded, telling her he would be back soon soon and encouraging her to rest in the meantime. She murmured her acknowledgement as he stepped out. Rose's eyes sank into the soft mattress, feeling the bed envelop her with warmth. The comfort seeped into her body, loosening the tension in her muscles. Her thoughts began to fade as drowsiness washed over her, the sound of the rain outside lulling her further. Within moments, her eyelids grew heavy and she drifted into sleep. Tae-yoon returned to the apartment a short while later, shaking his umbrella as droplets of water scattered across the floor. His clothes clung damply to his skin as he muttered about the storm, noting that the umbrella had done little to protect him. He glanced toward the bed and saw Jung Min lying still, already fast asleep. A quiet remark slipped from his lips as he noted how quickly she had dozed off, despite his brief absence. He sighed softly, calling the moment dull as he sat on the edge of the bed beside her. Leaning in close, Sigun studied her sleeping face, his breath faintly brushing her cheek as he moved nearer. He whispered softly, questioning if she was truly asleep, and leaned in as if to press his lips to hers. But suddenly, a jolt of realization hit him. His thoughts snapped into focus, questioning if he had lost his mind. He pulled back immediately, shaking his head at himself as he rose to his feet and quietly walked out of the room. The door clicked softly behind him, leaving the room in silence. A moment later, Jung Min stirred. Her eyes fluttered open slowly, revealing that she had been awake all along. Heat spread across her face as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She turned her face into the pillow, her thoughts swirling as she hid her expression, the weight of the unspoken moment lingering in the quiet, dimly lit room. Tae-yoon was the first to stir at dawn. The morning light spilled through the room, soft and golden, brushing over the edges of the quiet space they shared. He gently nudged Jung Min awake. Jung Min blinked open his eyes, still hazy with sleep. A slow realization crept in as his surroundings sharpened. He was still here, still with Tae-yoon, and somehow that made it harder to meet his eyes. Something unspoken hung between them now. The weight of last night's closeness still lingered. The thought passed quickly, but not without impact. Jung Min couldn't help but wonder, did Tae-yoon really like him? That lingering touch, the pause before parting, the way he always seemed to look at him like there was more he wasn't saying. It made Jung Min's heart skip in a rhythm he couldn't quite control. Trying to move past the awkward tension, he asked quietly whether his shirt had dried. Tae-yoon shrugged with a casual smile and suggested he go check, but the timing felt suspicious. Jung Min's voice held a hint of accusation. Maybe Tae-yoon had done it on purpose, just to keep him around longer. Tae-yoon let out a soft, amused laugh, admitting that Jung Min hadn't seemed too eager to leave either. That comment hit differently. Jung Min froze for a moment, confusion tightening around his chest. Had he really stayed because of the shirt, or because he wanted to? It hadn't been just about dry clothes, had it? Tae-yoon gently pointed that out. If Jung Min had truly wanted to go, he could have. A damp shirt wasn't enough reason to stay. There had been other ways, using a hair dryer, wearing it damp, even just changing. The choice had always been his. Jung Min fell quiet, then admitted why he hadn't taken those options. If he had returned home wearing someone else's clothes, his mother would have jumped to conclusions. Tae-yoon chuckled awkwardly at the idea, conceding that point, but as Jung Min checked again, the shirt was still not fully dry. He held it in his hands, hesitating. Maybe, just maybe, he could stay a little longer, just until it dried, just until the moment passed naturally. Then Tae-yoon asked to see Jung Min's phone. He handed it over without hesitation, noting there wasn't much on it. Tae-yoon raised his eyebrows, surprised by the almost empty gallery. No photos? Not even a few? Jung Min explained he simply didn't take pictures. Tae-yoon smiled and suggested they fix that. Take one together right now. He leaned in playfully, trying to close the distance, but Jung Min instinctively pulled back, flustered. Tae-yoon teased him again, pointing out how he was still avoiding eye contact. Jung Min awkwardly denied it, claiming nothing was wrong, but his gaze kept drifting away. Tae-yoon didn't press too hard, though he noticed. He was perceptive that way, always catching on to the things Jung Min tried to hide. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. Tae-yoon saw it first and pointed it out. Jung Min glanced at the message and recognized the name, Jaehyuk. The mood shifted slightly. Tae-yoon frowned, wondering aloud why that guy was still messaging. Jung Min looked uncomfortable, admitting he wasn't really sure. Tae-yoon crossed his arms, unconvinced. They had only just made up recently. What had changed that Jaehyuk was suddenly reaching out again? With hesitation, Jung Min explained what he had kept quiet until now. Since the day Jaehyuk got hurt, he had been quietly helping him. His parents worked full-time, so he was often alone. Jung Min had even asked Jaehyun to deliver medicine and food. It was a quiet, thankless task, but one Jung Min had chosen willingly. Tae-yoon listened, visibly surprised. Jung Min guessed that after the breakup with Juyeon, Jaehyuk had found out who was behind the care packages. That might have been when his attitude shifted. It wasn't random, it wasn't sudden. There had been a reason behind his softened tone. Still, Jung Min couldn't help but wonder about something else. Why had Seon always been so hostile toward Jaehyuk? The jealousy made sense now. Not that Seon had ever admitted it, but in retrospect, it explained a lot. Seon then voiced another observation. Jaehyuk's name was saved plainly as Jaehyuk, while his own was listed in full Seonbaek. Jung Min blinked. Siyun sounded half teasing, half serious. Without much thought, Jung Min told him he could change it if he wanted, save it however he liked. That invitation lit up Siyun's expression. He immediately typed something in, grinning to himself. Jung Min asked what he had changed it to. Siyun jerked the phone away and panicked, refusing to say. He claimed he'd written it with all his heart and couldn't bear to hear it mocked. Jung Min laughed gently and asked why not just use Siyun. That was simple enough. But Siyun grew quiet. That name, coming from Jung Min, it felt too intimate, too racy, he admitted. Something about hearing it in his voice made it feel loaded. Jung Min stared at him, unsure if he was serious. Did he even realize what he was saying? Still, Juan looked straight at him and admitted it. He liked being called by his first name. Jung Min didn't reply right away. In his mind, he questioned it all again. Who even was this guy? This version of Juan, so open, so quietly vulnerable. He hadn't seen him like this before. Siyun handed the phone back, thanking him. Jung Min's thoughts, however, drifted elsewhere. Back to the night before. Should they just forget it all? Pretend it hadn't happened? That was probably for the best. Siyun had pulled away in the end. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it wasn't worth complicating things. Still, Siyun was watching him. He noticed the tension in Jung Min's face and asked what was wrong. Jung Min replied that he suddenly felt hot, like a fever was setting in. Siyun frowned, concerned. Maybe it was a summer cold, he said. He told Jung Min to take some medicine once he got home and to rest. No lucid dreams today, just real sleep. Jung Min nodded, trying to shake off the warmth in his cheeks. Before he could leave, Siyun stepped forward. He offered to walk Jung Min home since he was already outside. That offer caught Jung Min off guard. He paused. Siyun clarified he just wanted to spend a little more time together. That admission lingered in the air. Jung Min didn't know what to say. Just then, his phone buzzed again. A call from an unknown number. He hesitated. Siyun noticed and asked if something was wrong. Jung Min brushed it off, claiming it was nothing. He didn't recognize the number and didn't usually answer unknown calls. That was that. Yahyok anxiously noticed his message had been read, but still had no response. The calls he made went unanswered. Panic crept in as he wondered if he was being cut off. He considered the possibility seriously. After all, he had been the one to approach her first at the movie theater. He knew Jung Min wasn't the type to say no easily. Maybe she had only pretended to forgive him. A wave of guilt hit him. He berated himself, calling himself garbage, a person who couldn't even read the room. Then suddenly Jung Min replied. Surprised, Jae-hook questioned himself. Why was her response so neutral? Had she deleted his number? Confusion and doubt overwhelmed him. He was sure she had saved his number once. Did that mean she had erased it now? Meanwhile, Jung Min noticed a message had come in. The number was unfamiliar, but she quickly realized it was Jae-hook. She checked her contacts and saw he wasn't saved anymore. With a sigh, she figured Siyun must have been the one to remove him. It explained why Siyun hadn't made a fuss about the message earlier. Jung Min decided it wasn't worth getting mad over. It was just something Siyun would do. She responded with a simple greeting. Jae-hook, clearly flustered, asked if she had seen the message he sent earlier. She admitted she had read it but forgot to reply. When he asked what it said, she confessed she couldn't remember. Jae-hook reminded her that he wanted to meet up to give her something as an apology. He hesitated, adding that maybe her boyfriend wouldn't like it. Jung Min, confused, asked who he meant. When he mentioned Seong, she quickly corrected him. She and Seong weren't in a relationship. What they had was more of an alliance. They weren't dating. Relieved, Jae-hyuk asked again if she would meet up. She returned the question, pointing out it was he who had asked first. He agreed and shyly suggested studying together at a cafe. Jung Min hesitated. She knew Si-yoon didn't like it when she met others without him, especially not Jae-hyuk. Sensing her pause, Jae-hyuk quickly told her it was fine if she didn't want to, but Jung Min reassured him it wasn't that. She could tell he must have been genuinely worried when she hadn't replied. Knowing his personality, he likely felt bad for how things had ended. She recalled a past moment when she had told Si-yoon she needed a few days alone. He had agreed without question. Maybe now she could use that excuse again. So she agreed to meet Jae-hyuk and asked if he had time that week. He did and told her to let him know when she was free. He thanked her. Internally, he questioned why he was so flustered just talking to her. He figured it made sense. He still felt guilty. But the way she spoke to him now reminded him of how things used to be. He wasn't sure what to make of it. Later, Jung Min brought it up to Seon. She asked if she could do what she had mentioned before, the time she said she wanted to relax, alone. Seon remembered and said it was okay, but she noticed he looked upset. She then confessed she wanted to meet up with Jae-hyuk. She felt it was better to be honest now than have it become a problem later. She explained Jae-hyuk felt really sorry and had something he wanted to give her. She reminded Si-yoon that he had seen the message too and asked if he was okay. Si-yoon's tone shifted. He asked if she was asking for his permission. He wanted to know, would she not go if he told her not to? Jung Min said yes. She wouldn't go if he objected. Caught off guard, Si-yoon told her it was her decision to make, but even as he said it, he wrestled with his emotions. He told himself it was up to her, but his frustration lingered. He couldn't shake the feeling. When Jung Min finally met Jae-hyuk, he greeted her warmly. She asked what he had wanted to give her. He nervously pulled out a gift, a jacket meant for colder weather in the new semester. Jung Min noted it was pink, a color she didn't usually wear. Deok-hyuk admitted he had realized something while picking out her present. Although he thought of her as a friend, he really didn't know what she liked. He reflected on their past conversations, how he always talked about himself and she always just listened. Realizing that made him feel even worse for not trusting her. He apologized, admitting he had hurt her. Jung Min acknowledged the truth in his words. She had been hurt, it. But after giving it some thought, she could understand why he had acted the way he did. She recognized her own flaws as well. She had created reasons for him not to trust her. Her jealousy had gotten the better of her, and she had acted rashly. In the end, she suggested they call it even. His constant apologizing made her uncomfortable. She thanked him for the jacket, adding that it was pretty. Yehyuk, surprised, processed her words. She had been jealous. Did that mean Jung Min had truly liked him? He asked if she would delete his contact again. She replied that she never had. Her friend had played a prank. She apologized for it. Curious, Jaehook asked who the friend was. Was it someone from their school? Jung Min hesitated. She had deliberately avoided mentioning Soon. After all, Jaehook had been the one hurt in the past, and she didn't want to ruin the mood. He pressed again, asking about the friend. She simply said it was just someone. He let it go. Changing the subject, she said they should start studying. Jaehook agreed. Their conversation flowed differently now. Past tension still lingered, but it was softened by shared understanding. Apologies were exchanged, and mistakes were acknowledged. In that quiet cafe with textbooks between them and pink fabric folded on the table, their relationship shifted into something uncertain, but gentler than before. Siyun told himself that a little distance wouldn't hurt. After all the time they'd spent together, being apart for a day shouldn't feel like the end. Jung Min seemed safe, and Jaehyuk didn't appear to be a threat anymore. But despite the logic, Siyun couldn't shake the emptiness. He promised himself he wouldn't pressure her. She wasn't his. Regret crept in as he recalled the kiss. He wondered what would happen if she left him like everyone else had. He remembered the times she seemed afraid of him, and in a moment of self-loathing justified his need to hold on to her, even if that meant using fear. He convinced himself he'd die without her. He questioned whether her happiness would mean she no longer needed him. He forced himself to sleep, muttering that it was better than overthinking. Even so, doubts lingered. If Jung Mi no longer liked Jaehyuk, there was no reason for her to talk to him so easily, but he tried to suppress it. As long as she stayed by his side, he repeated to himself that it was enough. If he didn't believe that, he wasn't sure what he'd do. His emotions had begun to spiral out of control. He told himself he'd only check on her briefly, to ease his mind. She'd never know. Meanwhile, after parting ways, Jung Min wished Chaeuk a safe journey home, and he returned the sentiment. But Chaeuk couldn't shake the unease. They had only studied, and she had forgiven him, but the anxiety still clawed at him. Jung Min too found herself uneasy. Seong hadn't contacted her all day. He seemed calmer than usual, but the silence bothered her. She wondered why it felt like she had been waiting for his call. Unable to resist, she called him. Si-yeon picked up with a husky voice, catching her off guard. He asked if she was done meeting Jaehyuk, and she confirmed it. He noted she had called him immediately after, and she admitted it. His voice sounded gentler than usual, and she asked if he was still tired. He said no, and she hesitantly invited him to have dinner. Si-yeon agreed, telling her to come over. He'd wait. Later, she arrived at his place. He asked how her meeting went, and she said they had studied a bit. Only studied. He acknowledged her effort and offered to order dinner. She accepted and asked to use the bathroom. He told her to go ahead. As she stepped away, Si-yeon received a call. It was Jaehyuk. Si-yeon answered in her place, stating Jung Min couldn't come to the phone. Jaehyuk asked where she was. Si-yeon replied that she was sleeping next to him and asked if he understood now. He expressed disbelief that Jaehyuk would call someone with a boyfriend. Jaehyuk corrected him. Jung Min had said they weren't dating. Si-yeon pushed back, questioning why Jaehyuk would still call if he knew that. He hinted at Jaehyuk's feelings and mocked the idea of having a chance. He made it clear Jung Min was with him now and told him to take the hint. Jaehyuk, undeterred, reminded him that Jung Min wasn't anyone's possession. They weren't even in a relationship, so she should decide for herself. If she ever said she didn't want him to call, he'd stop. He couldn't understand why someone like her would be friends with Si-yeon. Before hanging up, Jaehyuk said he'd call again when she was awake. Later, Jo Min prepared to leave. Si-yeon insisted on walking her home. She was surprised he was acting strangely. He brought up the call from earlier, pretending not to remember Jaehyuk's name. She corrected him, mildly annoyed. He admitted he had answered while she was in the bathroom. She panicked, asking what he had said. He told her he simply said she couldn't come to the phone. Then, casually, he asked if she had told Jaehyuk they weren't dating. She admitted it had come up and apologized, unsure why she felt so guilty. Maybe Si-yeon was upset. He laughed it off, asking why she was apologizing. He said he only wanted to know. He then told her to rest well and turned to leave. She called after him, concerned. He seemed off. She asked if something was wrong. He wondered how she could always sense his emotions so easily. Si-yeon's mind echoed with Jaehyuk's words, that Jung Min wasn't his, and he should let her decide. Her next question hit deeper. She asked if being alone made him feel low, and offered to stay the night. Her kindness overwhelmed him. It made him feel foolish for harboring dark thoughts, but at the same time, it made him long to be accepted for who he was, entirely. He looked at her and asked whether she was afraid of him. He brought up his outburst at the movie theater and how he had hurt Jaehyuk. He feared he might do it again, that he might keep making things difficult. There were even things he couldn't tell her. In frustration, he asked what he should do to make her stop treating him kindly. If he knew, he would have done it already. Jung Min reminded him of something he had said before, that hugging her calmed him down. Si-yeon paused, and in that moment, he believed if it was Jung Min, maybe she could accept every side of him, even the broken parts. Si-yeon's thoughts had taken a darker turn. He was convinced of one thing. He needed to remove the useless people around them. Their presence had started to irritate him. He thought of one person, then another, each of them gnawing at his patience. Surely Jung Min would be better her off without those parasites lingering in her life. They weren't helping her in any way, but then the doubt crept in. If she found out what he was thinking, what he might do, would she be able to accept it, or would she grow to hate him? For a moment, he hesitated. He remembered how she used to avoid him, how difficult it was for her to even look at him daily. But now, she was always close, always seeking him out. Even when she had claimed to want some space for a few days, she returned to him in less than a day. That meant something. If he just kept pushing, if he continued subtly reshaping her thoughts, maybe in the end, she would belong only to him. As he drifted deeper into those thoughts, Jung Min's voice pulled him back to the present. She softly called his name. Startled, he quickly responded, pretending nothing was wrong. She looked at him with concern, asking if he was okay. He nodded, brushing it off. Then came her question. What should she do? Confused, he asked what she meant. She offered to change her clothes and come over to his place, saying she could pick up some food from the convenience store on the way. But before she could finish, he stopped her. Jung Min looked up, startled by how close his face had suddenly gotten. Seon murmured that he felt better now. Holding her had helped. The embrace had calmed him. But as she looked at him, puzzled, he stared back with unusual intensity. He told her he wanted to lick her cheek. Shocked, she stammered in disbelief. He laughed and said her cheek looked sweet, too sweet to resist. He asked if she had done her makeup. When she confirmed it, a little unsure, he pressed further, wondering if she had dressed up for someone else. Jung Min's thoughts screamed the truth. She had done it to see him, not anyone else. But instead, she denied it aloud, brushing the thought aside. Seon didn't seem satisfied. He muttered that it wouldn't do. Jung Min's mind spiraled. Had he truly intended to lick her cheek if she wasn't wearing makeup? His behavior was strange, but somehow comforting. At least it meant he was feeling better. She decided to go change her clothes and come back, but Seung stopped her. He told her again that he was fine. He insisted she should just go home and rest. After all, she could always see him in her dreams. She hesitated, still concerned, but he smiled and warned her she might end up in danger if she wasn't careful. Tonight. Without giving her time to respond, he turned and walked away. She stood there, a bit confused, softly agreeing as he left. As she watched him disappear, Jungmin reflected on her decision to wear makeup. A sense of doubt lingered. Maybe she shouldn't have done it. Their relationship had clearly shifted. They weren't just friends anymore. Something more had developed between them. Something she couldn't ignore. She wondered how it all began, how she found herself drawn so deeply to Seon. But she shook her head. It wasn't all in her imagination. She was sure now. He liked her. Still, with school resuming the next day, a new thought settled in her mind. They had spent every day together until now. So why hadn't anything changed for real yet? Roswai stood in silence, staring at Seon, waiting for something, anything, to break the tension between them. The uncertainty between them had stretched too long, and she wanted clarity. But instead of answering her, Seon abruptly said he needed to use the bathroom. Caught off guard, she muttered a quiet response as he walked away. Alone again, Jungmin's thoughts spiraled. She couldn't understand him. He acted so bold most of the time, yet when it came to moments like these, he pulled away. She wondered if it was shyness or hesitation. The more she learned about him, the less she felt she knew. Later, her phone buzzed. A message popped up. It was Jaehook, reminding her that school resumed tomorrow and asking if she'd packed her bag. She recognized his name immediately. He suggested they go to school together, since they took the same route. It had been a while. Still unsettled from earlier, Jung Min responded half-heartedly. But even before she could fully process what she was doing, she messaged Seon. Her fingers moved almost on their own, asking if he wanted to walk to school together. As soon as she sent it, regret hit. She didn't even know what she was trying to say. Seon replied instantly. He already knew it was her first day back, and he acted disappointed. He offered to walk with her. She asked what he wanted to do, and he agreed without hesitation. She already knew what his answer would be. Now she had to tell Jaehook she couldn't go with him. His reply was casual, brushing it off, but his thoughts betrayed him. He figured she must have turned him down because she was already going with Seon. The next morning, they ran into each other. Jaehook greeted her with forced cheer. She was surprised to see him up early, but he brushed it off, blaming the school schedule. Then he turned to Seon with a stiff smile, offering a polite hello. Seon returned the gesture, apologizing for how things had gone the last time they met. But Jaehook's inner thoughts revealed his true feelings. Seon had acted rude to him when Jungmin wasn't around, creating a sense of unease. He found Seon strange and unpredictable. Jungmin felt it too. Even though the walk to school was short, the tension made it suffocating. Running into Jaehook like that was unexpected, and it made her realize something. Being with Seon was exciting, but it could also be dangerous. That same day, somewhere else on campus, a confrontation unfolded. Yejin stood over Juyeon, her words sharp and unforgiving. She accused Juyeon of always thinking the people around her were worthless. Now, with everything falling apart, she had no one left to defend her. Another girl chimed in, mocking Yuhyun for hiding her true personality for so long. She reminded everyone of the recent breakup, sneering at how Yuhyun had unraveled since then. Their cruelty escalated. They questioned whether Juhyun was falling apart just because she got dumped. But Juyeon stood firm. She scoffed at their assumptions. She wasn't anything like them, and she never enjoyed spending time with either of them. With finality, she told them this was actually a relief. If they wanted to do damage, they could try. Her voice didn't waver as she hurled one last insult, calling them crazy and walking away without looking back. Ruhyun's reputation had taken a sharp downturn. She left all her group chats and distanced herself from anyone who tried to get close. Rumors swirled. People whispered that she had a huge fight with Yuju over summer break. That's what Sora had had heard from a friend. No one really knew why Juhyun was acting so withdrawn. Only she knew the truth behind her sudden change. Jung Min couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with her, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Juhyun had never been one to be affected by Jung Min's words. If that were the case, she wouldn't have acted the way she did earlier in the semester. The classroom atmosphere was tense. Sora admitted she ran off to the cafeteria as soon as she arrived to avoid the awkwardness. It was especially rough because of 3 students in particular. Other girls approached Jung Min with sympathy. They expressed concern, claiming she must have been really upset. They brought up things she had said to Juhyun before, asking if they were true. The most shocking part, they said, was hearing Juhyun had once tried to force Jung Min to smoke a cigarette in elementary school. They said someone mentioned that Jung Min had gone through a tough time back then. They reassured her she wasn't the one who bullied Juhyun, even though the rumors had said otherwise. Jung Min felt confused. Someone had talked about what happened to her? She asked where they had heard that. Was it Sora? Sora got defensive, insisting she didn't say anything. Eunju, flustered, lightly bumped into Jung Min and quickly apologized. Jung Min assured her it was fine. Sora muttered angrily, suspecting that Eunju was the one who spilled everything. Sora explained that now everyone supported Jung Min, so anyone siding with Juhyun would look bad. That likely made Eunju feel guilty. Sora brought up the day they had gone to a cafe together. When Jung Min first talked about Juhyun, she pointed out that only she and Eunju had heard those things. Jung Min agreed that was probably when it started, but she added that maybe Sora had told others afterward. Considering how Sora had behaved at the time, it wasn't unlikely. Sora was taken aback, asking if Jung Min was taking Unu's side. Jung Min denied it, saying she wasn't taking anyone's side. Still, Jung Min realized that after everyone turned against Juhyun, their attitude toward her had completely changed. It felt as if she had become Juhyun. The scenario she had once dreamed about was now real, but instead of happiness, discomfort settled in. Elsewhere, Juhyun let out a bitter laugh. Haejin laughed loudly, recalling how Juhyun's face looked earlier in the cafeteria. She called her the trashiest person she knew, mocking her for how things unfolded. Like something out of a comic book. Another girl joined in, saying Juhyun was terrible. Back in the classroom, Jung Min noticed a group hanging around her desk. She asked what they were doing. The girls quickly apologized, saying they didn't realize they were being too loud. Haejin teased Jung Min, questioning her sudden change in tone. One of the girls said she genuinely felt sorry for Jung Min. They claimed they only did what they did because Juhyun made them. Haejin laughed, accusing them of forcing Jung Min to forgive them. The girl defended herself, saying Juhyun had started showing her true colors even before her breakup. It had been hard to get along with her. Haejin admitted she had been Yuhyun's venting target before Jung Min. Then Yuhyun moved on and targeted Jung Min instead. It was all very clear now. They said they should have trusted Jung Min from the start, and that they had wanted to take her side all along. Then came the question they were all curious about. Was Jung Min really dating Seon Baek? Haejin chimed in, saying that was old news. Seong had even bought them food. The girls were surprised. Haejin described Seong as a thug, impressed by Jung Min's powerful connections. Now that Jung Min had Seong, no one could mess with her. She added that Seong's eyes were so intimidating, she almost wet herself. Jung Min, uncomfortable with the attention, excused herself to go to the school store with Sora. Haejin expressed fake surprise, saying she thought Jung Min was angry. Jung Min felt conflicted. This was everything she had wanted, to be accepted, to be supported, yet it didn't feel right. In class, the teacher asked if anyone wanted to be the class president for the second semester. No one responded. The teacher suggested letting Yuyeon continue. Roswai's Haejin objected immediately. The teacher asked if she wanted to take the role, but Haejin nominated Jung Min instead. Leon Min was shocked. Haejin pressed her, insisting the job wasn't hard. The rest of the class chimed in, encouraging her to accept. They began chanting her name. Eventually, Jung Min agreed. Still, she felt uneasy. She had wished for her classmates' kindness and approval for so long. Now that she had it, it only made her feel worse. She couldn't understand why. Later, Seyoon noticed her mood. He asked if something had happened. She said it was nothing. She was just tired from being back at school. She told him not to look so worried and asked if he had worked out. He said yes. She asked what type of exercises he did, and he said he focused on upper body training because there were lots of machines available. She poked fun at how firm his muscles were, saying she thought all men had beer bellies like her dad. Seon proudly joked about having a killer body. She laughed, teasing him for sounding like a pervert. He doubled down, saying it was fine because his face made up for it. Jung Min giggled, admitting that he was kind of cute because it was him, but suddenly she flinched and scratched his eyes with her nails by accident. She panicked and apologized. Seon said she had scratched his eyes, and she leaned in worried, trying to see the damage. He pulled back, saying it wasn't the time. Jung Min apologized again, clearly flustered. Leon Min could not stop replaying her actions in her head. She scolded herself for touching Seon so suddenly. Embarrassment burned inside her, yet her thoughts strayed back to him. His body was well built, better than she expected. Elsewhere, Haejin was cornering Juhyun. She ordered others to empty Juhyun's pockets. If she had money for cigarettes, it would be taken. They discovered only 10,000 won, about $7, and mocked her for bragging about her wealth. With lunch nearly over, they decided to smoke one cigarette and leave. When Jung Min returned, she noticed the scene. She called out to Juhyun, realizing immediately that she must have been hit. She asked what was going on, but Juhyun reminded her that she had told her not to speak to her. Jung Min pressed further, saying she heard Juhyun stop talking to Yuju and the others, and wondered if she realized what she could lose. She asked if Juhyun was doing it because of her. Juhyun snapped back. She denied everything, accusing Jung Min of being delusional. None of this was because of her. Why would it be? She demanded to know why Jung Min was pretending to care now after all this time. This had nothing to do with her. In fact, Jung Min was the first person who would have wished for this downfall. Now that her wish had come true, she should look happy. Instead, her expression made Joo-hyun feel even worse. She admitted it didn't feel right. She told Jung Min to ignore her like before, to stop acting so foolishly. Everyone else acted the same. Nothing would happen if Jung Min ignored her too. She warned her not to put herself on the line for her sake and not to try anything foolish. Jung Min was struck by how similar this was to what happened back then. She remembered what she did at that time. She did nothing. She had been afraid they would treat her the same way. Her thoughts turned to Jae-hyuk. She wondered what he would do in this situation, or what Seung might do. In her imagination, Seung's solution sounded brutal, killing everyone, but she knew that wasn't the right answer. She sent a message to Jae-hyuk asking if he could give her advice. He agreed immediately, offering to talk over the phone. She called, apologizing for disturbing him suddenly. He assured her it was fine and asked her to explain. In the background, his friends wondered why he was stepping away, curious if he was talking to a girl, but Jae-hyuk insisted on listening. Jung Min explained, if someone he totally hated was being bullied, what would he do? Jae-hyuk repeated the question carefully. He admitted it was complicated. It wasn't that he would be trying to help, but sometimes ignoring it like everyone else would seem easier. Yet ignoring it could also feel strangely unbearable. It was wise thought to herself that the Jae-hyuk she knew would surely encourage helping. He admitted honestly that he too might hesitate out of fear. He wanted to believe he would help without hesitation, but the reality was more difficult. There were many times when he had hesitated and chosen wrong. Even so, he said, it was rare to even recognize that something was wrong. For Jung Min to think this way, even about someone she hated, was impressive. Jung Min confessed that she kept thinking about something he had said before. Back then, Joo-hyun had only her. Even as a child, didn't she realize that distancing herself like that would leave Joo-hyun completely alone? She had brushed it off because it happened so long ago, but now, in a similar situation, she finally understood. The people who bullied Joo-hyun back then were her own friends, and she had never once tried to stop them. That had been wrong. If she had found a better way back then, things could have been different. Yoo-hyuk grew flustered. He said he hadn't known what he was talking about at the time, urging her not to overthink it. She had suffered too. She thanked him. He said he hadn't even given her proper advice, that they had gone off track. But Jung Min told him that talking to him helped her organize her thoughts. As he listened, he thought she truly was a good person. Jung Min tried to downplay the situation, saying it was about a friend, but Jae-hyuk teased her that it was too late to claim that. Still, he warned her not to do anything too dangerous. She sighed, thanking him. Meanwhile, other girls whispered among themselves. They said Joo-hyun was blaming Jung Min for her loneliness, even though it was her own fault. They said she gave them the creeps, that she was childish. Some admitted they once hated Jung Min too, but now they realized she only had a gloomy aura back then, one that was misunderstood. They claimed even that was because of Joo-hyun. They were relieved that Haejin and Yuju had taken action. Soon, Hyejin called Jung Min over. She told her they had brought Joo-hyun to her knees. She urged Joo-hyun to vent her anger, mocking Joo-hyun for bullying her over something that happened in elementary school. They pressured Joo-hyun to apologize. Joo-hyun began to, but Jung Min interrupted. She turned on Hyejin and Yuju, asking why they weren't apologizing to her. The more she thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Haejin was startled, asking why Jung Min was suddenly lashing out. Jung Min demanded to know why they acted this way when she had done nothing. Hyejin stammered, saying that was why they brought Juryeon here, so Jung Min could handle it herself. Jung Min cut her off. She never asked them to do that. Sora arrived then, alarmed by the commotion. She tried to stop Jung Min, but Jung Min insisted she was fine. She declared boldly that her boyfriend was a thug, and anyone who messed with her would be crushed. Inside, Jung Min realized she was no longer afraid. The others were only acting out of fear of looking bad, or seeking favor with Seun, or craving gossip. She wanted nothing to do with them. She would rather be alone than become like them. She told Joo-hyun to get up, saying the floor was dirty. Haejin exploded, accusing Jung Min of hypocrisy. Hadn't she said they should teach Joo-hyun a lesson? Why forgive her now? Yeon Min admitted she had said that, but she changed her mind. Even if she were a hypocrite, she said, she could never be as bad as them. The murmurs grew louder. Haejin shouted that many people had been hurt by Joo-hyun, not just Jung Min, but her and Yuju too. This was punishment, and Joo-hyun deserved it. Yeon Min shot back, asking if she herself had deserved punishment at the beginning of the semester. No, they simply enjoyed bullying. Their excuses meant nothing. The fact that they dragged her into it again was even more pathetic. She turned on the rest of the class. They all knew the rumors about her were false, yet they had gossiped about Yoo-hyun in front of her. Not one of them had apologized. She made it clear she wasn't pretending to be a saint, nor was she trying to help Joo-hyun out of pity. She simply found them all worse. With that, Jung Min led Joo-hyun out. But Joo-hyun broke down, shouting through her tears. She reminded Jung Min that she had told her not to do this, not even an hour ago. Why did she keep interfering? She cried that she could never apologize for everything she had done. It was too late. This was all she could do, and Jung Min wasn't even letting her do that. Her voice cracked as she sobbed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the weight of her actions and the futility of trying to atone. Jiamin and Juyeon sat together on a bench. Jiamin asked if she was feeling any better and reminded her that, because of her, she had skipped school. She joked that she didn't know about Juyeon's parents, but if her teacher called her mother to report the absence, she would be dead meat. Juhyun remained silent. Jung Min stood up and said she was heading back to class. Juhyun asked what she was going to do now. Jung Min replied that she didn't know, whatever it turned out to be. She made it clear she wasn't helping Juhyun because she liked her or forgave her. She had simply been disgusted with their classmates, who didn't even have the decency to apologize. This was her way of punishing them. She didn't want to witness someone being bullied or isolated again. It was exhausting. She used to think Juhyun was her only enemy, but it turned out that wasn't the case. It wasn't just about the two of them. It was about the others in class, too. She didn't want them to turn into the kind of people they had become. She wanted to make sure nothing like that happened again. Juhyun listened quietly as Jung Min left and returned to the classroom. When she entered, her classmates whispered among themselves. They were surprised she hadn't left yet. They mocked her, saying she used to be so concerned about them and now she dared to speak against them. They gossiped about her new relationship, accusing her of acting like she didn't care about anyone. Some said she used to be too scared to even make eye contact. Now, they thought she saw herself as better than the rest. Jung Min heard it all. She thought to herself that it was true, but class would end soon. She just had to hang in there a little longer. Suddenly, from behind, Haejin kicked the leg of her desk. Jung Min looked back. Haejin smirked and told her to meet after school. Jung Min sighed internally. Right then, another student entered the class and announced that the teacher wouldn't be coming due to an important meeting. There was no need to greet him at the end of the day. She added that both Jung Min and Juhyun were told to meet the homeroom teacher the next morning. Jung Min felt relieved. In this situation, if they had made her wait until the teacher returned, it would have been unbearable. Ending the day in such an atmosphere would have been even worse. Thinking this, she quickly packed her things and tried to leave, but Haejin yelled behind her asking where she was going. She demanded to talk. Her voice grew louder, accusing Jung Min of going to meet her boyfriend again. She mocked Seon, calling him a thug and saying he wasn't even that attractive in person. Jung Min told herself to ignore it and kept walking without turning back. Still trying to provoke her, Haejin loudly questioned what was so special about Seon. She mocked their relationship, wondering aloud if they were even dating or just friends with benefits. Right then, Seong arrived, panting and out of breath. He ran up to Jung Min asking why she hadn't answered his messages. She replied that her phone was on silent. Seon showed her his phone, 45 missed calls. He was visibly worried and asked why she had called so many times. He questioned the message she had sent him and asked if she had really come all the way into the building just because of that. He was concerned that a teacher might have seen her, but to him that wasn't the real issue. He looked around and asked who had messed with her. He demanded to know what had happened. As Seon entered the classroom, murmurs instantly rippled through the group of girls. They couldn't stop whispering among themselves. They all seemed mesmerized by him. His looks, his aura, his physique. To them, he was undeniably hot. One girl gasped, recognizing him as the same guy who had run all the way there for Jung Min. The excitement in their voices made it clear. Despite rumors, Seon's charm was undeniable. Jung Min heard every word. Among all the girls who had tried to talk to her, she realized most were only interested in Suyun. The frustration grew inside her. At that point, she felt fed up. Her school life was already a mess, so nothing else mattered now. In a sudden burst of emotion, she grabbed Seong by the neck and kissed him passionately. Seong stood frozen, his eyes wide in shock. The entire class fell into stunned murmurs. Then, calmly and without hesitation, Jung Min told Seong it was nothing. No one had messed with him. She just wanted to go home with him. In her mind, she reaffirmed something to herself. Siyun didn't have eyes for anyone else. He liked her. He was hers. She softly rubbed his lips as if marking that moment. Still speechless, Seon looked around and spotted Juhyun in the distance. But before anything could be said, Jung Min hugged him tightly, trying to lighten the mood. She laughed softly, telling him he had scared her earlier. She warned him to let her know if anyone ever tried to mess with him again. Seon nodded, and the two walked out of the school together. On the road, Jung Min walked slightly ahead, her thoughts tangled. She blushed deeply, replaying the kiss in her mind. It felt surreal. She hadn't meant to go that far. Just a hug would have been enough. She scolded herself internally, blaming her impulsiveness. Every time she got emotional, she overreacted. Siyun, walking quietly beside her, hadn't said a word since. She began to worry. Had he hated it? The silence weighed on her. Eventually, she broke it, apologizing for kissing him so suddenly. But Siyun stopped her. He needed to understand why she had done that. Leong Min hesitated, then explained everything. The number of girls constantly trying to get close to Siyun had frustrated her. She felt annoyed. She had already given up on fitting in with everyone at school. That kiss had been her way of telling them to back off. She admitted her jealousy and apologized again, then asked quietly if it had been his first kiss. Siyun confirmed that it was, and then asked her the same. As he looked at her, his face turned red. A quiet happiness filled him. He had hesitated for so long, thinking he was the only one with feelings. He had avoided showing affection, afraid of scaring her off, but now he knew she liked him too. The relief flooded him. Jock, Dame took with a soft expression. He told her not to worry. He understood now. It had all been an act to protect her place beside him. In his mind, he finally accepted what he had been hiding. He liked her deeply, and now he was ready to show it. Jung Min smiled and softly replied. Siyun gently held Jung Min by the waist, ready to leave with her. Internally, he found her anxiousness toward him endearing. Suggesting they go on a date, he mentioned they hadn't been out in a while and offered to take her somewhere nice, or just back to his place. Deep down, he simply wanted to spend more time with her. Meanwhile, Jaehyuk walked down the road, worrying about Jung Min. He feared Seon might take things too far and hurt her, which would only create more problems. Just then, he spotted Jung Min with Seon and was visibly startled. In his mind, he questioned whether the two were going out together. Noticing him, Jung Min asked what he was doing there. Yeok replied that he was concerned about what she had said earlier. Seon greeted him with a smile, but mistakenly called him Johuk instead of Johuk. Hearing the wrong name, Johuk looked confused. Jung Min corrected Seon, telling him the correct name, which made Seon burst into laughter. Still laughing, he apologized, saying he could never seem to remember it, no matter how many times he heard it. Eventually calming down, Seon quietly asked Jahyuk why he was there. Jahyuk, baffled, questioned Seon's behavior internally. He noted how Seon seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood. Seon responded that he was always in a good mood. Jahyuk then glanced at Jung Min, sensing something off about her. The atmosphere around them felt strange. Yeok expressed concern over their earlier phone call and said he came to check on her. Seon reacted with playful surprise, remarking that he didn't know the two had spoken on the phone. Jung Min grew nervous, quickly explaining she had meant to tell him and asked if he was upset. Seon silently wondered if she had sensed anything, but in that moment he didn't care about Jahyuk's feelings. Seon laughed again, though this time he controlled it. He reassured Jung Min that he wasn't mad, asking why he would be. Then, shifting the focus, he suggested she speak with her friend and offered to step aside, giving them space. Jung Min, surprised by his willingness, questioned whether he was being generous because of what happened earlier. Seon told them he'd sit nearby while they talked. Jahyuk couldn't believe Seon's casual behavior. Jung Min asked if he was really leaving them alone, saying the place felt like deja vu. Seon joked back, questioning if she thought he would hit someone again. Jung Min replied vaguely, leaving the possibility open. Seon, now dramatically exasperated, asked if they truly suspected him of liking violence. He insisted he wasn't a psychopath and claimed to have a conscience. Then he laughed loudly once more and walked a little distance away to leave them alone. Jahyuk, now alone with Jung Min, asked if something he said earlier was wrong. Jung Min reassured him it wasn't. In her thoughts, she considered whether it was okay to speak up, even though things had been going well, but she hesitated, not wanting to cause misunderstandings or put Jahyuk in danger. She then thanked him for worrying, but gently told him that meeting outside the school might not be the best idea, especially considering who Seon was. Jahyuk asked if she and Seon were dating. Shocked, Jung Min denied it, admitting that it was silly of her to be explaining things after coming to him first. She added that she should have told him before, and admitted that meeting at the school was probably a mistake. Jahyuk found the situation strange. If they weren't dating, he wondered why she kept looking at Seon. He questioned if that's how close they had become, and if Jung Min was also trying to understand Seon better. Accepting things as they were, he reminded himself that even as a friend, he was still a man and needed to be understanding. Then he told her it was all right. Jung Min thanked him for understanding. As she got ready to leave, Jahyuk reflected on the time they had spent together. Watching her walk away, he caught himself wondering what he had just been thinking. Just then, he heard Seon calling out to Jung Min, asking why she was hugging him in public and mentioning that her bag zipper was open. She checked and asked if anything was missing. Seon replied that he'd take a look. Jahyuk stood there silent, watching them together. Seon told Jung Min they should get going since Jahyuk was behind them. Jung Min replied that he had probably already left, and again asked if anything was missing. Seon joked that it tickled, but added that nothing could be done now. He told her she'd just have to accept that whatever was missing was gone, and that she should hope the new owner would take good care of it forever. Jung Min playfully pinched Seon's cheeks, accusing him of trying to annoy her. Seon laughed and winced in mock pain. She noticed her backpack was already zipped, which meant he had been teasing her. Calling him out, she guessed he had also lied about Jahyuk leaving, but when she turned, Jahyuk was indeed gone. She felt relieved that part had been true. Meanwhile, Jahyuk made his way home, replaying the close moments between Jung Min and Seon in his mind. The thought stirred jealousy, and he dismissed it with irritation. Seon and Jung Min continued walking together. Jung Min, glancing at him, wondered if Seon truly did like her. She called his attention, reached over, and lightly touched his lips, saying something had been there. Jung Min blushed deeply, thanking him, before quickly turning her face forward again. As they walked, Seon scrolled through his phone, noting that they would likely live in the area once they came of age. He searched for a cafe called Coffee Metal, and then considered looking up wedding halls nearby. Deciding against it, he reasoned that neither of them had friends, making a large ceremony unnecessary. Falling slightly behind her, he heard Jung Min urge him to catch up. Seon thought they should save the money instead for a more luxurious vacation, though he admitted to himself that he wanted to see Jung Min in a wedding dress. His mind drifted to the idea of traveling together, wondering which country they should visit. Jung Min casually suggested they get takeout, and Seon readily agreed. As they planned their meal, Seon's thoughts wandered, imagining life after marriage and wondering when they might have children. He reminded himself that such decisions were not his alone, and that he would prefer spending time as just the two of them for a while. His mind drifted further, wishing to have Jung Min all to himself, even picturing the interior design of a home they might share. Breaking from his thoughts, Jung Min asked if there was anywhere else Seon wanted to go or anything he wished to do before heading home. Lost in his own imagination, he murmured the word marriage, startling Jung Min. Flustered, Seon quickly covered up, asking instead if Jung Min planned on marrying in the future. Jung Min, confused, questioned what he meant. Seon insisted it was just curiosity. When Jung Min considered the question, her mind flashed to memories of her father's violence toward her mother, and she stated firmly that she did not want to marry. Seon's expression darkened, his mood dropping instantly. Jung Min noticed his sudden sadness, but thought the one who should feel upset was herself. She wondered if he truly couldn't understand what she felt unless she said outright that she liked him. He often invited her over and embraced her, but his naturally touchy nature made it hard to know if it meant more. Still, she wished he would be the one to suggest they start dating. Seong, in his own thoughts, longed for marriage with Jung Min. Meanwhile, Jung Min considered his silence, questioning if he was pretending not to know her feelings or deliberately keeping his distance. They eventually arrived at Seon's flat. Jung Min wondered if she had been fooling herself all along. When Seon's expression changed, Jung Min found it cute, suspecting she was overthinking what had happened earlier, and decided she was fun to tease. As Seon keyed in her door code, Jung Min commented that most people cover the numbers when entering it. Seon was unconcerned, saying it was fine and that she had intended for him to memorize it. She told him to enter the code freely whenever she wasn't home. Inside, Jung Min reflected on how he was now being entrusted with her house code. They were doing everything couples did except officially dating. Seon invited him to sit on the couch and asked if he was hungry, offering to set the table. When she said it could wait, he agreed and rested his head on her shoulder, leaving her feeling confused. Seon asked if anything had happened that day. Jung Min admitted there had been, then remembered something important he had been forgetting. Seon told him to wait, then pointed out that she had been working hard on a project to help him become popular. She questioned why he had isolated himself again by choice. Jung Min bristled at the words, asking what she meant by calling it a project for his popularity and expressing his irritation. Seon accused him of acting this way because of Juhyun, despite all the trouble she had caused him. She demanded to know what he planned to do now. She lamented that she could not visit him freely since his school was all girls, joking about whether wearing a skirt would let her in. Jung Min firmly refused that idea. Seon's thoughts shifted, realizing this was yet another thing to worry about. Jung Min tried to reassure her, promising he would not simply sit back and endure anymore. Seon disagreed, saying he had changed from when they first met. Jung Min admitted he felt more at ease now and that his mindset had shifted, asking if she disliked this version of him. Seon told him she liked him no matter how he was, though she admitted feeling upset that others would be drawn to him now, not just her. Her frustration stemmed from the fact that it was all because of someone else's actions, not her own influence. Jung Min told her not to worry, insisting things would work out, but Seon replied that it was impossible for her not to worry, and decided she could at least get away with showing that much. Seon called Jung Min's name, his voice carrying a certain weight. She looked at him, a little puzzled, and he brought up what she had done to him earlier. Her thoughts jumped immediately to that moment, and she stammered in her head, realizing what he meant. Seon asked if they could try it again, catching her completely off guard. Jung Min froze as his face moved closer to hers, her mind racing. Could he really be about to do what she thought? But suddenly, Seon burst into laughter, brushing it off as a joke. He told her to forget it and suggested they go eat instead, reminding her she was probably hungry. Inside, Jung Min fumed silently, thinking what a jerk he was for teasing her like that. She protested aloud, asking why he would do such a thing. Seon ignored her irritation and offered to walk her home. She quickly declined, but he insisted, claiming it was dangerous for her to walk alone. She finally gave in, demanding he let her go because he was too heavy. As they walked, Seong asked if she was still sulking over his earlier joke. Jung Min denied sulking, clarifying instead that she was angry. He promised not to do something like that again and asked for her forgiveness. She decided to forgive him just this once, then called his name softly. When he hummed in response, she began to explain the real reason for her anger earlier. Seon leaned in with interest, waiting for her to continue, but as she searched for the right words, her thoughts tangled and she became flustered. Abandoning the explanation, she called his name again, trying to say something important. Her mind drifted back to a memory. Jaehyuk telling her she had misunderstood his feelings, apologizing if she thought he liked her. She remembered Siyun at that time, telling her he understood and that it had all been an act. Snapping back to the present, she realized she had gone quiet. Siyun asked why she stopped talking and what she had been about to say. She brushed it off as nothing. Disappointed, he said it was too bad. She told him she was heading in for the night and he wished her to sleep well, still thinking to himself how close she had been to confessing her feelings. He considered telling her how he felt right then, but remembered his earlier decision to let her pine for him a bit longer. The thought frustrated him. Should he tell her first or wait? He wanted to hear her say she liked him, yet the indecision made his head ache. Eventually, he decided he could wait a few more days. After all, there was nothing crueler than giving someone false hope, he thought with a small, mischievous grin. The next morning, Jung Min received a message from Seon, saying he had somewhere to be and that she would have to walk to school alone. She wondered where he was going, but decided not to dwell on it. Elsewhere, Gyeokyuk realized she was alone. Spotting her, he called out, and she greeted him with mild surprise. She was secretly relieved Siyun wasn't there. Otherwise, they might have run into each other awkwardly again. She asked if Gyeokyuk was also on his way to school. He said yes, and she reassured him that Siyun wasn't coming today, so he didn't need to worry. Realizing what he had just just said, Jo-hyuk awkwardly corrected himself, but Jung Min agreed that it was a relief. If Si-yoon had been there, she wouldn't have been able to walk in peace. As they walked together, she mentioned it had been a while since they'd done this, and remembered she had something to show him. Handing him a small item, she explained she had bought bread from the convenience store and this had been inside. She remembered that he liked the character printed on it. Yahyuk's face warmed with embarrassment. He wondered if she found it childish. She asked if he still liked it, and he admitted he did, though shyly. Inside, he wanted it badly. Jung Min started giggling, and when he asked what she was laughing at, she said it was just amusing that such a tall high schooler would like something like that. He chuckled self-consciously, saying it wasn't very manly. But Jung Min disagreed. She said it was cute, and that she had liked him because of it. The words hit Jaehyuk hard. His cheeks flushed, his heart raced, and his thoughts echoed in disbelief. She had liked him? She liked him? Before he could recover, Jung Min began to walk ahead. She turned back briefly to remind him about what she had told him yesterday, about giving him the sticker and walking together, and asked him not to mention it in front of Si-yoon. Jaehyuk agreed to be careful about what he said when Si-yoon was around. She thanked him for understanding, admitting it was a strange request. In his mind, Jaehyuk felt a pang of bitterness. He hated the situation, but he also knew that if he didn't go along with it, he might never get the chance to see her again, and if agreeing to her terms meant keeping her in his life even just a little, that was enough for him. Jung Min stood still for a moment, letting out a slow, heavy breath. The thought of going inside filled her with reluctance, as if a weight pressed down on her chest. She eventually stepped in, noticing a small group of girls nearby, debating where to go. With hesitant voices, they decided to head to the store together, walking off without much notice of her presence. Her eyes drifted to a familiar desk, and she realized it used to be Hyejine's seat. She pointed it out, only for one of the girls to explain that Hyejin had asked to switch places and had taken her seat instead. The change struck Jung Min as odd. She had been certain Hyejin would keep sitting there just to bother her, yet she had done the opposite. It was strange, almost unsettling. Something about the day's atmosphere felt off. It wasn't the same as when she had been bullied openly before, but there was still a distinct sense of distance, like people were purposefully avoiding her. She could feel it in the way their eyes slid past her, in the unspoken gap between her and everyone else. Her phone buzzed with a sudden message from Sora Choi. The short note told her to come meet behind the store if she was at school. Without hesitation, Jung Min headed there. Sora greeted her the moment she arrived, but instead of a casual hello, her voice carried sharp urgency. She demanded to know how Jung Min could stay so calm after the trouble she had caused yesterday. Sora's frustration spilled out, pointing out that she was the one who hung out with Jung Min and now had to face the consequences. If it were anyone else, she could have ignored it, but Jung Min had told her to stick by her side, a promise she clearly remembered. Jung Min hesitated, admitting she had expected the situation to be worse that morning. Strangely enough, no one had tried to mess with her. Sora wasn't surprised. She remembered clearly the look on his face the previous day, the cold, dangerous glare that seemed to pierce through anyone in its path. It had been like staring into the eyes of a killer. And then, there was the unexpected moment when Jung Min had kissed him without warning. In Sora's mind, it confirmed that neither of them were ordinary. She warned Jung Min that while she wasn't a complete outcast, people would now deliberately avoid her. Yeonji and Sunga were likely done speaking to her. Jung Min listened quietly before telling Sora she should change her seat. The suggestion startled Sora, who stammered in surprise. Jung Min explained further that she didn't need to hang out with her anymore, promising not to threaten her about gossip or bad-mouthing others. The sudden shift left Sora confused, but Jung Min continued. Her school life, she said, was already ruined, so there was no point in sticking together. She admitted that she had felt they were getting closer, yet she didn't want Sora to lose her own friends because of her. If Sora wished to walk away, she could. Without waiting for an answer, Jung Min turned and said she would head back to class first. Sora stood there, her thoughts tangled. She wondered if Jung Min truly meant what she had said. Before she could settle on an answer, a message came from another friend. It began with a warning not to reveal who had told her what she was about to hear. The friend explained that the group chat Sora had been part of was no longer the same. A new chat had been created without her, apparently for the sole purpose of talking badly about her. The news struck her like a sudden blow. Her chest tightened and a surge of anger rose inside. She thought of all the times she had been kind to them, all the ways she had tried to be a good friend, and felt her hands tremble with frustration. The words in her mind were bitter. Friends like that weren't worth having. In truth, real friends didn't exist. Jung Min's earlier words about not wanting Sora to lose her friends echoed in her mind, carrying a sting she didn't want to acknowledge. Back in the hallway, Haejin spotted Juhyun and called out, inviting her to eat together. Jung Min approached at that moment, asking if she could join them. The sight of her brought a flash of irritation to Haejin's face. Her voice carried a sharp edge, calling her a loser under her breath. Before she could say more, another girl stepped in, telling her not to cause trouble. If Jung Min's boyfriend found out, there would be consequences they didn't want to face. Haejin clicked her tongue in frustration, but backed down. Jung Min muttered under her breath, wishing people wouldn't start up drama when she was simply trying to eat. Juhyun glanced at her with quiet gratitude. A sigh slipped from Jung Min's lips as she realized she was truly alone now. The feeling wasn't as crushing as she had once feared, but there was still a small sadness in knowing she didn't belong anywhere. Yet there was also an odd sense of relief. Without anyone to please or follow, she no longer had to try so hard to fit in. Her thoughts wandered toward him. He hadn't come that morning, and it had been some time since she last heard from him. This had never happened before. His absence lingered in her mind, and she wondered why he wasn't answering. Elsewhere, in a quieter setting, the CEO placed a cup of coffee in front of Seodun. She accepted it with a polite nod of thanks before sitting back. Her voice was calm as she addressed him, ready to hear the reason she had been called there today. The meeting began with the agency's CEO addressing Seon in a calm but direct manner. He told him it was nothing serious and that he should pick up his belongings from the dorm. Seon seemed surprised, admitting he thought the company had already taken everything. He questioned whether the items were truly being returned to him and remarked that they could have simply been mailed. The CEO called his name, and when Seon responded, he asked if he had a girlfriend. The CEO explained that Seon's online exposure had dropped significantly and that the news surrounding him had not spread enough to cause major issues. However, reports still surfaced occasionally. Seon wondered aloud if there was anything he wasn't allowed to do anymore, pointing out that he was no longer an idol. The CEO observed that Seon seemed fine now, even after all the talk of suicide and other rumors from before. His words caused Seon to give a faint laugh, prompting the CEO to react with a flicker of irritation. Seon admitted that life was pretty decent these days and thanked him sincerely, believing the improvement was because of him. Seon mentioned that he often saw the group DZX on television and noted how well they were doing. He congratulated the CEO, saying he had known they would succeed. They shook hands, and the CEO expressed his thanks. As Seon walked away, the CEO thought to himself that Seon didn't seem bitter at all. It didn't appear to be sarcasm either. The conversation shifted again as the CEO asked Seon if he liked his home. Seon replied that he did, finding it nice and spacious. The CEO reminded him that he had agreed to let him live there until he came of age, but that the arrangement had been made under one condition. Seon recognized what he meant and asked if the call was because of concern over that matter. He assured him not to worry, promising that his lips were sealed. If the promise was kept, he would never reveal what had happened in the past. He confirmed that he held no resentment. With that settled, he said they were good and prepared to leave. The CEO paused to ask if Seon had gotten taller. Seon admitted to growing a little and wondered why he asked. The CEO remarked that he seemed to be in good shape and noted how much skinnier he had been before. His hand then moved to touch Seon's body, prompting a flash of anger from him. The CEO quickly apologized. As Seon stepped away, the CEO's thoughts lingered. He believed Seon's looks were wasted. Honestly, he was surprised at how much Seon had recovered since the last time he had seen him. He had expected his face to be scarred, yet it was completely unscathed. Seon had also received the payout from X Group in exchange for keeping quiet. The CEO considered that while his reputation wasn't great at the moment, most of it had already been forgotten. Over time, he believed everything would sort itself out. Before parting, the CEO told Seon to let him know if he ever needed anything else, reminding him they were practically family. He instructed Hyun-suk to take Seon home, but Seon declined, saying he needed to go somewhere else first and would travel alone. He told him to send his belongings by mail. The CEO agreed. Leaving the building, Seon spotted another young man in the distance and wondered if it was who he thought it was. Stepping outside, he saw a notification that Jung Min had called earlier. Realizing she had reached out to him, he called her back, curious if she would answer. She picked up and their conversation began. Seon asked if she had called and wanted to know if something had happened. She teased that she didn't need a reason, saying she could call him whenever she wanted. He asked what she had been doing and she mentioned meeting someone she knew. When he guessed she must be at school, she confirmed it, explaining that she was just leaving. Checking his schedule, Seon realized he wouldn't be able to pick her up from school that day. He told her she would need to walk home alone, apologizing and saying he would be there too late. Jung Min grew quiet, thinking how he wouldn't even tell her what was going on. He asked why she had gone silent. She responded simply, agreeing to walk home and asking if she could come over later. He told her she could, reassuring her she could go inside, even before he arrived. Later that day, Seon returned home to find Jung Min already there. She greeted him warmly, happy to be there when he came home, wishing every day could be like that. She asked where he had been, wondering if he had gone to the gym. He brushed it off, saying it wasn't anything important, and asked if she was hungry or wanted something to eat. Her expression shifted, and she questioned why he never told her what was truly on his mind. Noticing her mood, he cautiously asked if something had happened at school. She denied it sharply, saying it was nothing important, and demanded to know why he was asking. He noticed her anger, and thought to himself that she seemed upset. Jung Min voiced her frustration, pointing out that they hadn't walked home together, he hadn't walked her to school, he hadn't been reading her messages, and he hadn't answered her calls. She reminded him that she was all alone now and asked if he wasn't even worried about her. Hearing this, Seong felt an unexpected warmth. He realized she was beginning to care for him in her own way. He stepped forward and embraced her, apologizing and saying he always worried about her. He explained that he had simply been busy and hadn't realized she was waiting for him to reach out. He asked if she had felt lonely without him. Inwardly, he thought about how he had been concerned for her because she was alone, yet now he found the situation not entirely unpleasant. He explained that the agency's CEO had called him that morning, asking to meet. He couldn't refuse because the apartment was still under the CEO's name. Jung Min's expression tensed as she asked why the CEO wanted wanted to see him, what had been said, and whether he had been told to leave the apartment. Seon noticed the possessiveness in her voice and felt pleased by it. He hugged her again, telling her it was only about keeping a secret. She asked if that was really all, and he confirmed it. In a playful yet charged moment, Seon pressed his thumb gently against her lips, his thoughts shifting toward a desire to completely claim her. The impulse rose sharply, but he forced himself to pull back, regaining control. Without explaining, he stepped toward the door. She asked if something had happened and offered to come with him, but he declined, promising to return soon. Outside, Seon sat down alone. His mind replayed the moment from earlier, and a quiet laugh escaped him. He couldn't believe what he had just done. Containing himself had been far more difficult than he expected, and the thought left him with a mix of amusement and lingering desire. Seon stood at the counter as the shopkeeper rang up the total, announcing the price at 15,800 won. He turned and recognized the customer in front of him. It was Jae-hyuk. Seon commented on how he had thought the back of Jae-hyuk's head looked familiar and said he only wanted to say hello before leaving, but Jae-hyuk stopped him and insisted they talk. Seon agreed, but mentioned that Jung Min was waiting for him at home, asking Jae-hyuk to keep it brief. Jae-hyuk noted that she must visit Seon's place often, to which Seon casually explained that he lived alone. The realization struck Jae-hyuk. If Seon lived alone, then it was just the two of them whenever she visited. His mind flashed to the image of Jung Min sleeping beside him. Seon noticed Jae-hyuk's expression and asked why he looked so unhappy, wondering aloud if he was jealous. He warned that Jae-hyuk should give up now, claiming that soon he would not allow Jung Min to keep seeing him. Jae-hyuk denied the jealousy, stating that he and Jung Min were just friends, but Seon saw through it, saying his expression betrayed his feelings and that he clearly didn't want to remain just friends. He teased that Jae-hyuk must be a bad liar, and that was probably why Jung Min had liked him so much before. Jae-hyuk admitted that regardless of Jung Min's feelings now, he had no right to be jealous, because it was his own fault, but he expressed concern for her, saying Seon seemed to have violent tendencies, and that this worried him. He questioned what Seon would be like if they started dating, suspecting it would only make things worse for her. Jae-hyuk said he had avoided interfering in her relationships out of respect, but insisted the same standard should apply to Seon, asking what gave him the right to keep Jung Min from seeing him. Seon dismissed the comparison, saying he was simply enjoying the flirting stage before they began dating for real. Jae-hyuk questioned if this was just a joke to him. Seon retorted that Jae-hyuk was the one who had led her on, being overly nice despite not having romantic interest, which was just as inexcusable. He said he had seen how much Jung Min had struggled back then, and now Jae-hyuk seemed to imply he should leave her life, but Seon declared he would never leave her, no matter what. Even if he died, he would remain by her side. Jae-hyuk thought to himself that Seon was dangerous, capable of something terrible if he stayed near Jung Min. Seon guessed that Jung Min was kind to Jae-hyuk, never getting angry or blaming him. He suggested this might be because she didn't care enough about him to even resent him. With a smirk, he said that if Jae-hyuk wanted to try turning her against him, that was his choice, and then he walked away. Days later, Jung Min reflected on their relationship, wondering if they would continue only flirting without taking things further. She questioned whether actually dating would feel any different. Her mother reminded her that it was cold outside and asked if her spring uniform was too thin, but Jung Min said she would just take a jacket. She met Seon and greeted him, wearing the muted colored jacket he had bought her. She said it matched with everything. Seon asked why she didn't wear the one Jae-hyuk had given her. She explained that she still had it at home, but couldn't get used to its color. Then she asked how Seon knew that Jae-hyuk had bought her clothes, wondering if she had ever mentioned it. Seon claimed she had told him before, and she accepted the answer. Jung Min noted that they had been walking to school together every day lately. Seon reminded her that she had hugged him first when she was upset with him, teasing her. She flustered, insisting she hadn't been thinking about it. Seon commented that now he was better at keeping in touch, she must not feel lonely anymore. Privately, Seon thought about how quiet Jae-hyuk had been since their conversation. He remarked to Jung Min that they hadn't seen her friend much lately. She revealed that Jae-hyuk still messaged her, but since she had been spending so much time with Seon, she had told Jae-hyuk to avoid running into him as much as possible. She figured that was why Seon hadn't seen him around. Delighted, Seon called her adorable, making her tell him to stop acting weird or he'd embarrass her to death. Then Seon told her to come straight out after school because he had something important to say. She responded that she always met him after school, but he insisted this time was different. When she asked what it was about, he told her she would have to wait to find out, hinting it was something he had thought about a lot. He left her wondering, but assured her it wasn't anything bad. Jung Min felt curious and slightly annoyed. Meanwhile, Seon decided that trying to get Jung Min to confess first would be too difficult. He resolved to confess himself, unable to hold back any longer. Since the next day was the weekend, he thought about how they could spend it together once they started dating, imagining being able to kiss her all day long. He went to a cafe to plan his confession, but struggled to decide what to say. With little time left before meeting her, he began to feel unexpectedly nervous. Just then, someone approached him, calling out his name in surprise, recognizing him after what seemed to be a long time. At school, Jung Min sat at her desk, thinking the day would be just as boring as the last. She dreaded going to the cafeteria alone, considering instead a quick visit to the school store. She believed someone else likely felt the same way, yet she still couldn't bring herself to join them. Sora suddenly took the seat beside her. Jung Min asked asked why she was there, and Sora explained that it was a good spot to avoid attention when dozing off during class. Jung Min pointed out that the back of the classroom might be better for that, but Sora added that they should eat lunch together. Jung Min wondered aloud if Sora was only there to check whether she had deleted the screenshots of her gossiping. Sora denied it, sounding offended, and admitted she had argued with a friend she usually hung out with. Jung Min remarked that Sora had plenty of friends, but Sora dismissed them, saying they were all disappointing. Just then, Eunju appeared and sat in front of them. Sora asked why she had moved, and Eunju said the view of the board was better from there. Jung Min wondered if they were even allowed to change seats so freely. Eunju then turned to Jung Min and asked who she was eating lunch with. When Jung Min replied that she was eating with Sora, Eunju invited her to join her instead, insisting Sora already had plenty of friends. Sora's irritation flared. She demanded to know what Eunju was trying to pull, calling her sudden approach suspicious. Jung Min asked why Eunju was acting this way. Eunju thought back to the day she saw Jung Min confidently standing up to Hyejin. That moment had left a strong impression, and now Eunju admitted she had always wanted to talk to Jung Min, but felt this might be her last chance. Sora accused her of never approaching Jung Min when she was alone, and only trying now that Sora was present. She called Eunju easy to read, and reminded her that she had disliked Jung Min before. Eunju countered by pointing out that Sora hadn't liked Jung Min either, and added that she had no interest in spending time with Sora anyway. The two argued over who would eat lunch with Jung Min. Watching them, Jung Min realized she had seen a similar situation before. She told them both there was no need to fight, they could all eat together. Internally, she was surprised that the three of them were back together in this way. She hadn't imagined it, but decided it was for the better. It would ease Suyeon's worries. She remembered his recent words, telling her to come straight out after school because he had something important to tell her. She had replied that she already met him after school anyway, but he had insisted this time was different. Trying to lighten the mood, Jung Min asked them both what excuse they usually gave a teacher if they wanted to leave school early. Meanwhile, at a cafe, Seon sat with his old acquaintance Yul. Yul had spotted him from afar and immediately recognized him. Yul began by asking how Seon had been, admitting he wasn't sure if he should say it, but that he had been worried. He complimented Seon, saying he looked even more like a celebrity now, more handsome than before. Seon returned the compliment. Yul reminisced about the fun they used to have, saying it was boring without him. They had shared the same sense of humor. He complained that Nayeok had been difficult lately, showing his unpleasant personality openly, especially at fan signings. Their manager was struggling and they were getting scolded often. Seon laughed, saying Nayeok clearly hadn't changed. Yul then asked if Seon had deleted his contact. Seon was confused, asking why. Yul explained that he had messaged a few times but never received a reply. He suspected Seon might have blocked him, wondering if he was still upset. He apologized, saying he had turned away from Seon during his hardest times. He admitted it might sound like an excuse, but on the day they lost contact, he had been working non-stop for 3 days and was completely exhausted. Recently, during a break, Yul had rewatched a documentary they had filmed together and realized no one had taken care of him, as well as Seon had. He said he was truly sorry, adding that Seon didn't have to forgive him, but he had always wanted to apologize if they ever met again. Seon giggled and told him there was no need to apologize, saying it had been his fault from the start and that he should have toned things down. He assured Yul it was fine. Yul wondered if Seon was telling the truth, but felt relieved he didn't seem to hate him. Yul then asked if he could call him along with the other members, but Seon didn't answer. He was focused on his phone and apologized, saying he couldn't multitask. He then answered a call from Jung Min. She asked where he was, and he told her he was at the cafe they often visited. She acknowledged it and hung up, leaving Seon thinking about how she made him nervous. Behind him, Yul called his name again. Seon apologized and said he had to leave, telling Yul to take care. But Yul grabbed his hand, surprised that he was leaving so suddenly. He asked if Seon would answer his calls and if his number was still the same. Seon hesitated, saying he wasn't sure if he would be able to. Yul pressed him not to be like that, reminding him that he had called before and asking if Seon would ignore him again, making him feel like a fool. Seon's mind flashed back to when he had called each of them, but no one had answered. The word idiot echoed in his thoughts. He told Yul to let go, saying he had to leave, but Yul refused, insisting he wouldn't let go until Seon gave him a definite answer. At that moment, Jung Min appeared. She stepped forward, pulling Seon's hand free from Yul's grip. With a sharp, angry tone, she told Yul that was enough. She said Seon had no reason to ever contact him again. Yul stood frozen, unable to understand what had just happened. Jung Min firmly held Seon's hand and led him out of the cafe. Without looking back, she pulled him outside, her grip tight and determined. Once they were away from the crowd, Seon glanced at her and asked what she was doing there at that hour. She explained that she had left school early. Concern crossed his face as he asked why, wondering if she was sick. Inside, Jung Min's thoughts spun. She wanted to ask who the person at the cafe was just now. Their build had been similar to hers. Was it a girl? Did Seon know other women besides her? Of course, it would be strange if he didn't, but the thought still twisted her stomach into knots. Seon pressed again, asking if she was sick. Jung Min brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and suggested they go to his place. She assured him she wasn't unwell. Back at Seon's home, her mind still hadn't settled. The unease sat heavy in her chest. She had thought she was the only one in his life, and now she felt a strange jealousy she couldn't shake. Seon cupped her cheeks, looking into her eyes. He asked again if she was truly okay, wondering why she had left school early when she looked perfectly fine. Jung Min reminded him that he had told her to come back early today. That seemed to surprise him. He thought to himself that it couldn't be because of what he had said that morning. She didn't give him time to think further. Demanding to know what he had wanted to tell her, she suddenly paused and asked first about the person at the cafe. Seon explained that it was someone he had run into by chance on the street, someone he hadn't expected to see there. Her frustration rose. Grabbing his face, she told him that if he didn't want something, he should say so from the start. Then she kissed him hard. For a brief moment, Seyun pushed her back and tears welled in her eyes, thinking he didn't like her kiss. But in the next second, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her back with an intense, almost hungry passion. Without breaking the kiss, Seyun opened the door to his home. Jung Min tried to tell him to wait, but he ignored it, continuing to kiss her with the same fire. When he finally stopped, he held her tightly and told her how much he liked her, so much that words alone could barely express it. His lips brushed her neck, sending shivers through her. She asked him, almost breathless, what they were now. He teased her in return, asking why she didn't just tell him what she wanted them to be. Gathering her courage, Jung Min said they should start dating. Seyun pretended not to hear her, leaning closer and asking again. Frustrated, she repeated it several times, until he finally laughed, saying he got it and hugging her. He confirmed it. He was hers now. He admitted he hadn't meant to confess his feelings like this, but it seemed actions suited them better than words. Still, Jung Min's curiosity lingered. She asked again who the person from earlier was and whether Sien knew that girl. Sien looked confused. A girl? Did she mean the person just now? He explained that it wasn't a girl at all, but a guy named Yul, who had been in the same group as him back when he was a trainee. Jung Min turned away, covering her face in embarrassment as realization hit her. She had completely misunderstood. She admitted she hadn't been able to tell because he was wearing a hat. Seyun smiled knowingly and asked if she had been jealous. She tried to deny it, but quickly gave in, admitting she had been. He held her face again, asking if she liked him. She said yes. Did she love him? Again, yes. Really? Yes, really. He told her he loved her too, believing that everything he had gone through in life had been leading to the moment he met her. Then, in a softer tone, he asked if she could spend the night there with him. Without waiting for an answer, he leaned in and began kissing her again, gentle at first, then deeper, their connection speaking louder than any confession could. Jung Min returned home earlier than usual, stepping inside with a quiet, measured pace. Her mother noticed immediately, asking if she was back a little earlier today. Jung Min confirmed, offering no further explanation. Inside, she wondered if there was any chance the school had contacted her mother simply because she had left early. The thought lingered, but she quickly pushed it aside. She then asked her mother if she could sleep over at a friend's house tonight. The weekend was starting the next day, making it a convenient time. Her mother commented that she must be getting along very well with this new friend, pointing out that Jung Min had been having dinner with her every day. It was easier for her mother too, since she no longer had to set the table for her. Curious, her mother asked if this friend was from school. She suggested inviting her over sometime, mentioning that she hadn't met any of Jung Min's friends since she was in elementary school. The idea of inviting Seong over flashed in Jung Min's mind, though she didn't respond directly. Her mother's thoughts then shifted, recalling Juhyun and asking how she was doing. Jung Min avoided the question, saying instead that her friend was waiting and she should get going. Before she could leave, her mother asked if this friend lived with her parents. Jung Min explained that due to certain circumstances, she didn't live with them anymore. Her mother seemed to understand and told Jung Min to wait while she packed some side dishes to take along. Jung Min initially refused, but her mother insisted, saying it was for her friend. No matter how mature her friend might be, she was still just a kid, and it had probably been a long time since she'd had a home-cooked meal. Jung Min thought about it and realized her mother was right. Seon seemed to live on takeout most days. She agreed to take the food, but asked not to pack too much. After stepping outside with the box of food, Jung Min glanced around to make sure her mother wasn't watching. Then she went to look for Seon, remembering that he had said he would be nearby. She found him hiding behind a light post. He suddenly came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her in a back hug and planting a kiss between her shoulder blades. She turned in surprise, but Seon only laughed at her reaction. Noticing the box she carried, Seon asked what it was. Jung Min explained that her mother had packed it for him, saying he should eat well. Seon grinned, calling her mother mother-in-law and thanking her in amusement. Jung Min froze at the term, repeating his words and asking about it. Seon simply teased her, asking if she had only noticed now. Soon after, he made a stop at a convenience store. Jung Min offered to go with him in case he needed anything, but he told her to wait. When she asked why, he gave no clear reason and assured her he'd be right back. She watched him walk away, wondering what was going on. When Sigun returned, Jung Min asked what he had bought. He told her she would find out once they got home. Her curiosity deepened. She wondered what it could be, thinking about all the things sold in a convenience store. Was it something awkward for him to show her? Was it something so bad he had to hide it? Back at home, Seon told her he was going to shower before dinner and instructed her not to open the bag until he came out. He suggested she take a shower afterward as well. Jung Min agreed, but then remembered she hadn't brought any underwear. Seon smirked and told her it was fine. He had guessed she might not bring any, so he had bought some at the convenience store. Jung Min's eyes widened in shock. Without giving her time to respond, Seon disappeared into the bathroom. Left alone, Jung Min wondered if she was overthinking everything. The worst thing she she had imagined was that he might smoke or drink, but he didn't seem like the type to do either. Then another thought crept in. This was the first night they would be spending together since officially starting their relationship. Could his purchase mean something else? Her curiosity grew. She thought about just taking a quick look inside the bag. She moved closer, reaching toward it, but before she could peek inside, Siyun emerged from the bathroom, fresh from his shower. Droplets of water slid down his bare skin, his toned muscles and defined abs fully visible. Startled, Jung Min turned on him, asking why he wasn't wearing any clothes and calling him out for being out of his mind. Siyun saw no issue, reminding her that it was just the two of them. She tried to protest, reminding him they had only just begun dating that day, but he seemed to find the phrase, "the first day of our relationship," sweet, even calling her baby. She could tell her words weren't getting through to him. Siyun then smirked knowingly, pointing out that she had tried to open the bag. Laughing, he decided to show her what was inside. Jung Min pleaded with him to put on some clothes first, but he ignored the request and pulled out a water bottle. Jung Min blinked at it, unsure what it was. Siyun was surprised she didn't know, explaining that it was a super popular new drink trending on social media. He rambled excitedly about it, saying famous content creators had reviewed it and that it was hard to find. The moment he saw it in stock, he grabbed it. He had assumed she knew about it. Unfortunately, there had been only one left. That was why he had kept it a surprise on the way home. He told her he would give it to her, but he wanted a sip in return. Smiling shyly, Jung Min poured some for him, like one might for a child, and told him to go ahead and drink. Afterward, she went to take her shower. Watching her leave, Sigun thought about how easy it was to read her expressions and found her cuteness hard to resist. Siyun and Jung Min sat together in the living room, the low hum of the television filling the otherwise quiet space. The faint glow from the screen painted their faces in alternating hues of light and shadow, creating a cozy, almost intimate atmosphere. Without any warning, Siyun leaned over and pressed a quick kiss to her lips. It wasn't just a kiss. There was a playful, teasing energy in the way he did it, as if he enjoyed catching her off guard. Jung Min froze for a second, heat rushing to her cheeks, before telling him sharply to stop messing with her. But Siyun only gave a slight smirk, leaning back with an expression that said he wasn't taking her words too seriously. He asked if she really disliked it that much, and before she could even form an answer, he leaned forward again, this time kissing her more deeply and lingering a little longer. The warmth of his touch sent a strange flutter through her chest. In that moment, Jung Min realized something she hadn't expected. Being with him as a boyfriend felt different. She had believed that nothing much would change, even if they started dating, but now she could sense a shift. It wasn't just the kisses, but the way he looked at her, the way his presence seemed heavier and more consuming. As the kiss broke, Sion tilted his head and pointed out something peculiar. She always seemed to hold her breath when they kissed. That, he said, was why she ended up gasping for air afterward. Jung Min blinked in surprise, admitting she hadn't even realized she was doing it. He chuckled softly, his eyes tracing her features, saying he liked seeing her face in those moments. Then, almost as if he couldn't resist teasing her further, he added that maybe they should practice kissing more often so she could get better at it. She quickly called him a pervert, trying to hide her flustered expression, but he smoothly shifted the conversation. He brought up the drink he had bought from the convenience store earlier in the evening, asking her what she thought it was. According to him, she had looked slightly disappointed when she saw what it was, and he was convinced she had been expecting something else. She protested immediately, saying it wasn't like that at all, but he only grinned and claimed she was blushing because she was being naughty. Jung Min pushed against his chest, telling him to get off, but his laughter only grew. He teased that maybe she was a pervert too. His voice softened after a beat, and he asked a question that caught her off guard. When had she first started having feelings for him? Jung Min hesitated before answering. It had been a while, she admitted, something that had happened naturally over time as they spent more moments together, but she couldn't recall the exact day it began. Wanting to turn the question back on him, she asked when he had started to like her. He didn't hesitate to answer. Honestly, he said, he thought he had liked her since the very first time they met. Jung Min's brows furrowed slightly, and he clarified that he meant the very first time, when they had met inside their dreams. She kept quiet, privately thinking that couldn't be true, but he continued. She had saved him back then, and looking back, he felt it must have been the moment his feelings began. He went on to say that he only realized his emotions fully on the day they had gone to the cinema together. That was the day, he admitted with a small grin, when he had looked at her lips and thought they looked dangerously delicious. The sudden boldness of his words startled her so much that she choked on her drink, spraying it directly onto his face. Her eyes widened in horror, and she quickly apologized, saying it was entirely his fault for saying something so weird. He wiped his face with a faint laugh and said it was fine, heading off to the bathroom to wash up again. While he showered, Jung Min hurriedly cleaned the mess in the living room, trying to compose herself. When Siyun returned, the television still played quietly, but neither of them seemed interested anymore. He glanced at the clock and suggested they go to bed. Jung Min hesitated, pointing out that it was only 1 a.m., but he insisted that it was late enough and that getting some rest would be better. Plus, he added, lying down together would give them more time to talk before sleeping. They moved to the bedroom, and as they settled beneath the covers, Seong wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer until she was resting comfortably against him. He thought to himself how adorable she looked like this. How nice it felt to have her warmth beside him. him. Jung Min noticed his gaze and asked why he was staring. He answered with quiet sincerity, thanking her for dating him and calling her a lovely and pretty girl. Jung Min felt her cheeks warm again and told him she was serious about her feelings. She asked why he was so surprised, and he explained that, considering how handsome and popular he was, she must have plenty of other options. She disagreed, saying those things were meaningless to her. All that mattered, he told her, was having her attention. When she didn't respond, he called her name softly, but then realized she had already fallen asleep. His lips curved into a small, fond smile, and he closed his eyes as well, holding her close until sleep claimed him. Much later that night, Jung Min stirred awake, feeling thirsty. She slipped carefully out of his embrace and padded quietly toward the kitchen, not wanting to wake him. But moments later, Siyun appeared behind her, saying he wanted a drink too. As she poured herself some water, she asked if he was a light sleeper, explaining that she had tried to move quietly. He nodded, saying he usually was. This surprised her, since during their lucid dreams together, he never seemed to disappear or wake unexpectedly. He explained that he actually felt more rested in those dreams because she was there with him. Without her, he admitted, he didn't sleep well at all. She thought that lucid dreaming would be more tiring, but he shook his head. For him, it was easier to rest when she was beside him. And tonight, he said, he was sleeping especially well because she was right there. Her eyes wandered around the darkened kitchen, noticing how bare and quiet the space felt with all the lights off. She realized that it might feel lonely or even eerie sometimes. She told him softly that, even if it wasn't every single night, she would come and sleep over occasionally. Her words lit up his expression, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and wrapped her in a warm embrace. He told her he loved her, and she laughed lightly, asking how he could possibly live without her. He didn't miss a beat, replying that he couldn't and wouldn't want to. Without her, he said plainly, he'd die. He told her to think of it as saving him, which meant she would have to stay with him for the rest of her life. She felt a shiver run through her at the intensity of his words, telling him not to say such scary things, even if he didn't truly mean them. He didn't reply right away, only looked at her seriously before suggesting they head back to bed. As they walked back to the bedroom, he remarked with a teasing tone that she seemed like the kind of person who could sleep through anything. She turned to look at him curiously, asking how he knew that. He simply smiled and said it was just a feeling. Back in bed, the two of them settled in again. The air was warm and quiet, the night outside silent except for the faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall. Morning arrived quietly. Jung Min was still asleep while Siyun was already awake. He leaned over, softly calling her by a pet name to wake her. When she did not respond, he teased that he would touch her if she kept ignoring him. Half asleep, Jung Min brushed his hand away, but her hand accidentally landed on his face, causing him to lose balance and fall down. Jung Min finally woke up, surprised, and asked why he was on the floor. Siyun dismissed it lightly, pretending it was nothing. They shared breakfast together. After eating, Jung Min insisted she would wash the dishes, but Siyun stopped her. He declared he would not allow a single drop of water to touch her hands. Instead, he told her to give him a back hug if she felt so troubled about it. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, holding him tightly. He told her that was just right. Then, while he worked, he asked what dessert they should have. Jung Min said she liked strawberries. Siyun smiled and promised he would go buy some after finishing up. She hesitated, saying he didn't need to go out just for her, but he was determined. He said she wanted strawberries so he would scour the entire country if he had to. As he washed the dishes, Siyun mentioned how much they looked like newlyweds and wondered if they should get married. He promised he would buy her anything she wanted to eat every single day. Jung Min blushed, pointing out it hadn't even been long since they had started dating. He noticed her face turning red and asked if she didn't want to marry him, promising he would treat her well. Flustered, she told him to stop, but her heart raced. Then Siyun noticed her phone vibrating constantly and asked who was contacting her. Jung Min hesitated, but asked him to promise not to be angry. She admitted that Jaehook had been messaging her a lot recently, and she explained that she responded occasionally so as not to seem rude. However, it had grown worse, and she was unsure what to do. Hearing this, Siyun grew upset. Jung Min leaned forward and kissed him suddenly. His mood shifted, and happiness lit his face. He asked her what that was about, while she whispered that he should do the same to her as well. He wondered if she was acting cute just to stop him from being angry, but she insisted it wasn't true. He teased that she was very cute, though she protested, saying she didn't even know how to act that way. In her thoughts, she wondered if her little action had truly worked. Jung Min then admitted that Jaehook kept asking to meet her, and she confessed she didn't know what to do. Siyun told her to simply cut ties with him, since Jaehook was making her uncomfortable. She hesitated, saying they still got along, and that cutting him off suddenly just because she had a boyfriend seemed too harsh. She felt it would be mean to completely ignore him. Siyun reminded her that the situation was different from him and his old friends. He explained that Jaehook still had both parents, was doing well in school, and would not truly suffer if she stopped talking to him. He asked why she cared so much, admitting that he felt anxious about her concern for another man. He reminded her that he only had her and nothing else. Jung Min apologized, and Siyun told her it was fine. She then promised to cut Jaehook off, but she asked what she should say. Siyun advised her that if she really cared, she could meet him one last time and tell him directly that she now had a boyfriend. Jung Min agreed, saying it would be better to say it in person. Before she left, Seon once again asked her for a kiss, which she gave. Later, Jung Min met Jahyuk. He asked if she was okay, though she was confused by his words. They decided to head to a cafe together. On the way, Jahyuk mentioned a new dessert shop nearby and asked if she had been there. She replied that she had already gone with Seon. Hearing that, Jahyuk's gaze shifted, and his expression grew strange. When they arrived at the cafe, Jung Min noticed his unusual silence. He usually spoke freely, yet today he seemed hesitant. She thought about how strange it would feel to suddenly bring up that she had a boyfriend, unsure how to say it. Inside, Jahyuk finally asked her who she was messaging. He reminded her that it had been a long time since they last met and complained that she was looking at her phone too much, saying it hurt his feelings. Jung Min apologized and admitted she had something important to tell him. She hoped he wouldn't feel bad, then explained how he had been sending her too many messages lately and that she needed to set boundaries. Before she could finish, Jahyuk interrupted. He said that her dating Seon was strange and selfish. He mentioned controversies surrounding Seon, claiming people said he smoked and behaved badly. He admitted he didn't always trust what people wrote online, but based on Seon's behavior, he thought the rumors might be true. He argued that if Seon had ever debuted, there would have been issues. In the end, he admitted he had a bad feeling about him and thought Seon was not right for her. But even as he spoke, Jahyuk scolded himself inwardly, wondering why he was acting like this. He realized he was only bad-mouthing Seon without any purpose. Meanwhile, Jung Min listened in anger, her fury rising as she heard Jahyuk insult her boyfriend.